Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from TylaWalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 1. Sylvia. Creation is a quiet act. Movies make it loud, screaming, sweating. The chaotic rush of a delivery room. But here in the dim, temperature-controlled sanctum of the procedure room, life begins in silence. It begins with a microscopic shift, a flash of light on a grainy monitor. "Breathe, Sarah," I whisper, my voice low and steady. "Just breathe." My hands are steady. They always are. It doesn't matter that my lower back is throbbing with a dull, persistent ache that's been my constant companion for the last 3 weeks. It doesn't matter that the smell of the antiseptic wipes, a scent I've ignored for a decade, suddenly makes my stomach turn over. I guide the catheter. On the ultrasound screen, a tiny white dot appears. A future. A promise. Is it in?" Sarah asks, her voice trembling. She's gripping the bed so hard her knuckles are white. "It's in," I confirm, watching the placement. "Perfect." "Now we wait." I step back, peeling off my gloves. The snap of the latex echoes in the quiet room. As the nurses move in to assist Sarah, I offer a professional smile. Warm, reassuring. The one that tells patients I've got this so you don't have to worry. But the moment I push through the heavy swinging doors and step into the hallway, the mask slips. I lean against the cool wall, closing my eyes. My hand drifts instinctively to my lower abdomen. 2 months. 8 weeks of cells dividing and multiplying inside me, unseen and secret. The irony isn't lost on me. I spend my days engineering families for other people, calculating odds and managing expectations, while my own body is running a biological marathon. "You look like you're about to pass out or throw up, or both." I open my eyes. Dr. Lena Petrova is marching down the hall, her heels clicking a sharp rhythm against the tile. She's holding 2 coffees, but she takes one look at my face and pulls the cup back. "Herbal tea," she corrects herself, shoving the paper cup into my hand. "No caffeine for the incubator." "Keep your voice down," I hiss, though I take the tea. The heat seeps into my cold fingers. We're in the corridor. We co-own the building sill. I can shout if I want to. Lena stops in front of me, her blue eyes scanning me with clinical precision. "You're pale. Paler than usual. It makes the circles under your eyes look like bruises against your skin." I roll my eyes and push off the wall, walking toward my office. "You know how to make a girl feel pretty." "I'm not here to make you feel pretty. I'm here to make sure you don't collapse before the board meeting on Friday." She follows me into my office and kicks the door shut behind us. The silence of my office usually centers me. I designed it that way. Soft teal walls, a plush rug that muffles sound, the faint scent of rain and earth from the diffuser in the corner. It's a space meant to strip away anxiety. Today, though, it feels suffocating. I sink into my leather chair and catch my own reflection in the dark monitor of my computer. The woman staring back looks familiar but altered. My twist out is pinned back neatly, not a strand out of place, framing a face that usually holds a stoic, unshakable confidence. My deep brown skin is glowing, but it's not a pregnancy glow. It's a sheen of perspiration. I'm fine, I lie, taking a sip of the tea. It's peppermint. Lena knows everything. Sarah's transfer went perfectly. The numbers are good. I'm not asking about Sarah. Lena leans against the edge of my desk, crossing her arms. I'm asking about you. You're 8 weeks in, Sylvia. You're doing this alone. You don't have to pretend to be Superman. Wonder Woman, I correct. And I'm not alone. I have a very expensive, highly vetted, anonymous donor profile sitting in an encrypted file. I spin my chair slightly, looking out the window at the Atlanta skyline. The gray clouds are heavy, promising a storm. I love the rain, but today the pressure in the air just makes my head pound. I controlled every possible variable, Lena. I picked a donor with a clean medical history, high emotional intelligence markers, and a background in architecture. Stable, predictable, safe. Boring, Lena coughs into her hand. Safe, I reiterate sharp. I've had enough chaos in my life. I grew up with chaos, a family that sucks the life out of you, literally. I almost married chaos 5 years ago. This, I press a hand to my stomach again. The fabric of my white coat bunching under my fingers. This is mine. No complications, no drama, no unexpected variables to haunt me. Lena softens. She knows. She's the only one who knows the full truth of why I left Atlanta in a cloud of dust 5 years ago, leaving a tuxedo-clad man standing at the altar. I know, she says quietly. I just want you to be happy. You've spent 5 years building this place, fixing everyone else's lives. It's your turn. It is my turn. I look down at my desk, organizing a stack of files just to give my hands something to do. I'm going to be a good mother, Lena. I'm going to give this child everything I didn't have. Stability, truth, a life where they never have to wonder when the other shoe is going to drop. A sharp knock interrupts us. It's not the tentative knock of a nurse or the polite rap of a receptionist. It's urgent, frantic. Come in, I call out, straightening my spine. The door opens and Henry, our lab director, steps inside. Henry is a man of details. He is precise, quiet, and usually unflappable. Today, he looks like he's seen a ghost. His face is gray, drained of all color, and he's clutching a clipboard against his chest like a shield. Dr. Williams, he says. His voice cracks. He clears his throat and tries again. Dr. Williams, Dr. Petrova, I need to speak with you. Specifically you, Sylvia. Lena stands up, her protective instincts flaring. What's wrong? Is there an issue with the nitrogen tanks? No, Henry says. He won't look at me. He's staring at a spot on the carpet near my feet. It's an audit issue, internal inventory. My stomach gives a violent lurch, unrelated to the morning sickness. I set my tea down. An audit? Henry, we passed the state inspection last month with perfect scores. This isn't the state. Henry closes the door behind him, his movements jerky. We were doing a routine reconciliation of the frozen samples, the vials used for the upcoming transfers versus the archive list. He finally looks at me. There is terror in his eyes. Pure, unadulterated terror. Spit it out, Henry, Lena commands. There was a labeling error, he whispers. The room goes dead silent. In our line of work, labeling error is the death knell. It's the thing that gets clinics shut down. It's the thing that gets licenses revoked. What kind of error? I ask. My voice is calm, the doctor voice sliding into place like armor. But under the desk, my hands are gripping the arms of my chair so hard, my fingernails are digging into the leather. A technician. We think a technician misread a batch number during the thawing process for your procedure 2 months ago. Henry stammers. The alphanumeric codes, They were similar. The last 2 digits were transposed. The air moving through the room suddenly feels too thin. I can't get a full breath. My procedure, I say slowly. You're talking about my baby. Henry nods, a jerky, miserable motion. The vial we used. It wasn't donor 4589. It wasn't the architect. Then who was it? Lena demands, stepping forward. If you put a random sample into my business partner, my best friend Henry, I swear to God. It wasn't random, Henry cuts in. He looks like he's about to be sick. He walks forward and places the clipboard on my desk. I stare at the paper. It's a chain of custody form. The log shows the vial that was retrieved, the timestamp, the technician's signature, and at the top, the client name associated with the source code. My vision tunnels. The edges of the room go dark, blurring out the bookshelves, the rain against the window, Lena's worried face. The only thing in focus is the name printed in stark black ink. I know that name. I have written that name in love letters. I have screamed that name in passion. I have whispered that name in the dark when I was alone and weak and missing the life I burned to the ground. No, I breathe. The word scrapes my throat. I grab my left wrist, my fingers finding the cool metal of my smartwatch. Click. I adjust the band. Click. It's a reflex, a desperate attempt to reset a reality that has just shattered. Sylvia, Lena is at my side, gripping my shoulder. Who is it? The sample was in long-term cryo storage. Henry explains, his voice sounding like it's coming from underwater. It was deposited 8 years ago, before the ownership of the clinic changed hands to yours. The client pays the storage fees annually, but he's never used it. It was from before he took over his family's company. My hand goes to my stomach. The protective instinct is instant, fierce, and terrifying. I'm not carrying a stranger's child. I'm not carrying the offspring of a safe, predictable architect who will never knock on my door. It's Chase, I whisper. Lena freezes. What? I look up at her, and I know my eyes are wide, glassy with panic, the control I pride myself on. The fortress I built around my life to keep the past out has just been obliterated by a transposed number. Chase Mitchell, I say, the name tasting like ash and iron in my mouth. I'm pregnant with Chase Mitchell's baby.
Chapter 2. Chase. The air in here is dead. It's recycled, pumped through vents that haven't been cleaned in a decade, smelling of stale coffee and old men. I hate it. I hate the way it sits heavy in my lungs, offering no relief, no oxygen. I pull at the knot of my silk tie. It's a noose, a very expensive Italian silk noose, but it chokes just the same. My suit jacket is too tight across the shoulders. It always is. The tailor swore he let out the seams, accommodated the breadth of my back, and the muscle density that hasn't faded even years after I walked off the court. But every time I shift in this leather chair, I feel the fabric pull, threatening to split. I'm a big man in a room designed for small, soft people. I stare at the man at the head of the table. Sterling, the chairman of the board, a proxy for my grandfather, who is currently wasting away in a VIP hospital suite, but still managing to ruin my life from his deathbed. Sterling's mouth is moving. I watch the way his thin lips peel back from his teeth, like a dog guarding a bone it didn't earn. The stipulations are clear, Chase, Sterling says, tapping a manicured finger on the thick document in front of him. Conrad was explicit. I lean back, the leather of my chair groaning under my weight. I spread my legs, taking up space, claiming territory in a room that wants to shrink me. Conrad is hallucinating on morphine, I say. My voice is low, barely a rumble in my chest, but the room goes silent. The other 4 board members, men in gray suits with gray skin, shift uneasily. They don't like looking me in the eye. My hazel eyes are too bright, too intense for a place where emotions come to die. The will was drafted 6 months ago, Sterling counters, unbothered. He slides the paper down the mahogany table. It stops inches from my hand. Before the decline, it's ironclad. I don't look at the paper. I look at Sterling's neck. A pulse is jumping there, right above his collar. Thump, thump. He's nervous. Good. I lift my right hand and tap my index finger on the table. Tap, tap, tap. It's a rhythm I learned a lifetime ago. The sound of the ball bouncing on the hardwood before a serve. Focus. Breathe. Kill. Read it, I say. Sterling clears his throat. To retain majority control and the CEO designation, Chase Mitchell must be married or have a legitimate heir, a proven pregnancy, by his 35th birthday. The tapping stops. The silence that follows is heavy, pressing against my eardrums. 35. My birthday is in 3 months. He can't do that, I say. It's not a question. It's a statement of fact. I run this place. I took over 5 years ago when the logistics network was bleeding cash, bloated with incompetence. I cut the rot. I streamlined the routes. I made these men richer than God, and this is how they thank me. He can, and he did, Sterling says, a smug little smile tucking into the corner of his mouth. It's a family values clause. The Mitchell legacy requires stability, a lineage. I am the lineage, I snap. The anger flares hot and fast in my gut, likened to a physical burn. You are a bachelor with a reputation for being cold, Sterling says. The board agrees with Conrad. We need assurance that the company remains in Mitchell blood. Without an heir, or at least a wife to provide one, the trust dissolves your shares. The board takes full control. I feel the muscles in my jaw jump. I grind my teeth, the pressure radiating up into my skull. They want to steal it. They want to take the one thing I have left. I stand up. The movement is sudden, violent enough that the man to my right flinches, knocking his pen onto the floor. I tower over them. At 6'5", I cast a shadow that swallows half the table. I can feel the ghost of the tattoo on my right shoulder blade, the winged volleyball, itching against the starch of my shirt. A reminder of the man I used to be, the man who was free. I'm not getting married, I tell them, my voice cold, calm, terrifying. And I'm certainly not fathering a child just to keep my name on the building. Then you lose, Sterling says simply. You walk away with nothing. Nothing. The word echoes in the cavernous room. I walked away from the sport I loved because my grandfather demanded it. I walked away from the only woman I ever loved because she left me standing at the altar like a fool. I hollowed myself out, filled the empty space with work, with winning, with crushing the competition. And now they want to take the work, too. I don't lose, I say, leaning forward, placing my palms flat on the table. The wood is cool, but my skin is burning. I stare directly into Sterling's eyes until he blinks, looking away. I'll see you in court. The deadline stands, Chase. October 15th. I turn and walk out. I don't look back. I don't say goodbye. I storm through the double doors, the heavy oak slamming shut behind me with a satisfying thud. The outer office is brighter, modern, sleek. My assistant Sarah is typing furiously at her desk. She looks up as I barrel past, her eyes tracking the tension in my shoulders. She knows better than to speak to me when I look like this. I march into my private office, a glass box overlooking the Atlanta skyline. It's a view people pay millions for, and all I see is concrete and smog. I strip off my jacket and throw it onto the leather couch. I rip the tie from my neck, buttons popping off my collar and skittering across the floor. I don't care. I need to breathe. I walk to the window, pressing my forehead against the cool glass. A wife. An heir. It's a joke. A sick, twisted joke orchestrated by an old man who thinks bloodlines are more important than competence. I haven't been with a woman in I don't even know how long. Not in a way that matters. A few nights here and there, purely physical, cold and efficient, just to scratch an itch. But a relationship. Marriage. The last time I thought about marriage, I was standing in a tuxedo, watching the doors of a church, waiting for a woman who never came. I closed my eyes. I can still see the back of her head as she drove away. I can still feel the humiliation, the way it settled in my marrow, heavy and permanent. Sylvia. I pushed the name away. I buried that ghost 5 years ago. I buried it under money and hostile takeovers and sleepless nights. My phone sits on my desk, silent. I should call Nate. He's the head of my security, my best friend, the only person who won't give me a lawyer's answer. I need a drink. I need to hit something. The heavy bag in my home gym is going to take a beating tonight. I turn away from the window, pacing the length of the room. It's a cage, a glass cage, but a cage nonetheless. I run a hand through my hair, messing up the perfect style. I catch my face in the darkened monitor of my computer. I look wild, predatory, not like a CEO. Sir? The voice comes from the intercom on my desk. It's Sarah. I glare at the device. I told her to hold my calls. I told her I wanted the floor cleared. I stride over and jab the button. What? Sir, Sarah's voice is shaking. That's new. Sarah doesn't shake. She's handled screaming investors and hostile reporters without blinking. But right now she sounds breathless, panicked. There's someone here to see you. I'm not seeing anyone, I snap. Tell them to make an appointment. Tell them I'm dead. I don't care. I tried, Mr. Mitchell. I really did. There's a pause, a scuffle of sound on the other end, like she's trying to block a door. She won't leave. She says it's a medical emergency. She says she knows you. I freeze. My hand hovers over the button. Medical emergency? Who is it, Sarah? My voice drops, dangerous and low. It's Dr. Williams, Sarah whispers, the name trembling in the air. Dr. Sylvia Williams. The world stops. The air leaves the room. The noise of the city. The hum of the AC. The blood rushing in my ears. It all vanishes. Sylvia. My heart gives a single violent kick against my ribs, a blow that nearly doubles me over. It's impossible. She's gone. She's a ghost. She's the woman who ripped my chest open and left me to bleed out. She wouldn't come here. She wouldn't dare step foot in my world. Send her in, I say. My voice sounds strange. Rough. Like I haven't used it in years. I release the button and stare at the door. My hands curl into hard fists at my sides. I can feel the pulse in my neck, a rapid, chaotic rhythm. Tap, tap, tap. I'm not tapping my fingers anymore. Now it's my blood hammering against my veins, counting down the seconds until the past walks through that door.
Chapter 3. Sylvia. The lobby of Mitchell Logistics feels less like a place of business and more like a high-altitude peak, cold, airless, and dangerous. I stand near the security desk, my heels clicking a nervous staccato rhythm against the marble floor. Everything in here is sharp angles and polished chrome. It's designed to intimidate, to make you feel small before you even step onto an elevator. It's working. I press a hand to my stomach. The fabric of my dress is soft, but beneath it, my skin feels tight, sensitive, fight or flight. My brain, the rational, scientific instrument I've spent 15 years honing, is screaming at me to run. It's listing the variables: elevated cortisol levels, nausea induced by stress, the sheer illogical madness of what I'm about to do. But my feet stay planted. I didn't build a clinic from the ashes of bankruptcy by running away from hard conversations, and I won't start now, even if this conversation has the power to destroy me. Dr. Williams? I startle, turning to see a young woman with a headset standing by the turnstiles. She looks frazzled, a stark contrast to the perfect stillness of the room. Mr. Mitchell's assistant cleared you. she says, her eyes darting over me with curiosity. Express elevator, top floor. Thank you. I walk past her, keeping my chin high. The elevator ride is a silent torture. My ears pop as the numbers climb. 20, 30, 40. With every floor, the air seems to get thinner. I close my eyes and try to summon the calm I use before surgery. I visualize the procedure. Step 1, incision. Step 2, repair. Step 1, tell him the truth. Step 2, survive the fallout. The doors slide open with a soft chime. The outer office is empty. The assistant's desk is unmanned, a phone blinking silently on the console. I walk toward the double glass doors at the end of the hall. My hand reaches for the handle, and I hesitate. I know what's behind this door, not the furniture or the view. I've never been to this building. I know the force that lives in there. I push the door open. The scent hits me first. It's not subtle. It's a heavy masculine wave of aged leather, expensive scotch, and sandalwood. Sandalwood. The smell bypasses my logic and hot wires directly into the deepest, most primal part of my brain. It triggers a memory so vivid I physically stumble. A rainy Sunday, tangled sheets, that scent clinging to my bare skin, buried in the crook of a neck I used to kiss 1,000 times a day. I grip the doorframe, forcing the memory back into the dark box where it belongs. You have 5 minutes. The voice comes from the left. It's deeper than I remember, rougher, like gravel grinding under a heavy tire. I turn. Chase is standing by a wall of windows that overlook the city, his back to me. He's staring out at the smog and the steel, his posture rigid. Then he turns around. The air leaves my lungs in a rush. 5 years. I've seen photos in the business section of the paper. I've seen clips on the news, but paper and pixels don't capture the sheer overwhelming mass of him. He is massive. He was big when he was an athlete, sleek and cut for speed. But the man standing in front of me now looks like he was carved out of granite and resentment. He's broader through the chest, his shoulders straining the seams of a white dress shirt that looks terrifyingly expensive and uncomfortably tight. He walks toward me, and I instinctively take a step back. He moves with a predatory grace that doesn't belong in a boardroom. It's the walk of a man who is used to closing the distance between himself and a target before the target even knows it's in danger. He stops behind his desk, putting a heavy slab of mahogany between us. It feels less like a barrier and more like the only thing keeping him from physically throwing me out. Well, he demands. You're here. Speak. I open my mouth, but nothing comes out. My throat is dry, sealed shut by panic. He watches me struggle, his face a mask of cold, imperious boredom. But his eyes are hazel, flecked with gold and green, and right now, they are burning with a hatred so potent, I can sense the heat of it on my face. He stares at me like I'm a disease he thought he'd cured. I needed to see you, I managed to say. My voice sounds thin, brittle. Not the doctor, just the ex-fiancé. You made that clear to my assistant, he says. He reaches up and loosens his tie, pulling it free with a sharp, violent jerk of his wrist. He tosses it onto the desk. Then he starts on the cufflinks. My gaze drops, against my will, to his hands. They are large, capable hands. I watch his long fingers work the metal clasps with deft, angry movements. I remember those hands. I remember how they could palm a volleyball. And I remember how they could span my waist, holding me in place while he worshipped me. He rolls up his sleeves. The action reveals thick forearms, roped with muscle and veins that stand out in sharp relief against his tan skin. The veins pulse, a visual map of the aggression thrumming under his surface. He's tense. He's coiled tight, ready to strike. If this is about money, he says, leaning forward, bracing his weight on his knuckles. His biceps flex, straining the white cotton. You're wasting your time. I don't write checks to ghosts. I don't want your money, I snap. The accusation stings enough to spark a little bit of my fire back. I have my own money, Chase. I have my own life. Then why are you here? He laughs, but there's no humor in it. It's a dark, hollow sound. Did you come to see the view? Or did you just want to see if I was still miserable enough to entertain you? He walks around the desk. My heart hammers a furious rhythm against my ribs. Thump, thump, thump. He stops 3 feet away from me, close enough that I can feel the heat radiating off him, close enough that I have to tilt my head back to look him in the eye. You look. He stops, his gaze raking over me. He starts at my face, cataloging the changes. He looks at my hair, the twist out he used to love running his fingers through. He looks down at my mouth, then his gaze drops lower. It sweeps over the curve of my neck, the modest neckline of my dress, and settles on my waist. For a second, the hatred falters. Something else flickers in those hazel depths. Hunger, recognition. Then it's gone, replaced by ice. You look exactly the same, he finishes, the words dripping with disdain. Beautiful and utterly false. The insult lands like a slap. I flinch. I didn't come here to fight, I say, my voice shaking. I hate that it shakes. I hate that in front of him, I'm not Dr. Williams, the brilliant fertility specialist. I'm just Sylvia, the girl who broke his heart. You don't get to decide what we do, he says, voice dropping to a low growl. You forfeited that right when you left me standing in a church with 500 people watching. I had to, I whisper. Don't. He points a finger at me, aggressive and sharp. Do not give me excuses. I don't care why you did it. I care that you're in my office, disrupting my day, smelling like... He stops, his nostrils flaring slightly. He smells it too. The rain. The specific oil I use in my hair. The scent of us. He turns away, running a hand through his hair, messing up the styled waves. Get out, Sylvia, before I have security drag you out. I can't leave, I say. Watch me make you. Chase, stop, I shout. The volume surprises both of us. The room goes deadly silent. I take a deep breath. The nausea is rising again, a sour tide in the back of my throat. I feel dizzy. The room tilts slightly to the left. I reach quickly for my left wrist. My fingers find the band of my smartwatch. Click, I adjust it. Click, I adjust it back. The tiny sound echoes in the quiet. Chase freezes. His back is to me, but I see his shoulders stiffen. He knows that sound. He knows exactly what it means. It means I'm hiding something. It means I'm terrified. He turns around slowly. He's not looking at my face anymore. He's looking at my hand on the watch. What did you do? He asks. His voice is barely a whisper, but it carries more threat than his shouting did. What is this, Sylvia? I drop my hand. I place it, instinctively, protectively, over my lower abdomen. His eyes follow the movement. He tracks my hand as it settles on the curve of my stomach. He stares at my fingers splayed against the teal fabric. He stares and stares, and for the first time, the intelligent, ruthless CEO looks confused. I have to say it. I have to rip the bandage off before I lose my nerve. I try to summon my doctor voice. I try to make it clinical, detached, a matter of biology and lab errors. There was an incident at the clinic. I start. My voice trembles, betraying me. I bite the inside of my cheek to ground myself. A mistake with the inventory. A mix-up during the insemination protocol. Chase stares at me. He's not blinking. What are you talking about? I take a step forward, needing him to understand, needing him to see that I am just as much a victim in this as he is. I wanted a baby, I say, the confession tumbling out. I went through the process. I selected a donor, but the vials, the numbers were transposed. He looks at my stomach again, then back at my face. The color is draining from his skin, leaving him looking gray beneath the tan. "Sylvia," he warns. It's a low warning, like the rumble of a fault line before the quake. "I didn't know," I say, and I feel the heat of tears pricking my eyes. I refuse to let them fall. I will not cry. "I swear to you, Chase, I didn't know until this morning." "Didn't know what?" he roars. I look him dead in the eye. I let the wall fall down. "The baby," I whisper, the truth landing in the space between us like a grenade. "It's yours."
Chapter 4. Chase. The words linger in the air between us, toxic and heavy. "The baby. It's yours." For a second, the room tilts. The glass walls, the steel beams of the skyline, the expensive leather furniture. It all blurs into a meaningless gray smudge. The only thing in focus is her. Sylvia. I stare at her, waiting for the punchline, waiting for her to crack a smile and tell me this is some twisted revenge fantasy for the way I've ignored her existence for 5 years. But she doesn't smile. She stands there, her hand clutched over the curve of her stomach, staring at me with eyes that look like shattered glass. A laugh bubbles up in my chest. It's a dark, jagged thing that scrapes my throat on the way out. "Mine," I repeat. The word tastes like bile. "That's rich, Sylvia, even for you." I step toward her. I need to be closer. I need to see the lie in her face. I need to dismantle it piece by piece until she admits what she's really doing here. She takes a step back, her heels scuffing the plush carpet. A retreating instinct. Good. She should be afraid. "It's not a joke," she whispers. Her voice is thin, threading through the silence of the office. "I wish it were." "You wish it were?" I close the distance between us in 2 long strides, looming over her. I block out the light from the windows. I want to be the only thing she sees. You show up here in my building, after 5 years of radio silence, and you drop a bomb like that? What is this? The long con? I look at her. I really look at her, stripping away the shock to catalog the enemy standing in my territory. God, she's beautiful. It pisses me off how beautiful she still is. Her skin is that deep, rich brown that used to glow under the lights of my apartment, smooth and flawless. Now it looks dull, drained of its usual warmth, like the blood has been siphoned right out of her. Her hair is different, shorter, twisted into coils that graze her collarbone. I used to wrap my hands in that hair. I used to pull it back to expose the column of her neck to my mouth. My gaze drops to her lips. They're full, painted a soft berry color, but they're trembling. Not a seductive tremble, a tremor of pure, unadulterated stress. And her body, the teal dress she's wearing is professional, tailored, but it can't hide the truth of her shape. She's softer than I remember. There's a fullness to her breast that strains the fabric, a subtle widening of her hips, and that curve beneath her hand, the bump. But if she didn't tell me, I wouldn't notice. My gut clenches hard, a physical spasm of rejection and desire warring for dominance. "I'm not lying," she says, her chin coming up a fraction. There it is. The defiance. "The clinic made a mistake. A technician swapped the samples. I found out 2 hours ago." "A mistake," I deadpan. "Just a happy little accident that lands you back in my life exactly when I'm worth 10 times what I was when you left me." Her eyes narrow. "This has absolutely nothing to do with your money." "Doesn't it?" I crowd her space, forcing her back until her legs bump against one of the leather guest chairs. She grips the back of it to steady herself. "Let's review the history, shall we?" I keep my voice low, a rumble that vibrates in the quiet room. 5 short years ago, I was a 29-year-old volleyball pro with a blown-out knee. My contract was voided. My career was over. I was staring down the barrel of a life without the one thing I was good at. I watch the memory hit her. She flinches, her gaze dropping to my shoulder, to the invisible scar where the surgery pinned me back together, but couldn't save the game. I told you I wouldn't take a dime from my grandfather, I continue, relentless. I told you I wasn't going to be his puppet. I was broke, busted, and useless. And what did you do? She swallows hard. I watch the movement of her throat. Chase, that's not... You walked, I snarl. You left me standing at the altar in front of my friends, my family, and the press. You drove away because you realized you were marrying a has-been with no trust fund access. That is not why I left. Her shout cracks in the middle. Then why are you here now? I spread my arms, gesturing to the expanse of the office, the symbol of the power I've clawed back. Now I'm the CEO. Now I run the logistics empire. And suddenly, oops, there's a lab error. Suddenly you're pregnant with my miracle baby. I lean down, my face inches from hers. I can smell her. Rain and fear. It's intoxicating. It makes me want to bite her. How much, Sylvia? Just tell me the number. Is it 1 million? 2? What's the price to make you go away? She stares at me, and I see the moisture gathering in her lashes. She blinks rapidly, refusing to let it fall. Her hands are shaking so hard that the chair she's gripping vibrates against the floor. Wait. I stop. The red haze of anger recedes just an inch, allowing the tactical part of my brain to click online. She's shaking. Not a little. Violently. There's a sheen of sweat on her forehead despite the aggressive AC in the building. Her skin has an underlying grayish cast, the kind you see on people who are about to pass out from shock. I know bluffs. I've stared down opponents across the net who were bluffing confidence when they were terrified. I've sat across negotiation tables from men trying to hide their desperation. This isn't a bluff. She looks like she's going to vomit. If she were here for a payout, she'd be smoother. She'd be seductive. She'd be playing on the old feelings. But she looks like being in this room with me is physically painful. She looks like she'd rather be anywhere else on Earth. She's terrified. And if she's terrified, maybe she's telling the truth. The thought lands like a lead weight in my stomach. Pregnant. My eyes drop to her stomach again. The hand covering it is protective, instinctive. She's shielding it from me. If she's pregnant, if that child is mine. A sudden sharp thought cuts through the chaos. The will. Sterling's smug face flashes in my mind. Legitimate heir on the way. Proven pregnancy. By your 35th birthday. Or marriage. I check the date on my mental calendar. My birthday is October 15th. Today is July. If she is pregnant, and if it is mine, she isn't just a memory from my past. She is the key to the lock my grandfather put on my neck. I straighten up, the sudden shift in perspective making me dizzy. I step back, putting distance between us, needing to think. I walk to the window and stare out at the gray skyline. I don't see the buildings. I see the board game. I see the pieces moving. She dislikes me. I can see it in the way she holds herself. I hate her. I have 5 years of scar tissue to prove it. But if she has my blood in her veins... I turn back around. She hasn't moved. She's watching me warily, like a deer waiting for the wolf to decide if he's hungry. You say it's a boy? I ask. I don't know why I ask that. The gender doesn't matter for the trust. But I need to know. She blinks, confused by the shift in my tone. I don't know. It's too early to tell. I'm only 8 weeks along. 8 weeks. I do the math. Conception would have been 2 months ago. The sample was 8 years old, I say, testing the logic. From before us, before the knee, before everything. Yes, she says softly. I didn't know it was there. When I bought the clinic, the inventory came with it. Bought the clinic. Right. She's successful now. She's not the struggling resident I met in that coffee shop. She's a powerhouse. I look at her, really look at her, and the anger is still there, hot and sharp, but something else is rising underneath it. A dark, twisted satisfaction. She came here thinking she was delivering bad news. She thinks this is a disaster. She has no idea she just handed me the weapon I need to execute the board. But I can't be reckless. I can't let the scent of her, the way her chest rises and falls with those quick, shallow breaths, distract me. I need proof. I need absolute certainty before I make a move. I need to know if I own the problem or if I'm being played. And deep down, in a place I don't talk about, there's a flicker of something else. A possessive urge that really has little to do with the company. Mine. If there is a child, it's mine. And nobody takes what's mine. She's still clutching the chair, looking like she's 5 seconds away from bolting for the door. You want to leave, I observe, my voice devoid of the shouting, now dropped to a conversational, lethal register. Yes, she breathes. I told you. I did my duty. I thought you should know. Duty, I repeat, testing the word. You always were big on duty, except when it came to your vows. She flinches again. Good. I want her off balance. I walk back to the desk. I don't sit down. I lean against the edge of it, crossing my ankles, crossing my arms over my chest. The fabric of my shirt pulls tight across my biceps. I see her eyes flick to the movement. She remembers. Her body remembers, even if her brain is trying to run. Here is what is going to happen, I say. I'm leaving, Chase, she says, turning toward the door. If you walk out that door, I say calmly, I will have my security team track you down before you hit the lobby. I will have a legal injunction on your clinic by close of business today, and I will sue you for custody before the baby takes its first breath. She freezes. Her hand is on the door handle. Her knuckles are white. She turns slowly. The fear in her eyes has spiked into panic. You wouldn't. Try me. I stare her down. The silence stretches taut as a wire. I need verification, I say. I don't trust you, Sylvia. I don't trust your word. I don't trust your tears, and I certainly don't trust your mistake. If we are going to do this, we're going to do it my way. What do you want? She asks, her voice barely audible. I push off the desk and walk toward her. I stop when I'm close enough to reach out and touch her, though I keep my hands to myself. My fingers twitch at my sides. Tap, tap. The urge to grab her is overwhelming. To shake the truth out of her. To pull her against me and see if she still fits. I shove that urge down into the dark. I require a paternity test, I say, my voice terrifyingly calm. Right now.
Chapter 5. Sylvia. Silence has a weight. In the elevator ride down to the parking garage, it presses against my chest like a lead vest, heavy and suffocating. Chase doesn't look at me. He stands near the steel doors, feet planted apart, occupying his corner of the box with the kind of aggressive stillness that screams violence. I stare at the numbers counting down. 40, 39, 38. My stomach rolls. It's a slow, sickening lurch that has absolutely nothing to do with the motion of the elevator and everything to do with the man standing 2 feet away. The scent of him, that damn sandalwood and musk, is trapped in here with us. It's cloying. It coats the back of my throat. I want to explain. My brain is frantic, pulling up sentences, discarding them, trying to find the combination of words that will turn him back into a human being, instead of this granite wall. Chase, I start, my voice sounding too loud in the confined space. We don't need to do this right this second. We can schedule... Quiet. He doesn't turn his head. He doesn't even blink. The command is flat, absolute. I'm not one of your employees, I snap, the flash of anger cutting through the nausea. Don't speak to me like that. Then don't speak to me at all. He finally looks at me, and the coldness in his hazel eyes makes me want to pull my blazer even tighter around my body. You brought this to my door, Sylvia. Now we finish it. The doors slide open. He walks out without waiting, expecting me to follow, like I'm already his property. like I'm something he has to manage. I follow him because I have no choice. I follow him to a sleek, black beast of an SUV parked in the VIP slot. He unlocks it, ignoring the driver, who rushes over. Waving the man away, he drives. Of course, he drives the car himself. Chase never liked being a passenger, even when his knee was held together by pins and hope. The drive to the clinic is a blur of gray highway and white-knuckled tension. He drives aggressively, weaving through the Atlanta traffic with a precision that borders on reckless. Every lane change is a calculated risk. Every acceleration pushes me back into the leather seat. He takes us to a private facility in Buckhead. I know it. It's a competitor. High-end, discreet, and wildly expensive. The kind of place politicians go when they need problems to disappear. I hate it immediately. Inside, the air is freezing. It smells of bleach and money. The receptionist doesn't ask for my insurance card. She just looks at Chase, pales slightly, and buzzes us straight through to the back. "Room 3, she squeaks. Chase places a hand on the small of my back to guide me. I flinch. The contact burns through the thin silk of my dress. His hand is large, heavy, and hot. It's not a caress. It's a branding iron. It's a steerage. Move here, stand here, do what I say. I pull away, stepping out of his reach. I know the way. We enter the exam room. It's stark white, sterile, stripping away any dignity I have left. I sit on the paper-covered table. The crinkle of the paper sounds like a sharp gunshot in the quiet room. A nurse bustles in, tray in hand. She looks between us, me, clutching my elbows, and Chase, leaning against the doorframe with his arms crossed over his massive chest, blocking the exit. "Paternity test?" she asks, her voice tight. "Expedited," Chase says. The nurse nods and snaps on a pair of latex gloves. She approaches me with the tourniquet. I hold out my arm. My skin looks dark against the white paper of the table, stark against the pale blue of the nurse's gloves. I've done this 1,000 times. I've drawn blood. I've ordered tests. I am a doctor. I am the one in control. But as she ties the rubber strip around my bicep, tightening it until the skin pinches, I feel small. I feel like a specimen. "Make a fist," the nurse instructs. I curl my fingers into my palm. My nails dig into my skin. Chase pushes off the wall. He moves closer. He doesn't look at my face. He watches the needle. Most men look away during a blood draw. They get squeamish. Chase steps into it. He watches with a dark, intense fascination as the nurse uncaps the needle. He tracks the movement as she aligns it with the vein in the crook of my elbow. The needle slides in. A sharp, hot pinch. I hiss, looking away, focusing on the generic abstract art on the wall. Teal and gray, just breathe. In through the nose, out through the mouth. But I can feel him. I can feel his gaze tracking the dark red vial filling up. "Is that enough?" His voice rumbles. Too close. He's standing right beside the table now. "Standard protocol requires 2 vials for legal admissibility, Mr. Mitchell," the nurse says, her hands shaking slightly as she switches tubes. "Legal admissibility," I repeat, the words tasting like acid. I turn my head to look at him. He's staring at the vial of blood, my blood, like it's liquid gold, like it's the only thing in the room that matters. "You think I'm trying to trap you," I whisper. The nurse finishes, taping a cotton ball over the puncture site. She grabs the tray and practically runs out of the room, sensing the violence in the air. We are alone. Chase finally looks up from my arm. His eyes lock onto mine. "I think you are a desperate woman who made a desperate play, and now we're going to see if the cards fall in your favor." I slide off the table. My legs feel shaky, adrenaline crashing into fatigue. I smooth down my dress, trying to reclaim some scrap of authority. "I'm not desperate," I say. keeping my voice steady, though my heart is hammering an erratic rhythm against my ribs. I own a successful clinic. I have a home. I have a life that I built from scratch after I left you. A life built on a lie, he counters. A life built on survival. I step toward him, anger finally overriding the fear. I didn't come to you for money, Chase. I didn't come to you for a place to live. I came to you because ethically, you have a right to know that your genetic material is continuing. Continuing, he sneers the word. You talk about a child like it's a lab experiment. I talk about it like a scientist, because if I let myself feel the reality of this mess, I will fall apart. The confession hangs between us. I take a breath, fighting the sting of tears. I plan to raise this baby alone. I have the resources. I have the support system. You can have visitation rights. You can know him or her. But I don't need you to save me. And I certainly don't need you to act like I'm some criminal trying to steal your fortune. Chase stares at me. His jaw works, a muscle feathering under the skin. He gazes at me like he's trying to solve a puzzle, and he hates the picture that's forming. Then he laughs. It's a dry, hollow sound that chills me to the bone. He steps into my personal space, forcing me to tilt my head back to maintain eye contact. The heat radiating off him is suffocating. Alone, he says softly. You think you're going to do this alone. I am perfectly capable. You have no idea who you are dealing with, Sylvia. He leans down, his face inches from mine. I can see the flecks of gold in his irises. I can smell the mint on his breath, mixed with the bitterness of coffee. Just a few years ago, I was a washed-up athlete with a bad knee and a broken heart, he says, his voice a low thrum that vibrates in my chest. I was weak. I let you walk away because I didn't think I had anything to offer you. He lifts a hand. For a second, I think he's going to touch my face. My breath hitches, my body betraying me, leaning imperceptibly toward his warmth. But he doesn't touch me. He reaches past me and places his palm flat against the wall behind my head, boxing me in. I'm not that man anymore, he whispers. I'm the man who owns the building we're standing in. I'm the man who owns the bank that holds your mortgage. If that blood in those vials matches mine, there is no alone. There is no version of this story where you take my child and play happy family without me. Is that a threat? I ask, my voice trembling. It's a promise. He pushes off the wall and straightens his suit jacket, the mask of the cold CEO sliding back into place. But his eyes remain wild, possessive. The door opens. A doctor in a white coat steps in, looking between us with weary eyes. He holds the vials the nurse took. Mr. Mitchell, the doctor says, we flagged this for the expedited lab in-house. When? Chase demands. He doesn't look at the doctor. He's still looking at me. We'll have the preliminary DNA markers matched and a probability percentage by noon tomorrow, the doctor confirms. Chase checks his watch, a heavy platinum piece that costs more than my car. 24 hours, Chase says. He looks at me one last time. His gaze lowers to my stomach, then back to my eyes. The look is heavy, tangible. It feels like he's already laid claim. Go home, Sylvia, he says. Get some sleep. Because if that test is positive, your life as you know it is over.
Chapter 6. Chase. The cursor blinks, a rhythmic, mocking pulse against the white background of my email inbox. Blink. 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 I'm sitting in the semi-darkness. I lowered the automated blackout shades an hour ago, turning the office into a cave. I couldn't stand the aggressive midday sun glaring off the glass walls, exposing me. I couldn't stand staring at the city, wondering which building she was in. A single slice of white-hot sunlight cuts through a gap in the blinds, slashing across the mahogany desk like a laser, but my focus is entirely on the screen in front of me. It's 11:58 a.m. The doctor said noon. I haven't moved from this chair in 2 hours. My muscles are locked up, tension radiating from the base of my neck down to the center of my back. I feel like I'm waiting for the whistle to blow on a game I haven't practiced for. I lift my hand to tap my fingers on the desk, but I stop myself. Don't. I force my hand flat against the cool wood. I force stillness. A chime cuts through the silence. New message. Subject: confidential results. Case number 8940. The charged air in the room suddenly feels heavy, charged with static. I stare at the subject line for a full 10 seconds. This is it. This is the moment the road forks. Down one path, Sylvia is a liar, a desperate ex looking for a payday, and I go back to fighting a board of vultures for my legacy. Down the other path, I click the mouse. The sound is like a gunshot in the otherwise quiet room. The PDF loads. It's a mess of medical terminology, loci markers, and genetic sequencing data that means nothing to me. I scroll past the charts. I scroll past the legal disclaimers. I scroll to the bottom of the page. Probability of paternity, 99.9998%. The world comes to a halt. It doesn't spin. It doesn't tilt. It just stops. I read the number again, then a third time, 99.9998%. I lean back in my chair, the leather groaning under my weight. I expect to feel relief. I expect to feel the smug satisfaction of having the ultimate weapon against the board. I have the air. I have the leverage. It's a checkmate. But I don't feel smug. I feel heavy. A physical thud hits my chest right behind the sternum. It's a primal, violent kick of recognition. Mine. It's not a business asset. It's not a clause in a will. There is a child. A living, breathing thing that shares my blood. Granted, it's still a clump of cells for now. But it is a part of me that is currently growing inside the woman who destroyed me. I close my eyes and I see her face as it was yesterday. The fear in her eyes. The way her hand curved over her stomach. Protective and fierce. She wasn't protecting that baby from the world. She was protecting it from me. A low growl vibrates in my throat. She thought she could do this alone. She believed she could take my blood, my DNA, and raise it in secret while I rotted in this glass tower. I stand up. The motion is so abrupt my chair rolls back and hits the credenza with a dull thud. I can't be in here. The walls are too close. The air is too thin. I need to move. I need to do something. I grab my phone and dial Nate. Yo, Nate answers on the first ring. He doesn't do formalities. Do you have it? I ask. I sent it to your secure line 5 minutes ago, Nate says. 1402 Piedmont. It's a renovated mid-rise. Nice area, but older security system. Keypad entry, no doorman. Thanks. Chase. Nate's voice drops an octave. He knows me. He's the only one who saw me the night Sylvia left, the night I tore my apartment apart with my bare hands. What are you going to do? I'm going to handle it. She's not an opponent, man. Take a breath. She's hiding my child, the baby, Nate. You're being irrational. She didn't know, Nate counters. If the report is true, she didn't know until yesterday. Doesn't matter. I grab my keys off the desk. She knows now, and she thinks she has a choice. I hit the button on the wall to raise the blinds. The motors whir, and the room is instantly flooded with blinding, unforgiving sunlight. I squint against the glare. I grab my sunglasses. I storm out of the office, bypassing the elevator bank. I take the stairs down 2 flights to the executive garage, needing the physical exertion. My boots strike the concrete hard. My car is waiting, a black beast of an engine that growls when I start it. I peel out of the garage, the tires screeching against the polished floor. Traffic in Midtown is a nightmare, a gridlock of brake lights and tourists under the scorching noon sun. I don't care. I force my way into the lane, cutting off a taxi. I drive with one hand on the wheel, the other gripping the gear shift so hard the leather bites into my palm. Mine. The word repeats in my head like a mantra. I catch my eyes in the rearview mirror behind my shades. They look wild, predatory. I look like I'm hunting. Maybe I am. The GPS guides me away from the skyscrapers and into the tree-lined streets near the park. It's a nice neighborhood. Historic. Expensive. The kind of place where doctors and lawyers live. But as I turn onto her street, my eyes narrow. It's too open. The building is a brick structure from the 20s, covered in ivy. It has charm, I guess, if you like that sort of thing. But I'm not looking at the charm. I'm scanning the perimeter. There's no gate. The front door is glass, tempered maybe, but breakable. The hedges are high enough to hide someone. The street parking is a free-for-all. I pull into a spot right in front of the building, killing the engine. I stare up at the windows. I don't know which one is hers, but I can feel her. It's like a magnetic pull, a hum in my blood that tells me she's close. This place isn't good enough. It's not secure. Anyone could walk up to that keypad. Anyone could wait in the shadows of those trees. And inside, who are her neighbors? Does she have a fire escape that leads to an alley? She's carrying my child, the heir to the Mitchell legacy. I get out of the car. The humidity hits me, thick and cloying, sticking my shirt to my back. I welcome the heat. It matches the fire in my gut. I stalk up the walkway. The landscaping is manicured, but I spot a loose brick on the steps. A tripping hazard. Unacceptable. She's pregnant. Her center of gravity is going to shift. What if she trips? What if she falls carrying groceries? The thoughts are irrational, rapid fire, obsessive. I know that. The rational part of my brain, the CEO part, is telling me to slow down, to call my lawyer, to draft a custody agreement. But I'm not listening to the logic. I'm listening to the roar in my blood. I want to take them somewhere safe. Someplace where I can lock the door, stand guard, and make sure no one gets near them. I reach the front door. The keypad is flimsy plastic. I could probably rip it off the wall if I tried. I punch in the code Nate gave me. The lock buzzes, and the door clicks open. Too easy. I step into the lobby. It smells of lemon polish and old wood. It's quiet. I take the stairs. 3rd floor. With every step, the anticipation coils tighter in my stomach. I wonder what she's doing right now. Is she looking at the results? Is she crying? Is she packing a bag to run? That thought sends a spike of adrenaline through my veins. If she tries to run... I reach the 3rd floor landing. There are only 2 doors. 3A and 3B. Nate said 3B. I stand in front of the dark wood door. I can hear faint music coming from inside. Jazz. Slow, mournful jazz. I picture her inside. Maybe she's in the kitchen, making tea. Maybe she's sitting on the couch, rubbing that spot on her lower back she favored yesterday. I raise my hand. I don't knock. I don't ring the bell. I pound my fist against the wood 3 times. Bang, bang, bang. It's not a request. It's a summons. The music inside cuts off abruptly. I wait. I can hear the silence on the other side. I can hear her hesitation. Sylvia, I call out. My voice is rough, scraping against the quiet of the hallway. Open the door. I hear the click of a deadbolt sliding back, then the rattle of the chain. She's checking the peephole. She sees me. She has to see the look on my face. She has to see that the man standing in her hallway isn't the ex-fiancé she left behind. He's the father who just found out he exists. The door cracks open 2 inches, stopped by the safety chain. Sylvia's face appears in the gap. She looks wrecked. Her eyes are swollen, red-rimmed. She's wearing oversized sweatpants and a t-shirt that hangs off one shoulder. She looks soft, vulnerable, and guilty. Chase, she whispers. Her voice is a tremble. You got the email. I got the email, I confirm. I place my hand flat against the door, right above the handle. I push just enough to put tension on the chain. Open it, all the way. You can't just storm in here, she says, but her voice lacks conviction. She's clutching the edge of the door like a lifeline. I'm not storming, Sylvia. I'm collecting. Her eyes go wide. Collecting? This place, I say, glancing around the hallway with disdain. It's not secure. It's not safe. And it's too far from me. I live here, she argues, though she steps back slightly as I push harder on the door. The wood groans. Not anymore, I tell her. I lean down, making sure my face is level with hers through the crack in the door. I lock my eyes onto hers, willing her to submit, willing her to understand that the negotiation is over. Pack a bag, Syl, I say, the command leaving no room for argument. You're coming with me.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
I can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla. Chapter 7. Sylvia. He doesn't wait for an invitation. He consumes the space. One moment, I'm standing on the threshold of my apartment, clutching the doorframe like it's the only thing keeping me upright. The next, Chase Mitchell is inside, and my sanctuary, the place of soft light, books, and quiet jazz, instantly shrinks. He forces the door from my grip and shuts it behind him. The sound of the latch clicking into place echoes like a gavel strike. Get out, I say, though the words lack the venom I want them to have. They sound breathy, weak. My heart is doing a frantic, erratic dance against my ribs, pounding hard enough that I feel it in my throat. Chase ignores me. He stands in the middle of my small living room, his presence sucking all of the oxygen out of the air. He looks wildly out of place here. My apartment is earthy tones, woven rugs, and plants spilling off shelves. He is sharp angles, black denim, and a tension so palpable it feels like static electricity. He scans the room. It's not a polite observation. It's a tactical assessment. His hazel eyes dart from the window latch to the fire escape, then to the flimsy lock on the front door. The deadbolt is loose, he says, his voice a low rumble that vibrates through the floorboards. And the window in the kitchen doesn't have a secondary lock. I have a security system, I argue, wrapping my arms around myself. I suddenly feel exposed in my oversized t-shirt and sweatpants. I'm dressed for comfort, for a day of hiding from the world, not for a confrontation with the man who haunts my nightmares. You have a keypad from the 90s, he corrects, finally turning his gaze to me. I punched the code in, Sylvia. It didn't even beep to warn you. How did you get the code? Does it matter? He takes a step toward me. I step back, hitting the edge of my sofa. It matters because this is my home, I snap, finding a thread of my spine. You can't just barge in here and start critiquing my locks. I can when you're carrying my baby. The words hit me in the chest. My baby. He says it with such absolute, terrifying conviction. There is no question in his voice anymore, no doubt. He has seen the numbers, and he has claimed the result. The test was positive. I whisper, though I already know. I can see it in the set of his jaw, the hard line of his mouth. 99.9%, he confirms. He stops 3 feet away from me, close enough that I can smell the heat of him, the mix of sweat from the humid Atlanta air and that damn sandalwood cologne. Pack a bag. I am not going anywhere with you. This place isn't safe. It's perfectly safe. I've lived here for 4 years. And for 4 years, you weren't carrying the heir to the Mitchell estate. I freeze. The blood drains from my face, leaving me cold despite the humidity. Air, I repeat. The word tastes like ash. Is that what this is to you? An heir? Chase's jaw tightens. A muscle feathers beneath the skin of his cheek. He looks exhausted, I realize. Beneath the aggression and the bluster, there are dark circles under his eyes, lines of strain bracketing his mouth that weren't there 5 years ago. It's what it is to the board, he says darkly, and it's what it is to my grandfather. Grandfather, Conrad Mitchell, the man who looked at me across a dinner table once and asked if my father's prison sentence was genetic. The man who made me feel like dirt beneath his expensive Italian loafers. I don't care about your grandfather, I say, my voice rising. I don't really care about the board. This is my baby, mine. I didn't ask for your money, and I certainly didn't ask for your protection. You don't have a choice. A sharp rap interrupts us. I jump, my nerves frayed to the breaking point. Chase doesn't even blink. He turns, opens the door just wide enough to block the view inside, and accepts a thick manila envelope from a panting courier in a bike helmet. He shuts the door and locks it, engaging the deadbolt I apparently neglected. He turns back to me and tosses the envelope onto my coffee table. It lands with a heavy, ominous thud, sliding across the wood to rest next to my half-drunk cup of herbal tea. What is that? I ask, staring at it like it's a bomb. I called legal when I was rushing over, Chase says. He unbuttons his cuffs, rolling his sleeves up to his elbows, exposing those thick, veiny forearms that used to hold me down. That is the solution. I reach out, my hand trembling, and pick up the packet. I slide the papers out. Marriage agreement. The bold letters swim in front of my eyes. The room gives a sickening lurch. I have to sit down before my knees give out. I sink onto the sofa, the papers crinkling in my grip. Marriage, I choke out. I look up at him. You're insane. It's the only way, he declares. He's not shouting anymore. He's speaking with a terrifying calm, pacing the small length of my living room like a caged animal testing the bars. My grandfather's will has a clause. I lose the company if I don't have a legitimate heir on the way by my birthday, October. So you want to marry me, for the company. I want to secure what is mine, he corrects. The company, the legacy, and the child. I am not a broodmare, Chase. I throw the papers at him. They scatter across the floor, white sheets settling on the woven rug. I am a doctor. I am a person. You think you can just walk in here after 5 years of hating me and propose a business transaction? You think I want this? He stops pacing. He turns to me, his face twisting with a sudden flash of raw, unfiltered anger. You think this is my dream scenario, Sylvia? Marrying the woman who ripped my heart out and left it on the church steps? Then don't. I stand up, matching his volume. Walk away. Keep your company, lose your company, I don't care. Go find someone else to play the dutiful wife. It has to be you. He closes the distance between us. I back up until my calves hit the coffee table, trapping me. He looms over me, a wall of heat and muscle. It has to be you because you are the one carrying the child, he growls. And Conrad was specific. A legitimate heir. That means marriage. That means a name. I will never give my child that name, I hiss. I will never let a Mitchell raise my baby. I know what your family is. I know how they treat people like me. People like you. He frowns, his brows drawing together. People who don't come from money, I say, my voice shaking. People who have complications. I reach for my wrist. Click. I adjust the band of my watch. Click. Chase's eyes drop to my hands. He tracks the movement. What aren't you telling me? He asks, his voice dropping low. Dangerous. I'm telling you that your grandfather is a monster, I spit out. And I won't let him near this baby. He's dying, Chase says bluntly. He's in a hospital bed, Sylvia. He won't be near anyone, but his will controls everything. He steps closer. His thigh brushes against my knee. The contact sends a jolt through me that has little to do with fear. It's a spark, a heavy, hot pull deep in my belly. Even now, even when I hate him, my body remembers him. My skin remembers the weight of him. I won't do it, I whisper. I won't marry you for a paycheck. It's not for a paycheck. It's for protection. I don't need... Look at me. He reaches out and grabs my chin. His fingers are rough, calloused, but his grip is gentle. He tilts my face up. I'm forced to look into those hazel eyes. They are storm-tossed, swirling with frustration and something else. Something darker. He gazes at my mouth. His gaze lingers there, heavy and starving. For a second, the air between us changes. The anger boils down into something thick and viscous. Desire. I stop breathing. He wants to kiss me. I see it. He wants to taste me, and he hates it. You look tired, Syl, he murmurs, his thumb brushing against my jawline. You look scared. I'm not, I lie. You are. You're terrified of doing this alone. You're scared of failing. He leans in, his forehead almost touching mine. I can make it easy. I can give you the best doctors, the best security, a life where you never have to worry about a bill or a threat again. At the cost of my freedom, I say, pulling my face from his grip, at the cost of my self-respect. Chase straightens up. The moment of intimacy shatters. The wall slams back down. Fine, he says. The softness is gone. He is ice again. He steps back, putting distance between us. He looks down at the scattered papers on the floor, then back at me. You want to do this the hard way? We can do it the hard way. What does that mean? I cross my arms over my chest, protecting the baby. Chase adjusts his cuffs. He looks every inch the ruthless conqueror his grandfather wanted him to be. I have the best lawyers in the state on retainer, he says calmly. If you refuse the marriage, if you refuse to help me secure my company, I will scorch the earth. My breath hitches. You can't force me to marry you. No, he agrees. I can't. But I can make sure that when that baby is born, I am the one who takes it home from the hospital. The room spins. You wouldn't. I am the biological father. I have the means. You have a clinic that was bankrupt 4 years ago, and a family history that a judge will find very interesting. He knows. He doesn't know the whole story, but he knows enough to hurt me. If you don't agree to the marriage, he says, his voice devoid of emotion, I will sue you for full custody. I will paint you as unfit, unstable, and overwhelmed, and I will win. He holds my gaze, waiting for me to break. My lawyers are better than yours, Sylvia. He whispers. Don't make me use them.
Chapter 8. Chase. The silence in the room is brittle. It's the kind of queet that happens right after something breaks. A glass, a bone, a trust. I watch the color drain from Sylvia's face. Her skin, usually warm and luminous, turns ashen. Her eyes, those expressive almond shapes that used to look at me with adoration, are now wide and dark with a fear I put there. She pulls her arms tight around her midsection, shielding the baby, shielding herself. A sick feeling twists in my gut. It's a hot, oily wave of self-loathing. I didn't want to be this guy. I didn't want to be the monster threatening the mother of my child in her own living room. 5 years ago, I would have cut off my own hand before I frightened her. But 5 years ago, I was a different man. I was softer. I believed in fair play. I believed in love, in promises, in vows. Now I look at the trembling woman in front of me, and the only thing that really matters is the result. The world is trying to take everything from me. My company, my name, my legacy. I won't let it take my blood, too. I don't want to fight you, Sylvia, I say. My voice is lower now, stripping away the courtroom aggression, leaving only the gravel of exhaustion. But I will finish it if you force my hand. You're a bully, she whispers. Her voice cracks, but her chin stays up. You always said your grandfather was a tyrant. Look at you now. You're exactly like him. The insult lands. It digs into the soft tissue under my ribs, but I don't flinch. I can't afford to. Maybe, I admit, but he kept what was his, and I'm going to keep what's mine. She stares at me, her chest rising and falling in shallow, rapid breaths. I can see the wheels turning behind her eyes. She's brilliant. I never forgot that. She's analyzing the angles, calculating the risks. She knows she can't beat my legal team. She knows a custody battle would drag her family's dirty laundry into the press, destroying the reputation of her clinic. She takes a deep breath, and I watch her pull herself together. It's impressive. She squares her shoulders, smoothing the fabric of her oversized t-shirt as if it were a suit of armor. No marriage, she says. The refusal is quiet, but steel hard. I step forward. That's not the deal. It's the only deal you're getting, she counters, stepping into my space. She has to look up at me, but she doesn't back down. I won't marry you, Chase. I won't stand in front of God and lie. And I certainly won't tie myself legally to a family that thinks I'm genetic trash. It's a contract, I argue. It's paper. It's my life. Her voice rises, sharp and jagged. I worked too hard to build myself. I own my name. I own my business. I'm not signing that away to become Mrs. Mitchell just so you can keep your CEO chair. The board requires stability, she interrupts. They require an heir. They require a united front. She pauses, biting her lip. I watch her teeth sink into the plush flesh, and my focus wavers. For a second, I'm not thinking about the board. I'm thinking about how that mouth tastes. I'm thinking about the sounds she used to make against my neck. I clench my hands into balled fists at my sides, forcing the memory down. We can give them that without the ring, she says, her voice steadying. I'll move in. I blink. What? I'll move into the estate, she says, the words rushing out like she wants to get them over with. I'll live with you until the baby is born. We can tell the board we're engaged. We can wear the rings for the cameras. We can play the part. A fake engagement, I say flatly. A strategic alliance, she corrects. You get your heir under your roof. You get the public image of a happy family to secure your position. And I get... She hesitates, her hand drifting back to her stomach. I get to keep my freedom. No legal binding. No marriage license. When the baby is born and your position is secure, we renegotiate. I stare at her. It's a bold play. It solves my immediate problem. It gets her out of this insecure apartment. It puts her in my house, in my bed. Well, under my roof, at least. It satisfies the heir on the way clause. But it leaves a door open. It means she can still leave and take my baby away. I look at her eyes. They are hard, determined. If I push for marriage now, she might snap. She might decide that fighting me in court is worth the scorched earth. But if I get her into my house, if I get her into my territory, where I can see her every day, where I can remind her of what we used to be, I know how to win a long game. You don't need to score every point in the first minute. You just need to control the tempo. I don't need to love her. I just need to be there. Fine, I say. The tension in her shoulders drops instantly. She lets out a long, shaky breath. Fine, she repeats, wary. We do it your way, I say. You move in. Today. We tell the world we're back together. We tell the board we're engaged, and the baby is the reason we're rushing the timeline. And the marriage contract? She gestures to the papers scattered on the floor. Burn it, I say. For now. I see the suspicion in her gaze. She knows I don't give up easily, but she's cornered, and she knows this is the best offer she's going to get. Okay, she whispers. Okay. Pack a bag, I command, checking my watch. I want us out of here in 20 minutes. I can't just leave, she protests, looking around the apartment. I have plants. I have mail. I have a life, Chase. I'll have my staff handle the logistics. They'll forward your mail. They'll water your plants. Just get what you need. She glares at me, but she turns and heads down the short hallway to the bedroom. I follow her. I shouldn't. I should wait in the living room. But the instinct to keep her in my sight is overwhelming. I don't trust her not to climb out a window. I don't trust the world not to snatch her away if I blink. Her bedroom is small, intimate. It smells like her. Not the open air of the living room, but the deep, underlying scent of lavender and rain that has haunted me for 5 years. I stand in the doorway, filling the frame. I watch her pull a duffel bag from the top of her closet. She has to stretch to reach it, and her t-shirt rides up. I see the curve of her waist. The skin is smooth, dark, flawless. And just below it, the swell of her hips. My mouth goes dry. She's pregnant with my son. Or daughter. The reality of it hits me again like a bullet train. That body, the body I memorized, the body I worshipped, is changing because of me. She tosses the bag onto the bed and starts grabbing things from drawers. Underwear. Soft, cotton things, not the lace she used to wear for me. T-shirts, leggings. She moves with a frantic energy, shoving clothes into the bag like she's escaping a fire. Maybe she is. You'll need dress clothes, I say, my voice rougher than I intended. We have events to attend, and dinner with the board members. She freezes, a pair of gray socks in her hand. She turns to look at me, annoyance flashing in her eyes. I'm not a doll you can dress up for your little corporate puppet shows, Chase. You are, if you want to sell the engagement, I point out, leaning against the doorframe, crossing my arms. You act the part, Sylvia. That's the deal. She grits her teeth and turns back to the closet, ripping a few hangers off the rod. A silk blouse, a structured blazer, the teal dress she wore to my office yesterday. She stuffs them into the bag with less care than they deserve. She reaches for a small jewelry box on the dresser. She opens it, grabbing a few pairs of stud earrings, tossing them into a side pocket. Then she pauses. She lifts her hand to her throat. Her fingers brush against the silver chain resting against her collarbone. I focus on it. I haven't been close enough to really look at it until now. Yesterday I was too angry. Today I was too focused on the battle. But now, in the quiet of her bedroom, with the afternoon sun filtering through the sheer curtains, the silver catches the light. It's a pendant, a unique, jagged shape, a Guy Niam. I freeze. I know that symbol. Years ago, on our third date, she told me about it. She traced the shape on a napkin in a diner at 2 a.m. It means the supremacy of God, she had said, her eyes shining. My grandmother gave it to me before she passed. She said as long as I wore it, I'd never be truly alone. It's the only thing I have left of her. She wore it every day we were together. She wore it in the shower. She wore it when we slept. She wore it the day she said yes to my proposal. And she's wearing it now. I stare at the silver resting against her dark skin. If I am the villain, if I am the past she ran away from, if she wants nothing to do with me or the memories of us, why is she still wearing the necklace she wore when she loved me? Why keep a token from a time she claims she wants to forget? Chase, I snap my gaze up to her face. She's watching me, her hand still covering the pendant, her eyes guarded. She sees me looking. "Are you ready?" she asks, her voice tight. "Why are you wearing that?" I ask. The question comes out before I can stop it. She blinks, her fingers curling tighter around the silver. "Wearing what?" "The necklace." I nod toward her throat. "You left the ring. You left the apartment. You left every damn thing I ever gave you. But you kept that." She stiffens. A shadow passes over her face, something complicated. Grief. Regret. "It was my grandmother's," she says defensively. "It has very little to do with you. Doesn't it?" I push off the doorframe, stepping into the room. "You wore it the night we met. You wore it the night we got engaged. That necklace saw everything, Sylvia. I would have thought you'd pawn it or throw it in the river just to scrub the memory of me off your skin if you hate me enough to humiliate me in the altar." "I don't throw away things that matter," she says softly. The words hang there. Things that matter. Does she mean because it is a gift from her grandmother? Or does she mean the memories with me the necklace represents? She realizes what she said and immediately shuts down. She zips the duffel bag with a harsh, ripping sound. "I'm ready," she says, hoisting the strap over her shoulder. She looks small under the weight of the bag, but her jaw is set in that stubborn line I used to kiss. "Let's go to your castle, Chase. Let's get this over with." She brushes past me, making sure not to touch me. I turn and watch her walk down the hallway, her spine straight, her head high. She's lying. She's hiding something. I don't know what it is yet. I don't know why a woman who ran from the altar would keep a talisman of the life she abandoned. But as I follow her out the door, locking her apartment behind us, I make a vow. I'm going to find out. And once I get her into my house, there won't be anywhere left for her to hide.
Chapter 9. Sylvia. The gates to the Mitchell estate swing open with a silence that costs money. I watch through the tinted glass of the SUV as the world I know, the noise of the city, the humidity, the life, is locked out behind us. Ahead, the driveway winds through manicured lawns that look more like a golf course than a front yard. And then, the house. It's not a home. It's a fortress built of limestone and ego. Chase pulls the car to a stop in front of the massive double doors. He kills the engine and the silence rushes in to fill the space. It's heavy, oppressive. "We're here," he says. He gets out and comes around to my side, opening the door before I can reach the handle. He offers me his hand. I look at his palm, broad, calloused, capable. For a second, my body wants to take it. My legs feel like lead, weighed down by the exhaustion of the day and the tiny life sapping my energy. I want to lean on him. My brain slams the brakes on that impulse. Don't get comfortable. I climb out without touching him. The foyer is exactly as I expected. Cold, echoing, and intimidatingly vast. The floors are marble, polished to a mirror shine that reflects my own hesitation back at me. A crystal chandelier hangs overhead, looking like a frozen explosion. "Your room is the suite on the east wing," Chase says, his voice bouncing off the hard surfaces. "It's next to mine." "Next to yours," I repeat, eyeing the grand staircase. "Proximity," he says, grabbing my duffel bag like it weighs nothing. "If you need something in the night, I don't want to be a zip code away." He leads me up the stairs. The house smells of nothing. No food cooking, no candles, no life. Just filtered air and lemon polish. It's a mausoleum for the living. He opens a door and steps aside. The guest room is bigger than my entire apartment. It's decorated in shades of cream and gray, inoffensive, expensive, and completely devoid of personality. A king-sized bed dominates the center, piled high with pillows that look too stiff to sleep on. I had the staff change the linens to the hypoallergenic ones. He says, setting my bag on a bench at the foot of the bed. And I had them stock the ensuite fridge with water and ginger ale. He's doing it again, managing, fixing. Thank you, I say, my voice tight. I walk to the window and look out. The view is just more lawn, more walls. It's lovely. It's temporary, he reminds me. Or maybe he's reminding himself. He lingers in the doorway, his large frame filling the space. He looks restless, his fingers twitching at his sides. Tap, tap. He wants to say something else. He wants to give another order. Dinner is at 7, he says instead. Don't be late. He closes the door, leaving me alone in the silence. 7 o'clock arrives with the precision of a Swiss watch. I walk down the stairs, smoothing the front of my dress. I kept the teal one on because I didn't have the energy to change, and because it feels like armor. The dining room is cavernous. A table long enough to seat 20 people stretches down the center. Chase is sitting at the head, looking like a king in exile. He's changed into a fresh shirt, black, rolled at the sleeves. There's a place set for me, not at the other end, but to his immediate right. Sit, he says. I slide into the chair. A server I haven't met appears from the shadows, places a plate of grilled salmon and asparagus in front of me, and vanishes. The smell of the fish hits me instantly. My stomach does a slow, dangerous roll. It's not nausea exactly. It's a rejection. Chase picks up his fork, but he doesn't eat. He's watching me. You need to eat, he says. You look pale. I'm fine, I say, picking up my fork and pushing a spear of asparagus around the porcelain. Did you take the prenatal vitamins? He asks. I freeze. Excuse me? The vitamins, he repeats, his tone conversational but underscored with steel. I read that folate is critical in the first trimester. Did you take them this morning? I am a fertility specialist, Chase. I know what folate is. I prescribe it for a living. That's not an answer. Yes, I snap. I took the damn vitamins. He nods, satisfied, then slices into his steak. Good. I've compiled a list of OBGYNs, top of their field. Dr. Arrington at the medical center seems to be the consensus for high-risk pregnancies. I'm not high risk, I correct him. I'm 34 and healthy. You're under stress. That makes it a risk. He takes a sip of his water, his eyes never leaving mine. I've already had my assistant reach out to set up a consultation for Arrington. He's clearing his schedule for us. I drop my fork. It clatters loudly against the plate. No, I say. Chase stops chewing. No? I already have a doctor. I'm seeing Lena. Petrova? Chase frowns. She's your business partner. She's your friend. She can't be objective. She is brilliant. She knows my history, and I trust her. I want the best, Chase says, his voice dropping that octave that usually makes board members sweat. And I want someone who answers to me, not someone who's going to help you hide things. Hide things? I laugh, a sharp, humorless sound. I am carrying this baby inside my body, Chase. I'm not hiding anything. I'm living it. I look down at the salmon. It looks gray and unappealing. A sudden, violent craving hits me. It's so specific, so intense my mouth actually waters. I can't eat this, I say, pushing the plate away. Chase looks at the untouched food, then at me. You have to eat. The baby needs. I want a pomegranate. I interrupt. He blinks. The tactical CEO mask slips for a minute. What? A pomegranate, I say. The need for it is a physical ache. I want the tartness. I want the crunch. I saw a bowl of fruit in the kitchen when we walked in. There were pomegranates. I'll ring for the chef, he says, reaching for a small bell near his water glass. No. I reach out and cover his hand with mine. His skin is warm, shockingly warm. The contact sends a jolt straight up my arm, zapping through the numbness I've been feeling all day. He freezes, looking down at my hand on his. I want you to do it, I say. I don't know why I say it. Maybe it's a test. Maybe I want to see if the man who commands an empire can do something as menial and messy as peeling a fruit for the woman he hates. He stares at me. His hazel eyes search mine, looking for the trap. You want me to peel a pomegranate? He says slowly. Yes, now, please. He holds my gaze for a long beat. Then he stands up. He walks into the kitchen. I hear a brief, hushed conversation. And then he returns. He's carrying a silver bowl with a single dark red pomegranate and a paring knife. He sets it down on the table between us. He doesn't sit. He stands over the fruit, rolling up his sleeves another inch, exposing the thick muscles of his forearms. He picks up the knife. I watch him. He slices into the tough, leathery skin. He doesn't hack at it. He moves with a precise, lethal grace. He scores the top, then the sides. He puts the knife down and digs his thumbs into the fruit. With a wet crack, he breaks it open. The scent of it, sharp, sweet, metallic, fills the air between us. His hands are large, powerful hands that usually sign contracts worth millions. Now they are stained red. He picks out the arils, the ruby red seeds falling into the silver bowl with soft plinks. He's focused. His brow is furrowed, his jaw set. He attacks the fruit like it's a problem to be solved, dismantling it seed by seed. It's intimate. Watching him do this messy, tedious task just because I asked, makes my chest tight. It reminds me of the Chase who used to braid my hair when I was studying. The Chase who would drive across town at 3 a.m. because I had a bad day. He finishes. His fingers are stained crimson. He slides the bowl toward me. Eat, he commands. I pick up a spoon. The seeds are tart, exploding on my tongue, washing away the taste of the argument. It's exactly what I needed. Thank you, I whisper. Good, he says, grabbing a napkin to wipe his hands. The red stains the white linen. Now that you've eaten, we need to discuss the nursing staff. I want a night nurse on rotation starting next week to monitor your sleep patterns. The pomegranate turns to ash in my mouth. I slam the spoon down. Stop it, I shout. Chase stops wiping his hands. He looks genuinely confused. Stop what? Stop managing me. I stand up, my chair scraping against the marble floor. I am not a logistics problem, Chase. I am not a shipping route you can optimize. I don't need a night nurse. I don't need Dr. Arrington. I need peace. I'm trying to ensure. You are trying to control. I point a finger at him, my hand shaking. You think because I'm in your house, you own me. You think you can micromanage every breath I take because you're terrified. I am not terrified, he growls, tossing the napkin onto the table. You are, I counter, seeing the truth of it suddenly. You're terrified that you can't control the outcome. You're scared that something bad will happen, just like you were scared when your knee blew out. So you're trying to strangle this pregnancy with efficiency. He flinches. It's small, a tightening around the eyes, a slight recoil, but I see it. I hit a nerve. I see the hurt flash in his eyes, the raw, panicked vulnerability of a man who has lost everything once and is desperate not to lose again. I'm protecting my baby, he says, his voice rough. You're suffocating the mother, I whisper. For a moment, the mask slips completely. He looks at me, his hand still stained faintly red, and he looks lost. He looks like he wants to reach out to me, to bridge the distance between us. Then the jaw tightens. The eyes go cold. The CEO returns. We'll discuss the doctor tomorrow, he says flatly. Go to bed, Sylvia. He turns and walks out of the room, leaving me alone with a bowl of red seeds and a hollow ache in my chest. The bed is soft. Too soft. It feels like sleeping on a cloud, unanchored and drifting. I toss and turn for hours. Every time I close my eyes, I see Chase's hands breaking open the fruit. I see the red juice on his fingers. I feel the phantom weight of his gaze. The silence of the house is absolute. It's deafening. I finally drift into a shallow, restless doze, but something pulls me out of it. A sound. It's faint, muffled by the thick carpet and the heavy door, but in the silence of the estate, it's unmistakable. Thump, thump, turn. Thump, thump, turn. I lie there in the dark, my heart hammering against my ribs. I hold my breath, listening. It's footsteps. Heavy, rhythmic, restless. I slide out of bed and creep toward the door. The floor is cold under my bare feet. I press my ear against the wood. He's out there. Chase is pacing the hallway, back and forth, right in front of my door. He's not sleeping. He's patrolling. I can feel the tension radiating from him, even through the solid oak. He's guarding the door, guarding the air, guarding me. I reach for the handle, wanting to open it, wanting to tell him to stop, to go to sleep, but my hand hovers in the air. I don't open it. I sink to the floor, leaning my back against the door and listen to the sound of the man I loved and the man I fear, walking circles in the dark to keep us safe from whatever nightmares haunt him.
Chapter 10. Chase. Thump, thump, turn. I walk the length of the hallway. 12 paces. Turn, 12 paces back. The house is silent, buried in the stillness of 2 a.m., but the noise in my head is deafening. I stop in front of her door. It's solid oak, 2 inches thick, locked from the inside. It should be enough to separate us. It should be enough to keep the past on one side and the present on the other. But it's not. I can feel her in there. It's a physical pull, a magnetic drag in my chest. I know she's awake. I don't know how I know. Maybe it's the change in the air pressure. Maybe it's the instinct I haven't been able to kill in 5 years. But I know she's lying in that bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to me prowl outside her room like a guard dog. Or a jailer. I place my palm against the wood. It's cool to the touch. I close my eyes and picture her. I picture the way she looked at the dinner table, her eyes firing sparks of defiance. I picture the way her mouth moved around those pomegranate seeds. Red, wet, and tart. My fingers curl against the doorframe, digging into the molding. Open it, the darker part of my brain whispers. She's yours. She's carrying your blood. Go in there and claim your space in that bed. The urge to turn the handle is so strong my hand actually tremors. I hate this. I hate that she has this power over me. I hate that after 5 years of building walls, she walked back into my life and tore them down in 48 hours without even trying. I'm a CEO. I'm the man who makes grown men stutter in boardrooms. I shouldn't be standing in a hallway in the dead of night, torturing myself over a woman who left me. I snatch my hand back from the door like it burned me. If I stay here, I'm going to do something stupid. I'm going to wake her up. I'm going to start a fight just to feel the heat of her attention. I need to move. I need to hit something. I need to bleed this energy out before it explodes. I turn on my heel and stalk toward the back stairs. I skip the elevator. I take the steps 2 at a time, descending into the belly of the house, heading for the one place where I can turn off my brain and just be a body. The gym. I strip my shirt off as I walk, tossing it onto a bench. The air down here is cooler, smelling of rubber mats and iron. I wrap my hands quickly, left, right, tight enough to restrict the blood flow. I step up to the heavy bag. It hangs there, 100 pounds of dead weight, a silent opponent. Thwack! I throw the first punch, a jab. It snaps the bag back, thwack, across. The impact travels up my arm, a sharp, jarring vibration that settles in my shoulder. It feels good. It feels like clarity. Right hook. Left jab. Uppercut. I hit it again. Harder. My knuckles burn beneath the wraps. I don't stop. I don't want to stop. Thwack. Every time I close my eyes, I see her face. I see the fear she tried to hide when I mentioned custody. I see the confusion when I peeled the fruit. Thwack. It was a trick. That moment in the dining room, the domesticity, the softness, it was a trap. My brain knows that. The man I am now, the man who built an empire out of the wreckage of his life, knows better than to fall for soft eyes and a trembling voice. Love is for idiots. I believed in it once. I was 29, standing on a podium with a gold medal around my neck, thinking I had the world in my hands. I thought love was the prize. I thought Sylvia was the victory lap. Then my knee blew out and she drove away. I learned the lesson. Love makes you stupid. It makes you weak. It makes you blind to the knife until it's already buried in your back. I'm not that boy anymore. I don't need her love. I don't even want her like. I want her compliance. Thwack. I drive my fist into the leather with a grunt of exertion. She thinks she can resist me. She thinks she can live in my house, carry my air, and keep playing this game of independence. I'll break her down. Not with force. I'm not a barbarian. But with pressure. I'll make her see that she needs me. I'll make her dependent on my protection, my resources, my presence. I will wrap her world so tightly in mine that she won't be able to breathe without inhaling me. It's manipulation. I know that. And I don't care. Thwack! I hit the bag with a vicious right cross that nearly knocks it off the chain. That looks painful. The voice is soft, slicing through the rhythmic noise of my breathing. I freeze. I reach out and grab the heavy bag, stopping its swing instantly. The leather creaks under my grip. I turn slowly. Sylvia is standing in the doorway of the gym. The air suddenly shifts. It thickens, becoming heavy and charged, like the atmosphere before a tornado touches down. She's wearing a silk robe in a pale, shimmering gray. It's tied loosely at the waist, gaping slightly at the top to reveal the curve of her collarbone and the hint of a white tank top underneath. Her hair is loose, a dark halo around her face, and her feet are bare against the cold floor. She looks sleepy, soft, rumpled. My body reacts instantly. A surge of blood rushes south, tightening my groin, ignoring every logical argument I just made to myself. I hate that she can do this. I loathe that 5 years of silence and bitterness can be wiped out by the sight of her bare toes on a gym floor. "What are you doing down here?" I ask. My voice is rough, ragged from the exertion. "I was thirsty," she says, lifting a glass of water in her hand. "I heard noises. I thought someone was breaking in." "Just me," I say. I let go of the bag. I haven't wiped the sweat from my face. I know what I look like. I'm shirtless, my chest heaving, my skin slick with perspiration. The scars on my knee and shoulder are visible, silver lines mapping out my history of pain. Usually I hide them under Italian wool. Right now I let her see them. She stares. Her gaze starts at my face, then drops. She tracks a bead of sweat as it rolls down my neck, over the pectoral muscle, and down the ridge of my abs to disappear into the waistband of my shorts. Her pupils dilate. I see it. The black expands, swallowing the brown. She wants me. The realization slams into me so hard I almost stumble. She loathes me. She fears me. She thinks I'm a tyrant. But her body still wants mine. Power surges through me. It's a dark, heady rush, better than any deal I've ever closed. "See something you like?" I ask. She snaps her gaze back up to my face. Her cheeks flush a deep, dusty rose. "I was just checking," she stammers, taking a step back. "I'll leave you to your whatever this is." "Running away again, Syl?" I step off the mat. She freezes. I walk toward her. I don't rush. I move with deliberate, predatory intent. I invade her space, closing the distance until I'm towering over her. She smells like lavender soap and sleep. It clashes violently with the scent of my own aggression, creating a mix that makes my head spin. "I'm not running," she says, lifting her chin. But her hand tightens on the glass of water. Her knuckles are white. "You are," I correct her. "You're always running. From me. From the truth. From this." I gesture vaguely between us. "There is no us," she says, her voice shaking slightly. "There is an arrangement. Is that right?" I take another step. She backs up until her shoulders hit the doorframe. Trapped. I place one hand on the wall above her head, leaning down. I'm dripping sweat. I shouldn't be this close to her. I'm filthy, angry, and dangerous. But she doesn't push me away. She stares up at me, her chest rising and falling rapidly. "You're sweating on me," she whispers. "Does it bother you?" I ask, my voice dropping to a gravelly murmur. She doesn't answer. She lifts the glass to her lips, her hand shaking. She takes a sip, her eyes locked on mine over the rim. It's a nervous gesture, a way to put a barrier between us. I watch her throat work as she swallows. I stare as the muscles slide. A single drop of water escapes the corner of her mouth. It trails down her bottom lip, catching the dim light. I stop thinking. My hand moves before I give it permission. I reach out. My thumb brushes against her lower lip, catching the rogue drop. Her skin is soft, scorching hot. Sylvia sucks in a sharp breath. The sound vibrates against my thumb. She goes still, absolutely motionless, like a prey animal hoping the predator won't strike. I smear the moisture across her lip, pressing hard enough to drag the soft flesh. I feel the tremor that runs through her body. It matches the one rattling my own bones. I want to kiss her. I want to crush her mouth under mine and taste the water and the fear and the lie that she doesn't want this too. I want to lift her up against this doorframe and remind her exactly why she wore my ring years ago. I lean in. Her eyelids flutter shut. She's leaning toward me. Victory. It tastes sweet. It tastes like ruin. If I kiss her now, I cross a line. If I kiss her, the anger dissolves, and I'm just a man obsessed with a woman who broke him. I can't be that man. I have to be the one in control. I pull my hand back. Her eyes fly open, wide and confused, hazy with lust. I step back, putting cold, empty air between us. "Go back to bed, Syl," I say, my voice flat, devoid of the heat raging inside me. "Before I forget we hate each other."
Chapter 11. Sylvia. Exhaustion is a heavy, wet wool blanket draped over my shoulders. I stare at the patient file on my tablet, but the words are swimming. Endometriosis, laparoscopy, follicle count. The terms usually ground me, but today they just blur into a headache that's been pulsing behind my left eye since I woke up in Chase's mausoleum of a house. I rub my temples. My stomach is empty, but the thought of food makes my throat close up. "You look like hell." I don't look up. I know that voice. It's the only voice that has kept me sane for the last decade. "Thank you, Lena," I murmur, setting the tablet down. "Your bedside manner is improving." Lena Petrova shuts the door to my office and leans against it. She's wearing a crisp navy suit that makes her look like a warrior, her blonde hair pulled back in a severe no-nonsense knot. She studies me with blue eyes that don't miss a thing. "I'm serious, Syl. You're gray, and not the fashionable kind." She pushes off the door and walks over, dropping into the chair opposite my desk. "How is life at the castle? Is the beast playing nice?" I hesitate. My brain searches for the right word. "Controlling? Yes. Aggressive? Absolutely. But then my mind betrays me, flashing back to the gym, the sweat on his skin, the way his thumb dragged across my lip, rough and gentle all at once. The heat that radiated off him, melting my resolve like wax. He's managing. I settle on. He treats the pregnancy like a project. He has spreadsheets, Lena. He hired a nutritionist. A nutritionist? Lena raises an eyebrow. You're a freaking doctor. I told him that. He said I'm biased. Lena sighs, picking up a stress ball from my desk and squeezing it. Look, I know you want to believe he's just being a protective dad, but be careful. I am careful. Are you? She leans forward. Chase Mitchell isn't the guy you fell in love with in grad school, Sil. That guy played volleyball and laughed at your jokes. This guy, he eats companies for breakfast. He's ruthless. If he wants you to marry him, he won't stop until you say yes. I already told him no. And a man like that takes no as a negotiation tactic, not an answer. Lena's voice drops, turning serious. He hates you, Sylvia. Or he thinks he does. Just don't let him use your guilt against you. Don't let him bulldoze you. I can handle Chase, I say, though the conviction is thin. I hope so, she says, because if he decides to play dirty, we won't even see it coming. A knock on the door interrupts us. Come in, I call out. My office manager, Beatrice, steps in. She usually has a smile for me, a joke about the coffee machine. Today she looks pale. She's holding a stack of envelopes with red stamps on them. Dr. Williams, she says, voice trembling. These just came via courier, certified mail. She hands them to me as if they're burning her fingers. I take the stack. The top envelope is from the property management firm that owns our building. The second is from the bank that holds our line of credit for the new lab equipment. My stomach drops. A cold, hard stone settles in my gut. I tear open the property notice first. Notice of rent adjustment. I scan the legalese. Market reassessment. Immediate effect. Monthly lease rate increased by 115%. Double, I whisper. They more than doubled the rent. What? Lena snatches the letter from my hand. They can't do that. We have a lease. We're month to month since the renewal period lapsed last week, Beatrice whispers. I put the renewal contract on your desk, Sylvia. Did we not sign it? I stare at the second envelope. The bank. I rip it open. My fingers are shaking so badly I tear the paper inside. Demand for full repayment. Violation of covenant terms. Recall of principal loan amount. $2.4 million due within 30 days. The room spins. The edges of my vision go black. $2.4 million. We don't have that cash. We're profitable, yes, but we reinvested everything into the new cryo tanks and the expansion. If they call the loan now, we're insolvent. We're bankrupt. This is impossible, Lena says, reading the bank letter over my shoulder. We haven't violated any covenants. Our payments are on time. Why are they attacking us all at once? Attacking? The word hangs in the air. This isn't a coincidence. The rent doubles the same day the bank calls the loan. This is a coordinated strike, a squeeze. And I know exactly who has the power to orchestrate a financial squeeze like this with a snap of his fingers. I will scorch the earth, he had said. My lawyers are better than yours. Chase. The idea of him doing this clamps at my lungs, dragging me down to drown. The heat in the gym, the pomegranate, the soft moments. It was all a distraction. While I was distracted by his body, he was dismantling my life. He's forcing my hand. He knows if the clinic goes under, I lose my income. I lose my independence. I become completely dependent on him. I reach for my wrist. Click. I adjust the band of my watch. Click. I do it again, harder, until the metal digs into my skin. Beatrice, get the accountant on the phone, Lena orders, moving into crisis mode. Sil, we need to... I'm going home, I say. My voice sounds strange, calm, deadly. Home? Lena looks at me. We have a crisis. I know, I say, grabbing my purse. And I'm going to the source. I walk out of the clinic. I don't feel the fatigue anymore. I don't feel the nausea. I feel a fire in my blood that burns hotter than any desire I've ever felt for Chase Mitchell. He wants a war. I'll give him one. The drive to the estate is a blur. I don't remember the traffic. I don't remember the gates opening. All I see is the red stamp on those envelopes. I storm into the house. Chase! My voice echoes off the marble foyer. A maid scurries out of the dining room looking terrified. Mr. Mitchell is in the study, ma'am, but he said he wasn't to be disturbed. I don't wait. I march down the hall to the heavy double doors of his study. I don't knock. I throw the doors open so hard they bounce off the interior walls with a deafening bang. Chase is sitting in a leather wingback chair near the fireplace. He looks infuriatingly calm. He's reading a file, a glass of amber liquid resting on the side table. He looks up, not startled, just annoyed. I have meetings, he says, his voice cool. You can't just... You bastard. I hiss. I walk into the room, stopping on the Persian rug. I'm shaking, vibrating with rage. Chase closes the file slowly. He sets it on his lap. He looks at me, really looks at me, and his brow furrows. Sylvia, don't you dare act confused. I spit out. Don't you dare sit there in your expensive chair, drinking your expensive scotch, and pretend you didn't just try to destroy the only thing I have left. He stands up. He unfolds his massive frame from the chair, the casual dominance of it, making me want to scream. I have no idea what you're talking about. The clinic, I shout. The rent doubled overnight. The bank called the loan. $2 million, Chase, due in 30 days. He goes still, his eyes narrow, sharpening into that predatory focus I know so well. That's aggressive, he says quietly. Aggressive? It's a hit. I step closer, pointing a finger at his chest. You said you'd scorch the earth. You said if I didn't marry you, you'd make sure I had no choice. Is this how you do it? You bankrupt me so I have to come crawling to you for money? I didn't do this. Liar. The word tears out of my throat. Who else has the power? Who else wants to own me this badly? I don't want to own you, he roars back. Not this way. I want you to deliver my baby safely. The volume of his voice stuns me into silence. He steps over the rug, invading my space, his face darkening with a genuine, terrifying anger. I don't play games with people's livelihoods, Sylvia. If I wanted to shut your clinic down, I wouldn't use a bank loan and a landlord. I'd buy the building and evict you myself. I'd be standing at the front door with the padlock. He grabs my shoulders. His grip is firm, grounding. I look you in the eye when I fight you, he says, his voice lowering to a harsh whisper. I don't stab you in the back. I'm not that man. I stare up at him. I'm looking for the lie. I'm looking for the flicker of guilt. But his eyes are clear. They're burning with indignation. He's insulted. He's furious that I think he would use such a cowardly tactic. If it wasn't you, my voice wavers. The adrenaline is crashing, leaving me lightheaded. Then who? Chase looks at me, seeing the panic returning, seeing the exhaustion beneath the anger. His expression shifts. The hardness melts away, replaced by something steady, something capable. Sit down, he commands. He guides me to the chair he just vacated. I sink into the leather, the smell of him surrounding me. He walks to his desk. He picks up his phone and hits a speed dial. Nate, he says, I need you to run a trace, right now. He puts the phone on speaker and tosses it onto the desk. He leans over it, bracing his weight on his hands, his back muscles straining against his shirt. What do you need? Nate's voice crackles through the speaker. Sylvia's clinic, Chase says. Find out who holds the note on the equipment loan. And find out who owns the building, not the management company, the actual owner. Give me 2 minutes, Nate says. The silence in the room stretches. Chase doesn't look at me. He stares at the phone, his jaw working. Click, click. I hear the sound of typing on the other end. I watch Chase. He's not the enemy right now. He's on my side. He's using that ruthless, efficient power to defend me. I really hope so. It's not him. Chase? I whisper. Quiet, he snaps, holding up a hand. Got it, Nate says. Chase leans closer to the phone, his hands gripping the edge of the mahogany desk. Who is it? The building was sold 3 days ago, Nate says, his voice tinny through the speaker. It was a cash purchase. The loan note was bought by a secondary holding firm yesterday morning. Same buyer for both. Name, Chase demands. The single word is a command, low and sharp. It's buried deep, Nate says. Layers of LLCs. But I trace the funding source for the initial purchase. It traces back to an entity called Edges Holdings. Chase freezes. It's a sudden, terrifying stillness. He stops breathing. He stops blinking. The restless energy that usually rolls off him in waves, the tapping fingers, the pacing, evaporates, replaced by a cold, deadly focus. Aegis, Chase says. He doesn't whisper it. He says it flatly, like he's identifying a weapon he recognizes. Yeah, Nate says. Does that ring a bell? It sounds familiar, but I can't place. Chase reaches out and hits the end call button. The line goes dead. Silence slams back into the room. My heart is hammering against my ribs. I look at Chase. He isn't looking at me. He's staring at the black screen of his phone, his jaw locked so tight I can see the muscle jumping beneath the skin. It's not fear on his face. It's fury. Pure, unadulterated rage barely held in check. Chase? I step forward. Who is Aegis? He doesn't answer. He turns away from the desk and walks to the window, staring out at the manicured grounds. His hands are curled into fists at his sides. Is it a competitor? I press, needing answers. Is it someone you wronged? No, he says, his voice rough. It's not a competitor. Then who? He turns around. His hazel eyes are burning, dark with a violence I haven't seen since the day I left him. But he's not looking at me. He's looking through me, at some invisible enemy. It doesn't matter, he says. It matters to me, I shout. They own my building, Chase. They hold my debt. If you know who they are. I said it doesn't matter. He roars the words, slicing his hand through the air. I flinch. He sees it. He takes a breath, visibly forcing the monster back into the cage. He adjusts his cuffs, the movement sharp and jerky. I recognize the name from old files. He lies. It's a bad lie. It's a legacy account. A ghost fund. A ghost fund that just bought my debt? I'll handle it, he says. He walks back to the desk. He doesn't sit. He picks up his phone and shoves it into his pocket. The debt is $2.4 million? He asks. His tone is clipped. Business? Yes. I'll cover it. I blink. What? I'll write a personal check for the loan. I'll buy the building out from under Aegis. I'll make the problem go away by close of business tomorrow. I don't want your money, I argue automatically. I told you, I can't be bought. This isn't about buying you, Sylvia. He snaps. He walks toward me, stopping only inches away. He looms over me, radiating heat and anger. This is about neutralizing a threat. Someone is squeezing you to see if I bleed. I will not let them draw a single drop. To see if you bleed? I shake my head, confused. Why would they attack me to hurt you? He looks at me. His gaze falls on my stomach, then back to my eyes. The look is heavy, complicated, and furious. Because they think you're my weakness, he says. He steps around me, heading for the door with long, purposeful strides. Where are you going? I call out. To the office, he says, not looking back. I need to access the archives. I need to see who signed the authorization for Aegis. Chase. He doesn't stop. He walks out of the study, the heavy doors vibrating in his wake. I stand alone in the center of the room. Aegis. He knows who it is. He suspects someone close enough to have access to old files, close enough to know exactly how to hurt him. Or it's just him playing me. How can I trust him? I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 12. Chase. Dead ends. I hate them. I loathe the feeling of running full speed into a wall I can't break down. I pace the length of my study, my boots heavy on the Persian rug. The silence in the room is thick, agitated by the restless energy rolling off me in waves. Aegis, I say to the empty room. I know the name. I know the smell of it. but every time I try to grab it, it slips through my fingers like smoke. I spent the last 2 hours on the phone with the hospital administration. I tried to get into Conrad's room. I tried to get past the wall of white coats and HEA regulations he's erected around himself. Mr. Mitchell is in critical condition. No visitors, not even family. Convenient. The old man launches a grenade at Sylvia's clinic, at my child's future, and then hides behind a ventilator so I can't choke the truth out of him. I stop at the window, staring out at the manicured lawn. My hands ball into rocks at my sides. I fix the debt. I wrote the check this morning, buying out the loan and the building. Sylvia is safe. The clinic is safe. But she won't talk to me. For 3 days, she's been a ghost in my house. She eats in her room. She leaves for work before I'm up. She treats me like a landlord she despises. I dislike the distance. I hate that she's under my roof but feels miles away. I want to shake her. I want to make her see that I'm the only one standing between her and the wolves. A soft knock on the doorframe breaks my concentration. I turn, expecting my housekeeper. It's Sylvia. She's standing in the doorway, dressed for work in a cream-colored blouse and dark trousers. She looks tired. There are shadows under her eyes that makeup can't hide, and her hand is resting absently on her stomach. The sight of her, just standing there, breathing the same air as me, knocks the wind out of me. I'm busy, I say. It comes out harsher than I intend, a defensive reflex. I can see that, she says, eyeing the scattered files on my desk. She doesn't step into the room. She stays on the threshold, maintaining the boundary. I didn't come to argue, Chase. Then why are you here? She takes a breath. I watch the rise and fall of her chest. She looks nervous. Her fingers drift to her wrist, finding the band of her watch. Click. I have an appointment, she says. Dr. Arrington, the specialist you wanted. I go still. You agreed to see him? I agreed that a second opinion isn't the worst idea, she says, her voice guarded. I'm going now. Okay, I say slowly. Send me the report. She bites her lip. She looks down at the floor, then back up at me. Her dark eyes are swimming with conflict. I thought... She hesitates. I thought you might want to come. The words hang. Come with me. It's an olive branch. It's a crack in the ice. You want me there? I ask, stepping around the desk. You're the father, she says. You keep reminding me of that. You keep talking about legacy and protection. If you're going to be involved, be involved. I check my watch. I have a strategy meeting with the VP of Operations in 20 minutes. It's critical. Millions of dollars are on the line. I don't even think about it. I pull my phone out of my pocket and text my assistant. Cancel everything. Clear the day. I toss the phone onto the desk. Let's go, I say. The waiting room is a torture chamber designed in pastel pinks and soft grays. I feel massive in here. I'm sitting in a chair that wasn't built for a man my size, my knees invading the aisle. The room is filled with couples, soft, smiling husbands rubbing their wives' backs, whispering about crib colors. I don't fit. I'm wearing all black. I'm radiating tension. I catch a woman 2 seats down looking at the scar on my neck, then looking quickly away when I catch her eye. Sylvia sits next to me. She's rigid, flipping through a magazine without actually reading it. She's created a force field around herself, a do not touch zone. You okay? I ask, leaning in. My voice sounds too loud in the hushed room. I'm fine, she whispers, not looking up. Just anxious. Arrington is the best, I remind her. I vetted him myself. I know. She closes the magazine. It's not the doctor. It's the reality. She doesn't explain, but she doesn't have to. The reality is that we are 2 people who destroyed each other, sitting here waiting to see the tangible proof of the wreckage. Sylvia Williams? A nurse calls out. We both stand up. I follow her down the hallway. The scent of antiseptic hits me, sharp and clinical. I don't like hospitals. I spent enough time in them when my knee shattered, staring at the ceiling, watching my dreams evaporate. But this feels different. We entered the exam room. It's dim, intimate. There's a machine in the corner with a dark screen. Dr. Arrington comes in. He's older, calm, authoritative. He shakes my hand, his grip firm but nothing compared to mine. He talks to Sylvia in medical shorthand, gestational sacs, crown rump length, viability. I tune it out. I just watch her. She lies back on the table. She lifts her shirt. My breath catches. Her skin is smooth, dark chocolate against the white paper sheet. Her stomach is still mostly flat, but there's a slight, barely there curve just above her waistband. It's the first time I've seen her bare skin in 5 years. My fingers twitch. Tap. Tap. I want to touch her. I want to lay my hand there and feel the heat. "Okay," Arrington says, squirting clear gel onto her stomach. "This will be cold." He presses the wand against her skin. I look at the monitor. At first, it's just static. Gray snow. Shadows shifting in the dark. "There we go," Arrington says softly. He adjusts a dial. The image sharpens. It's small, tiny, a bean-shaped smudge of light in the darkness. But it's there. "There's the gestational sac," Arrington points to the screen. "Yolk sac looks perfect. And right there." He points to a flickering pixel in the smudge. It's pulsing. Fast. Rhythmic. "That's the heartbeat," he says. The air leaves the room. It hits me harder than any hit I ever took on the court. That pulsing light. That tiny, frantic flicker. It's alive. It's not a clause in a will. It's not a checkmate against my grandfather. It's not an heir to an empire. It's a heart. "Oh," Sylvia breathes. The sound is wrecked. I look down at her. Tears are sliding silently out of the corners of her eyes, tracking into her hair. She's staring at the screen with an expression of pure, terrified wonder. Her hand is clenched into a fist at her side. "Let's listen," Arrington says. He hits a button. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound fills the small room. It's loud. It's fast, like the galloping of tiny horses. It's the strongest sound I've ever heard. My throat closes up. A hot, tight pressure builds behind my eyes. The part of me that strategizes, that conquers, that treats the world like a battlefield goes silent. The CEO vanishes. I'm just a man, standing in the dark, listening to the sound of his own blood echoing back at him. I made that. We made that. Without thinking, without planning, I reach out. I cover her clenched fist with my hand. Her skin is warm. She doesn't pull away. She turns her hand over, interlacing her fingers with mine. She squeezes, hard, like she's falling, and I'm the only thing keeping her from hitting the ground. I squeeze back. I anchor her. For a few days now, touching her has been a war. It's been angry, or accidental, or filled with resentment. This isn't. This is a connection. Current flows from her palm into mine, traveling up my arm and settling deep in my chest. We are connected by that sound filling the room, that rapid, impossible rhythm. "Strong heartbeat," Arrington says, oblivious to the seismic shift happening in the room. 160 beats per minute. Perfect. "Perfect," I whisper. The word is rough, gravelly. I look at the screen and then I look down at Sylvia. She's looking at me. Her eyes are wet, unguarded. For a second, she isn't the woman who left me. She's just my child's mother. And I'm the father. The realization settles over me, heavy and absolute. I came into this room wanting to secure an asset. I wanted to make sure the package was viable so I could keep my company. But as I listened to that heartbeat, looking at the woman gripping my hand like her life depends on it, the goalposts move. I don't just want the air. I don't just want the company. I look at the tear tracking down her cheek, and a fierce, terrifying possessiveness roars to life in my gut. I want a family. I want it to be complete, something I never had.
Chapter 13. Sylvia. The ultrasound photo sits on the white tablecloth between us, a grainy black and white anchor in a sea of unspoken history. I can't stop looking at it. That tiny blurred bean, that flickering pixel of light that sounded like a galloping horse. It sits there, demanding to be acknowledged, refusing to let us pretend we are just two strangers sharing a meal. Eat, Chase says. It's a command, but the edge is gone. The harsh, gravelly tone he's been using like a weapon for the last week has smoothed out into something deeper, something tired. I look up at him. We're at a small bistro in Buckhead, tucked away from the main drag. It's quiet, dimly lit, smelling of roasted garlic and rosemary. It's the kind of place we used to save up for in college, blowing our monthly budget on one good meal just to feel like adults. Chase takes up too much space in the booth. His shoulders are broad enough that he has to angle his body slightly. He's discarded his jacket, and the sleeves of his black shirt are rolled up to the elbows. He looks human. For days, he's been a monolith. The CEO, the air-obsessed tyrant. But sitting here swirling a glass of iced tea, looking at the bread basket like he wants to devour the whole thing, I see the cracks in the armor. I pick up a piece of crusty bread. I'm eating. You're staring, he corrects. At the picture, or at me. At the situation, I admit. I take a bite. The carbs hit my stomach and settle the rolling nausea that has been my constant companion. It feels real now. Before, it was just chemistry, hormones, a lab report. Yeah, he says. He reaches out and touches the corner of the ultrasound photo. His finger is large, calloused, dwarfing the image. He traces the edge of it with a gentleness that makes my breath hitch. It's real. He pulls his hand back and picks up his fork, attacking his steak with focused efficiency. I watch him chew. I watch the strong line of his jaw working. You look different, I say. He pauses. Different how? Less like a shark, I say honestly. Less like you're waiting for someone to bleed in the water. He sets the fork down. He leans back, the leather of the booth creaking. I'm tired of hunting, Syl. I'm tired of the noise. The noise? The board. The lawyers. The constant maneuvering. He runs a hand through his hair, messing up the perfect style, letting a few sun-streaked strands fall over his forehead. It makes him look younger. It makes him look like the boy I met in the campus library 10 years ago. I sit in that glass box all day, staring at numbers, moving assets around like pieces on a board. It's suffocating. You used to hate being inside, I murmur, the memory surfacing before I can stop it. Remember sophomore year? Finals week? A ghost of a smile touches his lips. It's faint, but it's there. I dragged you out of the library at 3 a.m. because I was convinced the fluorescent lights were melting your brain. You kidnapped me, I correct, fighting a smile of my own. You threw me over your shoulder and carried me to the quad because you wanted to play frisbee in the dark. You needed the air, he defends. You were hyperventilating over organic chemistry. I saved you. I failed that quiz because of you. You got a B-. That's not failing. And you laughed. You hadn't laughed in weeks. The memory hangs between us, warm and dangerous. I remember that night. I remember the smell of the damp grass and the sound of his laughter echoing off the brick buildings. I remember how he looked, loose-limbed, vibrant, alive in a way that made everyone else look gray by comparison. He wasn't rich then. He wasn't the heir to a logistics empire. He was just Chase, the volleyball player who smelled like sweat and dryer sheets and made me feel like I was the only person in the world. I miss him, I whisper. The words slip out. Chase goes still. His eyes lock onto mine, intense and searching. Miss who? That guy, I say, gesturing to the man sitting across from me, but meaning the ghost of who he used to be. The one who played in the dark. The one who didn't look at every interaction like it was a contract negotiation. The fun Chase. His expression darkens. The shadow falls over his face again. That guy is gone, Sylvia, he says quietly. He died the day his knee snapped, and the rest of him died the day you left. The air leaves the table. The warmth evaporates. I look down at my plate, guilt twisting a sharp knife in my gut. I want to tell him that I did not leave because I wanted to. I need to tell him about the blackmail, about the threats, about his grandfather's voice on the phone telling me exactly how he would destroy Chase's life if I stayed. I'm sorry, I say. It's inadequate. It's pathetic. But it's all I have. Don't, he says. He picks up his glass, draining the tea in one long swallow. Don't apologize. It doesn't change anything. We are who we are now. I'm the CEO, you're the doctor, and we're having a baby. He signals for the check. The wall is back up. The shark has returned to the water. But I saw it. I saw the glimpse of the man beneath the suit. And knowing he's still in there, buried under layers of scar tissue and money, makes this harder. It makes me want to dig him out. And that is a dangerous impulse. The drive back to the estate is silent. But it's not the hostile silence of before. It's heavy, loaded. The air in the car feels thick, charged with everything we almost said and everything we didn't. Chase drives with one hand on the wheel, his eyes fixed on the road. I watch his profile, the strong nose, the hard set of his mouth. He pulls up to the massive limestone house. The sun is setting, casting long, bruised shadows across the lawn. Home sweet fortress, I mutter. Chase kills the engine. He turns to look at me. It's safe. That's what matters. Is it? I ask. Safe from the world, maybe, but safe from us? He doesn't answer. He just gets out and comes around to open my door. We walk into the foyer. The house is cool, the air conditioning humming a low artificial note. My body, exhausted from the emotional whiplash of the day, suddenly feels like lead. I'm going to lay down, I say, heading for the stairs. The baby? It takes a lot out of me. Go, he says. He's standing at the bottom of the steps, watching me. I'll have dinner sent up. I start to climb. 1 step, 2. My hand grips the polished railing. On the 4th step, the world tilts. It happens fast. A gray wave washes over my vision. The floor seems to drop away. My blood pressure bottoms out. A common symptom my doctor brain notes distantly, but my body just fails. My knee buckles. Whoa! I pitch backward. I brace for the impact. I brace for the hard marble stairs, but I don't hit the stone. I hit a wall of heat and muscle. Chase moves faster than a man his size should be able to move. He's there in a blur, his arms wrapping around me, catching me before I can even cry out. He hauls me up against his chest, his grip iron hard. One arm bands around my waist, clamping me to him. The other hand grips my upper arm, stabilizing me. I've got you, he growls. His voice vibrates against my spine. I blink, the gray spots clearing. I'm pressed flush against him. My back is against his chest. I can feel the rapid, heavy thud of his heart hammering against my shoulder blade. I can feel the hardness of his thighs bracing mine. The scent of him, sandalwood, warm skin, and the faint, lingering smell of the restaurant floods my senses. I'm okay, I gasp, trying to find my footing. I just got dizzy. He doesn't let go. He turns me around in his arms so I'm facing him. We're standing on the stairs, elevated, isolated. His face is inches from mine. His pupils are blown wide, swallowing the hazel. He's breathing hard, the adrenaline of the catch mixing with something else, something darker. His hands slide from my arms down to my waist. His thumbs dig into the soft fabric of my blouse, finding the curve of my hips. He holds me there, anchoring me. "You need to be careful," he says. His voice is rough, a low rumble that scrapes over my nerve endings. "I am," I whisper. My hands are resting on his chest, splayed over the black cotton of his shirt. I can just feel the heat of his skin underneath. "You're not," he argues. "You're stumbling. You're exhausted." He looks at my mouth, then his gaze travels up to my eyes. The intensity of it burns. It's the same look he gave me in the gym, but stripped of the anger. This is pure, unadulterated hunger. He steps closer, pressing his hips into mine. There is no mistaking the hardness of him. He wants me. My breath hitches. My hormones, treacherous things, surge in response. My body softens against him, molding to the hard lines of his frame. "Chase," I breathe. It's a warning. It's an invitation. He lifts one hand, his rough palm cupping my jaw, his thumb tracing the line of my cheekbone. "I can't have you getting hurt," he murmurs. The words hang in the air, heavy with double meaning. "I can't have you falling down the stairs. I can't have you breaking my heart again." He leans in, his forehead rests against mine. We are breathing the same air. "If you fall," he whispers, "you take me with you." I don't know if he's talking about the stairs. I stare up at him, trapped in his arms, trapped in his house, and realized with a jolt of terrifying clarity that the danger isn't the board, or the grandfather, or the bank. The danger is this. It's remembering how good it feels to be held by him. "I won't fall," I say, but my voice trembles. "Good," he says. He doesn't kiss me. He pulls back just an inch, but he doesn't let go of my waist. He holds me there, suspended in the tension, letting the heat sear into both of us until I'm not sure where I end, and he begins.
Chapter 14. Chase. "Mr. Mitchell?" The voice shatters the moment like a rock through a window. I don't let go of Sylvia. My hands are still locked on her waist, my forehead resting against hers, breathing in the smell of her skin and the lingering fear from her stumble. But the spell is broken. The heat that was winding around us, thick and heavy, dissipates into the cold air of the foyer. I turn my head, my jaw tight. Mrs. Higgins, the housekeeper, stands at the bottom of the stairs. She looks mortified, twisting her apron in her hands, but she doesn't retreat. "I apologize, sir," she says, her eyes darting to the floor. "But your phone has been ringing for 10 minutes. It's Mr. Sterling. He says it's an emergency." Sylvia pulls back. I feel the loss of her immediately. The space where her body was pressed against mine goes cold. She steps up to the landing, putting distance between us, smoothing her blouse with trembling hands. She won't look at me. "Go," she whispers. "Answer it." I look at her one last time, at the flush high on her cheekbones, at the way her chest is rising and falling, before I descend the stairs. I grab the phone from the entry table. "This better be good," I growl into the receiver. "You missed the strategy meeting," Sterling barks. No pleasantries. "The board is ready to call for a vote of no confidence, Chase. You promised stability, and then you vanished for hours." "I was securing the air," I say flatly. "I was at the doctor." "Proof," Sterling snaps. "We need proof. Tonight." I rub the back of my neck. "Tonight?" Eleanor Vance is turning 80. Her estate. Everyone will be there. The board, the investors, the competition. You need to show up, Chase. And you need to bring the fiancée you claim to have. If she's a ghost, you're done. He hangs up. I stare at the phone. Eleanor Vance. The matriarch of Atlanta society. Her birthday parties are less about cake and more about blood sport. It's a room full of sharks in tuxedos, drinking champagne and looking for weakness. I never liked it. But I look up the stairs. Sylvia has vanished into the shadows of the hallway, but I know she's there. I know she's tired. I know she just wants to sleep. But if I lose the board, I lose my inheritance. I take the stairs 2 at a time. I find her in her room, sitting on the bed, rubbing her temples. "Get up," I say. "We need to prepare." She jumps. "Excuse me? We have to go out." I walk to her closet, throwing the doors open. "Eleanor Vance's birthday. We have a few hours to get ready." "I'm not going to a party," she says, standing up. "I'm exhausted, Chase. I almost passed out on the stairs 10 minutes ago." "I know." I turn to face her. I hate doing this. I hate dragging her out when she's fragile. But I don't have a choice. Sterling is calling for a vote. If we don't show a united front tonight, the Sharks circle. I need you to stand next to me for 2 hours. That's it. She stares at me. She sees the tension in my shoulders. She sees the cornered look in my eyes. She doesn't argue. She just nods, resignation settling over her features. 2 hours, she says, and I pick the dress. I wait in the foyer. I'm wearing a tuxedo. It fits better than my business suits because I had it tailored last week, but I still feel like I'm wearing a costume. I adjust my cuffs. Tap, tap. My fingers drum against my thigh. The clock chimes 8. I look up, and I stop breathing. Sylvia is standing at the very top of the stairs. She isn't wearing her favorite color. She isn't wearing anything safe. She's wearing fire. The dress is a deep, burnished copper silk that looks like liquid metal against her dark skin. It has thin straps and a neckline that dips low, showcasing the swell of her breasts. Fuller now, heavy with pregnancy. The fabric clings to her ribs, skims over the slight curve of her stomach, and pools at her feet. She looks regal. She looks untouchable. And she looks utterly devastating. My mouth goes dry. A heavy possessive heat uncoils in my gut, hot and sharp. She starts to descend. Her hand glides down the banister. She's moving carefully, mindful of her balance, but every step is a masterclass in grace. She reaches the bottom. "Close your mouth, Chase," she murmurs, walking past me. "We're going to be late." I catch her arm. I don't think about it. I just reach out and grab her bicep, stopping her. The silk is cool, but her skin underneath is warm. She turns, her eyes wide. "You..." My voice is rough. I clear my throat. "You look dangerous, utterly tempting." "Good," she says, a flicker of that old fire sparking in her eyes. "If I'm going into a tank of sharks, I might as well dress like poison." I pull her closer. Just an inch. The scent of her, that rain and lavender mix, now layered with something spicy, fills my head. "Let's go," I say, my voice dropping, "before I decide to keep you here and let the board burn." The Vance estate is a sprawl of white columns and manicured hedges, lit up like a landing strip. Valets are running back and forth. The air smells of expensive perfume and old money. We walk in, heads turn. I feel it instantly, the weight of 100 pairs of eyes shifting our way. They're looking for cracks. They're looking for the scandal. I place my hand on the small of Sylvia's back. I don't do it gently. I press my palm flat against the silk, fingers splaying wide, branding her. Mine. She stiffens for a second, then leans into my touch. She knows the game. "Smile," I whisper in her ear. "Sterling is by the bar at 3 o'clock. "I see him," she whispers back, a pasted-on smile curving her lips. "He looks like a toad." I let out a short, sharp laugh. Don't insult toads. We circulate. It's a dance of handshakes and hollow compliments. Sylvia is perfect. She plays the role of the glowing fiancée, dodging questions about the wedding date with a graceful deflection that makes me want to applaud. But I feel the toll it's taking. I can feel the tension in her back muscles under my hand. I can see the way she shifts her weight from foot to foot. Chase Mitchell. A voice slides between us, oily and smooth. I turn. Javier Nicholas, Sterling's nephew. A hedge fund manager who thinks he's a player because his daddy bought him a seat at the table. He's wearing a velvet jacket and a smile that shows too many teeth. Javier, I acknowledge, not offering my hand. And this must be the famous Dr. Williams, Javier says, turning his full attention to Sylvia. His eyes rake over her. He doesn't look at her face. He looks at her chest. Then he looks at the curve of her hips in the copper dress. I've heard so much about you, Javier says, stepping into her personal space. Chase kept you hidden away. I can see why. You're exquisite. He reaches out to take her hand. He doesn't shake it. He lifts it to his mouth, his lips brushing her knuckles, his eyes lingering on her cleavage. A red haze drops over my vision. It's not rational. It's not business. It's pure, violent instinct. Get your hands off her. I move. I step between them, using my shoulder to physically knock Javier back a step. I don't apologize. I turn my back to him, effectively cutting him out of the conversation, and wrap my arm around Sylvia's waist. I pull her flush against my side, hard. We're dancing, I announce. Chase, Sylvia gasps, surprised by the sudden movement. I don't wait for her agreement. I sweep her onto the dance floor, away from the prying eyes, away from Javier's wandering hands. The band is playing something slow and heavy. I pull her in. There is no daylight between us. My thighs brush hers. My hand on her back slides lower, resting possessively on the curve of her spine, daring anyone to look. You almost hit him, Sylvia whispers, looking up at me. Her eyes are huge. He was touching you, I say, the anger still vibrating in my voice. He kissed my hand, Chase. It's a greeting. He was undressing you with his eyes, I growl. If he looks at you again, I'm going to remove them. She stares at me. She searches my face, looking for the performance, looking for the lie. You're jealous, she breathes. I'm protective, I correct. No. She shakes her head slightly, a small, genuine smile touching her lips. You're jealous. You're marking territory. You are my territory. The words are out before I can stop them. They are raw and honest and dangerous. Sylvia stops moving. We're swaying on the floor, surrounded by couples, but it feels like we're the only two people in the world. I'm not a piece of land, Chase, she whispers. No, I agree, leaning down until my lips graze her ear. You're much more valuable than that. You look incredible tonight, Syl, and I don't want anyone else knowing it. She shivers. I feel it run through her frame. We dance in silence. It's not a performance anymore. I'm holding her because I need to hold her. I need to feel the baby between us. I need to feel her heart beating against my chest. After 3 songs, she stumbles. Just a little. A hitch in her step. I pull back immediately. You're hurting. My feet, she admits, wincing. These heels were a mistake. My ankles are swelling. Come on. I don't take her back to the crowd. I lead her through the French doors and out into the garden. The night air is cooler here, smelling of jasmine and damp earth. The noise of the party fades to a dull roar. I find a stone bench near a fountain. Sit, I command. She sinks onto the bench with a sigh of relief. Oh God, gravity is my enemy right now. I kneel. I don't think about the tuxedo pants. I don't think about the dirt. I drop to one knee in front of her. Chase, what are you doing? She asks, trying to pull her feet back. I grab her ankle, gently. Stop moving, I say. I reach for the strap of her stiletto. I undo the buckle and slide the shoe off. Then the other. She lets out a long breath as her bare feet hit the cool stone. Your ankles are swollen, I murmur, running my thumb over the puffiness. Edema, she says, her voice sounding thick. Occupational hazard of growing a human. I take her left foot into my hands. My palms are large enough to encompass the whole arch. I start to massage. I dig my thumbs into the sole, working out the tension. Chase, you don't have to... Quiet. I work the muscle. I feel her relax. I feel her leg go heavy in my grip. That feels... She trails off. That feels good. I look up at her. The moonlight is catching the copper of her dress, turning her into a statue of a goddess. She looks soft. She looks mine. I hate them, I say quietly, still needing her arch. Hate who? Everyone in there. I gesture to the house. Looking at you. Judging you. Javier thinking he has a right to breathe your air. She looks down at me, her expression unreadable. It's just a party, Chase. It's not just a party, it's a parade. And I'm done sharing. I slide her shoes back on, buckling them quickly. I stand up. I tower over her. Can you walk? I ask. I think so, she says, starting to stand. She winces as her weight hits her feet. Nope. I don't ask. I don't negotiate. I bend down and sweep her up into my arms. One arm under her knees, the other around her back. I lift her against my chest like she weighs nothing. Chase! She squeaks, grabbing my shoulders. Put me down! People can see us! Let them watch, I say. I turn and walk back toward the house. I don't go around the side. I walk straight through the French doors back into the ballroom. The room goes silent. I walk through the center of the crowd, carrying Sylvia, her bare arms wrapped around my neck. I stare straight ahead, my jaw set, daring anyone to say a word, daring anyone to stop me. Sterling's mouth drops open. Javier looks like he's been slapped. I don't care. I walk straight out the front door to where the valet is waiting. Get the car, I bark at the kid. Chase, you're making a scene, Sylvia whispers against my neck. But she's not fighting me. She's buried her face in my shoulder. I don't give a damn about the scene, I tell her, tightening my grip as the car pulls up. I care that you're in pain. And I care that if I stayed in that room for one more minute, I was going to break someone's jaw. I settle her into the passenger seat and slam the door. I get in the driver's side and peel out of the driveway, leaving the party, the board, and the expectations in the dust. The air in the car is electric. It's thick with jealousy, with adrenaline, with the memory of her body pressed against mine on the dance floor. I glance at her. She's watching me, her eyes wide and dark. I grip the steering wheel until the leather groans. We're going home. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to be a gentleman when we get there.
Chapter 15. Sylvia. The engine of the SUV growls, a low, aggressive vibration that travels up through the floorboards and settles between my thighs. We are flying down the highway. The streetlights blur into streaks of neon orange and white, whipping past the window like comets. Inside the car, the silence is so thick I can taste it. It tastes like copper and unspent adrenaline. Chase's hands are white-knuckled on the leather steering wheel. I stare at his profile, the hard line of his jaw, the muscle ticking in his cheek, the way his brow is lowered in a thunderous scowl. He looks like he wants to drive this car straight through a wall just to feel the impact. My heart is frantically beating, as if wanting to jump out of my sternum. Thump, thump, thump. It's anger. It has to be. He humiliated me. He picked me up like a child in front of the entire Atlanta social register and carried me out of a party. He treated me like a possession he was putting back on the shelf. But my body isn't registering the insult. My body is remembering the weight of his hands on my bare feet, the rough drag of his thumbs against my arches, the way he looked at Javier Nicholas like he wanted to tear his throat out with his teeth. And now, sitting in the dark, breathing in the masculine scent of him, sandalwood, sweat, and pure, concentrated male, my skin feels too tight. My nipples are hard, scraping painfully against my silk dress. The ache between my legs is a heavy, wet pulse that has everything to do with the man sitting 2 feet away. Chase swerves into the driveway, the tires crunching on the gravel as he brakes hard in front of the house. He kills the engine. "Get out," he says. His voice is a low rasp. I don't wait for him to open my door. I shove it open and scramble out, my bare feet hitting the cool stone of the walkway. I still have my heels in my hand. I throw them onto the porch. "Don't order me around," I snap, the anger finally finding its voice. I storm up the steps. I don't wait for him to unlock the door. I know he's right behind me. I can feel the heat radiating off him, a massive looming presence that sucks the air out of the night. He reaches past me and shoves the heavy door open. We spill into the foyer. The house is dark, silent, waiting. I spin around to face him. "You had no right," I shout, my voice echoing off the marble. "I am not a prop, Chase. You don't get to hoist me over your shoulder just because another man pays me a compliment." "He wasn't paying you a compliment," Chase growls. He kicks the door shut behind him. The slam shakes the crystals in the chandelier. "He was undressing you, and you were letting him." "I was being polite. It's called diplomacy, something you clearly forgot along with your manners." "Diplomacy?" He stalks toward me. He looks wild. His tie is gone, his collar unbuttoned. His hair a mess from where he's run his hands through it. "I don't do diplomacy when it comes to what's mine." "I am not yours. You are." He closes the distance in a blur of motion. I back up, hitting the wall of the hallway. The impact knocks the breath out of me. Chase is there instantly. He plants his hands on the wall on either side of my head, caging me in. He's breathing hard, his chest heaving. His eyes black pools of obsession. "Tell me you didn't like it," he whispers, leaning down until his lips are inches from mine. "Tell me you didn't like seeing me put him in his place. Tell me you don't feel this." He presses his hips against mine. I gasp. Through the silk of my dress and the wool of his trousers, I feel him. He's hard, rock hard, a thick, heavy ridge of steel pressing against my belly. "Chase," I breathe. "Tell me to stop," he challenges. His gaze moves to my mouth, hungry and devastating. "Tell me to walk away, Syl. Do it now." I look at him. I look at the man who broke my heart. The man who was trying to control my life. The man who made me come alive in a way no one else ever has. My brain screams run. My body screams yes. "Don't you dare walk away," I whisper. Something snaps in his face. The control breaks. He crashes his mouth down on mine. It's a collision. It's 5 years of starvation ending in a feast. His lips are rough, demanding, bruising. He tastes like scotch and fury. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chase rolls off me, pulling me against his side. His arm is heavy over my waist, keeping me close. He presses a kiss to my sweaty temple. I stare up at the crystal chandelier, watching the light fracture into a million pieces. My body is humming, satisfied and sore. But my brain is waking up. The logic is creeping back in. We just crossed the line. We didn't just cross it. We obliterated it. I turn my head to look at him. His eyes are closed, his face relaxed for the first time in weeks. He looks peaceful. He thinks he won. Chase, I whisper, my voice raspy. He opens one eye, looking at me with a lazy, satisfied smirk. Yeah, I pull the edges of my torn dress together. This changes nothing, I say. The smirk vanishes. His jaw tightens. Liar, he says softly. And God help me, he's right.
Chapter 16. Chase. I reach for her before I'm even awake. It's instinct. My arm sweeps across the high thread count sheets, expecting warm skin, soft curves, and the heavy weight of a sleeping body. I expect to pull her back against my chest and bury my face in her hair, breathing in the morning. My hand hits cold cotton. My eyes snap open. The space beside me is empty. The pillow is indented, a ghost of where her head rested. But the warmth is gone. I sit up, the sheet pooling at my waist. The master bedroom is silent, bathed in the gray light of early morning. Sil? My voice is rough, unused. It echoes off the walls. No answer. I rub a hand over my face, the memories of last night crashing into me. The living room floor. The way she screamed my name. The way she clawed at my back like she wanted to tear me open and climb inside. I remember carrying her up here afterward. She was limp in my arms, exhausted, her copper dress ruined and left on the Persian rug downstairs. I stripped her out of the rest of her clothes and tucked her into my bed. I thought that was it. I thought the wall was down. I thought we were done fighting. I throw the covers off and swing my legs out of bed. My body feels heavy, satisfied in a way it hasn't been in 5 years. There's a dull ache in my shoulders from holding myself up over her, but it's a good ache. It's the ache of a win. I walk to the bathroom. I catch my reflection in the mirror above the sink. I look different. The tension that usually tightens the corners of my eyes is gone. I look lighter. Then I turn, and I see them. 4 long red welts rake down my left shoulder blade. Her nails. She marked me. She branded me while she was coming apart in my arms. A dark smirk touches my lips. She can say whatever she wants. She can claim she hates me. She can talk about contracts and arrangements. But a woman doesn't mark a man like that unless she feels something violent and real. She's mine. Last night proved it. The biology, the history, the heat, it all ties her to me. I turn on the shower, letting the scalding water hit my skin, stinging the scratches. I wash quickly. I have a plan to formulate. I'm not going to be the tyrant today. I'm going to be the partner, the father. I'm going to show her that being with me isn't a prison sentence. It's the safest place on earth. I dress in dark jeans and a t-shirt. No suit. I want her to see the man, not the CEO. I head downstairs. The house is quiet, but I smell coffee. I follow the scent to the kitchen. Sylvia is there. She's standing by the island, staring into a steaming mug. She's not wearing the silk robe or the oversized t-shirt I put her in last night. She's wearing a structured black blazer, trousers, and heels. Her hair is pulled back into a tight, severe bun. She's wearing her armor. I stop in the doorway. The hope that was expanding in my chest hits a wall. "You're up early," I say. She stiffens. She doesn't turn around immediately. She takes a long sip of her coffee, then slowly pivots to face me. Her face is a mask. Cool. Composed. The woman who was begging me not to stop a few hours ago has vanished, replaced by Dr. Williams. "I have rounds," she says. Her voice is level, devoid of emotion. "It's Saturday," I point out. "Babies don't know what day of the week it is, Chase. I have patience." I walk into the room. I want to go to her. I want to wrap my arms around her waist and kiss the side of her neck. I want to remind her of how good we are when we stop talking and start feeling. But the look in her eyes stops me cold. It's a warning. Do not touch. "About last night," I start. "Don't," She interrupts. She sets the mug down on the granite counter with a sharp click. Just don't. We can't ignore it, Sil. We crossed a line. We made a mistake, she corrects. I narrow my eyes. A mistake? Yes. She crosses her arms over her chest, creating a barrier. It was adrenaline. It was the party, the stress, the hormones. It was a lapse in judgment. Is that what you call it? I step closer, invading her personal space. I need to crack that mask. A lapse in judgment. You were screaming my name. You told me I was the only one. She flinches. A flush rises up her neck, staining her cheeks, betraying her cool facade. I was overwhelmed, she says tightly. It doesn't mean anything has changed. The situation is exactly the same as it was yesterday morning. We are co-parents. We are living together for the sake of the board. That's it. That's it. I laugh, a harsh, incredulous sound. You think you can sleep with me like that and then just put your suit back on and pretend we're strangers? I have to, she whispers. She looks down at her hands. She's twisting the ring on her right hand, not the engagement ring I want to put on her left, but a simple gold band. I can't do this with you, Chase, she says, looking back up. Her eyes are wet, but her jaw is set in stone. I can't let you break me. I narrow my eyes. Break you? Yes, she says, her voice trembling. I know you hate me. I know you think I destroyed your life 5 years ago. If I let you in, if I let myself believe last night was real, and then you pull the rug out, if you decide you've had your revenge and the heir is secured, and I'm just the ex who served her purpose, it will destroy me. The accusation hits me in the gut. She thinks it was revenge. She thinks I screwed her to punish her. You think I'm that cold? I ask, stepping closer. You think I held you like that just to settle a score? I don't know who you are anymore, she admits. You're a strategist. You want to win. Last night, maybe that was just you winning. My jaw tightens. The audacity of it stings. She's the one who left me at the altar. She's the one who drove away. And yet she's standing here acting like I'm the villain holding the knife. But looking at her now, terrified, defensive, waiting for the other shoe to drop, I realize it's not an act. She genuinely believes I'm a monster. She thinks I'm capable of using her body to get back at her for the past. And wasn't I? Part of me, the dark, possessive part, did want to claim her to prove she was mine. I can't deny that. It was my plan to manipulate her, use every means to make sure she stays. But if she thinks I'm the enemy, she's always going to be looking for the exit. I can screw her every night until we're both exhausted, but I'll never actually have her. I need her to stay. Not because of a contract. Not because she's scared of me. I need her to want to stay. I take a single step back. I put my hands up in surrender. Okay, I say. She blinks, surprised. Okay? You want to call it a mistake? Fine. It was a mistake. Her shoulders drop an inch. Relief washes over her face, followed by a flicker of disappointment she tries to hide. Thank you, she breathes. But I'm not done, Sylvia. She freezes. What does that mean? I lean against the counter, crossing my ankles. I look at her with the focus I used to reserve for championship games. It means I'm going to prove you wrong, I say calmly. You think I'm just a strategist? You think I'm doing this for revenge? Fine. Believe that. But I'm going to spend every day from now until that baby is born showing you exactly who I am. Chase. I'm not going to force you, I continue, ignoring her protest. I'm not going to drag you into my bed again. But I won't let you pretend we're enemies either. I'm going to earn your trust. Earn it? She looks skeptical. Why? Because you're my child's mother, I say. And I don't want my son or daughter raised in a war zone. She stares at me, her mouth parting slightly. She looks confused. Good, She should be. I'm not playing defense anymore. I'm playing offense. I have to go to work, she says, her voice shaky. She grabs her purse, fumbling with the strap. She's running. I'll have the driver take you, I say, and I'll have dinner waiting when you get back. Something with pomegranates. She pauses at the door. She looks back at me, her expression a mix of confusion and wariness. Then she turns and hurries out, the click of her heels fading down the hallway. I let out a breath I've been holding. I run a hand over my face. This is going to be harder than a hostile takeover. It's going to be harder than rehab for my knee. I have to woo the woman who broke my heart, while she's convinced I'm trying to break hers. Game on. I push off the counter, ready to pour myself a coffee and start planning. The phone on the wall rings. It's the landline, the private number. Only 3 people have it: Nate, my lawyer, and the family medical team. I frown. It's too early for legal. I pick it up. Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell, a crisp, professional voice answers. This is the nursing station at St. Jude's. Cardiac unit. My blood runs cold. Is he dead? I don't feel grief at the thought. I feel a grim sense of finality. If Conrad is dead, the will is locked, but the threat of Aegis might die with him. No, sir, the nurse says. Mr. Mitchell is awake. He's had a rally. His vitals have stabilized significantly overnight. He's awake. I grip the phone tighter. Yes, he's lucid. He's asking for a visitor. I'll be there in 20 minutes, I say, already moving toward the hallway to grab my keys. No, sir, the nurse interrupts. He wasn't asking for you. I stop. The silence in the kitchen is heavy, suffocating. Who? I demand, my voice dropping to a dangerous growl. He's asking for Dr. Williams, the nurse says. He was very specific. He said he needs to speak to Sylvia, alone.
Chapter 17. Sylvia. The house is quiet when I get back. It's not the peaceful quiet of a home settling down for the night. It's a heavy, loaded silence of a waiting room. I hand my bag to the housekeeper, murmuring a thank you I'm too tired to really mean. My feet ache. My back aches, the emotional whiplash of this morning. Waking up in Chase's bed and promptly leaving before he woke up, the argument in the kitchen, the way I had to run away to keep from falling apart, has drained me dry. I walk toward the living room, intending to go straight upstairs and hide. Sylvia? Chase's voice stops me. He's standing by the fireplace. He hasn't turned on the lamps, so the only light comes from the dying embers in the grate and the moonlight spilling through the tall windows. He's still wearing the jeans and t-shirt from this morning, but the casual vibe is gone. He's radiating tension, his shoulders tight, his hands deep in his pockets. He looks like a storm waiting to break. You're home, he says. It's not a greeting. It's a statement of fact. I'm home, I echo, staying near the doorway. I'm tired, Chase. If we're going to dissect our arrangement again, can we do it tomorrow? We're not talking about us, he says. He walks toward me. The firelight catches the sharp angles of his face, illuminating the exhaustion etched there. He stops a few feet away, close enough that I can feel the heat coming off him. I got a call this morning, he says, right after you left. Something in his tone makes the hair on my arm stand up. It's low, grim. A call from who? I ask. The hospital. He watches me closely, his eyes locking onto mine. Conrad is awake. The name hits me like a wrecking ball to the face. My breath lodges in my throat. The room seems to tilt on its axis. Conrad. I haven't heard that name spoken aloud in 5 years without a curse attached to it. It conjures immediate, visceral memories. The smell of old paper and cigars. The cold, dead look in his eyes when he told me I was a liability. The way he slid the dossier of my parents' crimes across his desk like a weapon. Leave him, Miss Williams. or I will make sure he loses everything, and then I will ensure you spend the next 10 years in a cell next to your father." "He's awake?" I whisper. The words feel like sandpaper. "He's stabilized," Chase confirms. "The nurse said he's lucid." "That's good. For you." I take a step back, my instinct screaming at me to run. "I'm sure you have a lot to discuss. The will, the company?" "I do," Chase says. "But that's not why they called." He takes a step closer, invading my personal space. "He asked for a visitor, Sylvia, but he didn't ask for me." I freeze. My heart starts to hammer a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Thump, thump, thump. "Who?" I ask, though I already know. I can feel the answer pressing down on me. "You." The word hangs in the air between us. "He asked for you by name," Chase says. "He was specific. He wants to see you, alone." "No," I say instantly. The refusal tears out of my throat, sharp and panicked. "No, absolutely not." "He's dying," Chase says calmly, watching my reaction. "He might not make it through the weekend." "I don't care." I fold my arms around my waist, hugging myself, trying to hold the pieces together. "I'm not going. I won't go near him." "Why?" "Because he's a monster." My voice rises, cracking under the strain. "He hated me, Chase. He made it very clear that I was dirt beneath his feet. I'm not going to sit by his deathbed so he can insult me one last time." "He's asking for you," Chase presses, his eyes narrowing. "Why would a man who hates you spend his last breath asking for you?" "I don't know," I lie. "Maybe he wants to gloat. Maybe he wants to make sure I'm miserable." "I don't care. I'm not going." My hands are shaking. I can feel the tremors starting in my fingers and traveling up my arms. I reach for my left wrist. My thumb finds the clasp of my smartwatch. Click. I adjust the band. Click. I slide it back. Click. The tiny sound echoes in the quiet room. Chase's gaze drops. He looks at my hands. He watches my fingers worrying the metal clasp. He watches the repetitive, nervous motion. Then he looks back up at my face. His expression changes. The confusion vanishes, replaced by a sharp, predatory focus. He knows exactly what it means. I'm hiding something. "You're terrified," he says softly. "I'm not," I defend, dropping my hand to my side. "I'm just done with the toxicity. I'm protecting the baby." "That's a lie," he says. He steps into me, forcing me to tilt my head back to look at him. "You adjust that watch when you're cornered, Sylvia. You did it the night you told me you were pregnant. You did it when I asked about the clinic debt." He reaches out and grabs my left hand. His grip is warm and firm, stopping my fidgeting. "What did he do to you?" he demands. His voice drops to a dangerous growl. "What aren't you telling me?" "Nothing," I whisper, my eyes filling with tears. "He was just cruel. That's all. He was a cruel old man, and I don't want to see him." Chase stares at me. He searches my face, looking for the truth I'm desperately trying to bury. He sees the fear. He sees the panic radiating off me in waves. "If you won't go," he says slowly, releasing my hand, "then I will." I blink. "What?" "If he has something to say to you, he can say it to me." Chase turns away, walking toward the entryway table where his keys are sitting. "I'm going to the hospital." "Chase, no." I rush forward, grabbing his arm. "You don't have to go," I plead. "Just let it go. He's dying. Whatever he has to say, it doesn't matter." "It matters to you," Chase says, looking down at my hand on his arm. Then he looks at my face. "You're scared of what he's going to say." "I'm not." "I'm going," he interrupts, his voice steel. Conrad is the one running Aegis. He's the one attacking your clinic. And now he's asking for you? I'm going to get answers, Sylvia, and I'm going to get them tonight. I gasp after hearing about Aegis. I should have realized. He pulls his arm from my grip. Stay here, he commands. Try to sleep. He turns and walks out the front door. I watch him go. I watch the heavy door swing shut. Thud. The sound of his engine roars to life outside, aggressive and loud, fading as he peels down the driveway. He's gone. He's going to Conrad? I stand frozen in the foyer, the silence of the house crashing down on me. My legs give out. I sink onto the bottom step of the staircase, burying my face in my hands. He's going to ask why Conrad wants me. And Conrad? Bitter, dying, manipulative Conrad. He has no reason to keep the secret anymore. He has no reason to protect the lie. Chase is going to find out. He's going to discover the blackmail. He's going to find out about my parents, the lies I told about them. He's going to learn about the money. He's going to realize that everything I told him 5 years ago was a lie designed to save him. And when he finds out I lied, I fumble for my phone in my pocket. My fingers are slippery with sweat. I find the contact. Lena? I hit dial. It rings. Once. Twice. Syl? Lena's voice is cheerful, accompanied by the sound of a TV in the background. Did you survive the dinner? Lena? I choke out. Syl? Her tone shifts instantly. What's wrong? Are you bleeding? No. I gasp, squeezing my eyes shut, tears leaking out hot and fast. It's Chase. He went to the hospital. What? Why? Conrad is awake, I whisper. He asked for me. I wouldn't go, so Chase went instead. Oh, God. He's going to confront him, Lena. I sob into the phone. He's going to make him talk, and Conrad is going to tell him everything. Sylvia, breathe. I can't, I cry. He's going to know I lied. He's going to know I left him because I was weak. He's going to know about my family. You weren't weak. You were protecting him. He won't see it that way, I whisper, the dread settling in my bones like ice. He'll just see the betrayal. He'll find out, Lena. There will be no forgiveness for me. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. 1 chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to 1 chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 18. Chase. Hospitals smell like bleach and bad news. It's a scent that sticks to the back of your throat, coating your tongue with a metallic tang that no amount of coffee can wash away. I loathe it. I hate the hushed voices, the squeak of rubber soles on linoleum, the way the fluorescent lights hum with a frequency that drills straight into my skull. St. Jude's cardiac unit is the VIP section of purgatory. The walls are paneled in fake wood to make it look like a hotel, but the equipment is serious. It's where the rich go to bargain with God. I bypass the nurse's station. A woman in blue scrubs looks up, opening her mouth to ask for identification, but she catches the look on my face and snaps her mouth shut. I don't look like a visitor. I look like an executioner. Room 402. The door is closed. I don't even bother to knock. I'm done with politeness. I'm over with the rules my grandfather set for this family 40 years ago. I push the door open. The room is dim, lit only by the blinking lights of the monitor tower next to the bed. The rhythmic beep, beep, beep is the only sound, a mechanical countdown ticking away the seconds of a life that has consumed everyone around it. Conrad Mitchell lies on the bed. He looks small. That's the first thing that hits me. The man who cast a shadow over my entire existence, the man whose voice could make grown men tremble in a boardroom, is just a pile of bones under a thin white sheet. His skin is translucent, papery and gray, stretched tight over his skull. Tubes run into his nose and arms, tethering him to this world. But his eyes are open, and they are sharp. He turns his head slowly as I step into the room. There's no warmth in his gaze. There never has been. Just a cold, calculating assessment. He looks at me like I'm a balance sheet he's trying to reconcile. "Chase," he rasps. His voice is weak, a dry rustle of leaves, but the authority is still there, embedded in the cadence. I expected... the girl. She's not coming, I say. I walk to the foot of the bed. I don't sit. I don't take the guest chair. I stand at his feet, gripping the plastic rail of the bed, looming over him. She refused? Conrad's lip curls, a sneer. Even dying, he manages to look disappointed. Typical. No spine, she always was... flighty. She didn't refuse, I lie, my voice low and dangerous. I told her to stay home, because you don't get to speak to her. You don't get to look at her. You deal with me. Conrad wheezes, a sound that might be a laugh. Protective. That's new. 5 years ago, you let her walk out the door without a fight. 5 years ago, I didn't know you were holding the gun, I counter. I watch his face. I'm looking for a flinch, a flicker of guilt. There's nothing. Just the steady, rhythmic beeping of the heart monitor. What the hell did my grandfather do? I was hoping for a clue on his face, but nada. Aegis, I say. I drop the name like a stone into a pond, waiting for the ripples. Conrad doesn't blink. He lifts a trembling hand to adjust the oxygen tube in his nose. What about it? Don't play dumb, old man. You don't have the time for it. I lean forward, the plastic rail creaking under my grip. You bought her building. You bought her debt. You set up a shell company to squeeze the mother of your great-grandchild until she broke. She needed motivation, Conrad says. He doesn't even try to deny it. He speaks with the casual arrogance of a man who believes the ends always justify the means. She is stubborn, independent. She needed to understand that she cannot survive without the Mitchell name. So you tried to bankrupt her? I tried to secure her, he corrects, his eyes flashing with a sudden fanatical light. She is useful now, Chase. She carries the blood. She carries the future. You were failing. The deadline is approaching, and you were... stalling. I simply accelerated the timeline. Useful, I repeat. The word makes my stomach turn. She's a woman, Conrad. She's the mother of my son or daughter. She's not a piece of inventory you can acquire. She is an asset. His voice rises, thin and reedy. Or a liability. It depends on how you manage her. You were letting her roam free. I tightened the leash. Now she is in your house. She is indebted to you. I did that for you. For me? I laugh, a harsh, humorless sound that bounces off the sterile walls. You think destroying her life helps me? It keeps her. Conrad coughs, a wet, rattling sound deep in his chest. The monitor speeds up. Beep, beep, beep. You never learned. You are too soft, like your father, to hold on to someone. You cannot rely on affection. Affection is fickle. Love is a weakness. You have to bind them. You have to squeeze them until they have nowhere else to go. You have to strangle their options until you are the only heir they have left. I stare at him. I look at this withered, hateful man, and suddenly, The pieces of my life slot into place. The pressure, the control, the way he managed my career, my education, my marriage. And then, a darker thought surfaces. A memory I've tried to suppress for 20 years. A police report I read when I was 18, full of words like excessive speed and no skid marks. My hands tighten on the rail until my knuckles turn white. "Is that what you did to them?" I ask. My voice is barely a whisper, but in the silence of the room, it sounds like a scream. Conrad stops coughing. He goes still. "What?" "My parents," I say. "You squeezed them. You controlled them. You strangled their options." I walk around the edge of the bed. I need to be closer. I need to see his eyes when I say it. "They drove off that cliff on a clear night," I say, the words tumbling out, sharp and jagged. No ice, no other cars. Everyone called it a tragedy. An accident. I lean down, bringing my face inches from his. I can smell the sickness on him, the decay. "But maybe it wasn't an accident," I whisper. "Maybe they were just trying to breathe. Maybe you squeezed them so hard, Conrad, that driving off a ledge was the only way they could escape you." The reaction is visceral. Conrad pales, his skin turning the color of ash. His eyes widen, the pupils contracting to pinpoints. Beep, 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 beep. The heart monitor goes erratic, the rhythm stumbling, racing. You ungrateful," he gasps, his hand clutching at his chest. "I gave them everything." "You gave them a cage," I snarl, "and they died trying to break out of it. And now you're trying to do the same thing to me. To Sylvia. To my baby." I straighten up, looking down at him with nothing but disgust. "It stops now," I tell him. "Aegis is done. I'm dissolving the debt. I'm giving the building back to her. And if you ever try to touch her again, I will dismantle this company piece by piece and sell it for scrap while you watch." Conrad stares up at me. He's breathing hard, the oxygen machine hissing as it tries to keep up. He looks diminished, defeated. But he's a scorpion. Even crushed under a boot, the tail still strikes. His breathing slows. A malicious glint returns to his eyes. He licks his dry lips. "You think you're noble," he wheezes. "You think you're saving her." "I am saving her." "You don't even know her," Conrad whispers. A smile twists his mouth, cruel, knowing. "You think I'm the villain? You think I'm the reason she ran 5 years ago?" "I know you threatened her," I say. "I know you bullied her." "I threatened her, yes," Conrad admits. "But threats only work if there is something to hide, something to lose." I freeze. "What are you talking about?" Conrad lifts a shaking hand and points a bony finger at me. "Ask her," he says. His voice is stronger now, fueled by spite. "Ask your precious Sylvia about her parents. Ask her where they are. Ask her why she really left you at that altar." "I know about her parents," I say, though a flicker of doubt sparks in my gut. "They're in prison. You held that over her head. Is that what she told you?" Conrad laughs. It's a dry, hacking sound. "That I blackmailed her with their crimes? Oh, Chase, you're so easy to manipulate." He leans his head back against the pillow, looking at me with pity. "She didn't leave to protect you from a scandal," he says softly. "She left because I offered her a choice. You, or the money to save them." The room spins. "Liar," I breathe. "Ask her," Conrad repeats. "Ask her how she funded that clinic 4 years ago. Ask her where the capital came from when no bank would touch her." He closes his eyes, dismissing me. "Go on, boy. Run back to her. But remember, blood always tells, and her blood is rotten." I stare at him. I want to shake him. I want to force him to take it back. But the seed is planted. It lands in the fertile soil of my insecurity, the part of me that has always wondered why. Why she didn't fight for us. Why she didn't come to me. Money. Could it be true? Could she have taken a payoff? I look at the man in the bed. He's a liar, a manipulator. He just admitted to orchestrating a financial attack on her. He would say anything to separate us. I clench my jaw. You're lying, I say firmly. She's not you. She doesn't operate on transactions. We'll see, Conrad whispers, not opening his eyes. I turn my back on him. I walk out of the room. I walk past the nurses, past the security desk, past the smell of bleach and death. I step out into the humid Atlanta night. The air feels heavy, thick with moisture. I march to my car. I unlock the door and slide into the driver's seat. I grip the wheel, staring at the dark windshield. She left because I offered her a choice. You or the money. It's a lie. It has to be a lie. Sylvia is proud. She's independent. She slept on a futon in grad school rather than take a loan from me. But the doubt is there. It's a tiny cold worm burrowing into my gut. How did she fund the clinic? She bought it out of bankruptcy 4 years ago, right after we broke up, right after she disappeared. I shake my head, physically trying to dislodge the thought. No, I say aloud in the quiet car. I'm not going to let him do this, not going to let him poison me against her. He wants me to doubt her. He wants me to strangle her with accusations until she runs again. I won't do it. I start the engine. The roar of the motor grounds me. I'm going home. I'm going to go home to the woman carrying my child. I'm going to tell her that Aegis is handled. I'm going to tell her that Conrad is a bitter old man who can't hurt us anymore. I'm not going to ask her. I'm going to trust her. But as I pull out of the parking lot, my hand wanders to my pocket, where my phone sits, where I could easily call Nate and ask him to run a trace on the clinic's original funding. I don't make the call. Not yet.
Chapter 19. Sylvia. The waiting is worse than the verdict. I sit in the living room, staring at the unlit fireplace, my hands clamped between my knees to stop them from shaking. Outside, the sky has bruised over, turning a deep, ominous purple as a summer storm rolls in over Atlanta. The wind whips the branches of the ancient oaks against the limestone walls, a scratching, skeletal sound that makes my skin crawl. Scritch, scritch. He's been gone for 2 hours. 2 hours with Conrad. 2 hours for the old man to pour poison into Chase's ear. 2 hours for the truth to come out, that I didn't leave Chase because I fell out of love or because I was scared of commitment. I left because I was paid to leave. I took the money and lied about my family. The check is the smoking gun. It doesn't matter that I donated every cent of that $1 million to the victims of my parents' schemes. It doesn't matter that I lived on ramen in desperation while I scrubbed my family's conscience clean. To Chase, it will look like a sale. He will look at the ledger and see that his fiancée had a price tag. The front door opens. The heavy sound reverberates through the floorboards, traveling up my spine. I stop breathing. Heavy footsteps echo in the foyer, slow, deliberate. They aren't the angry, stomping strides of a man coming to evict a traitor. They sound tired. Chase walks into the living room. He looks wrecked. His t-shirt is damp from the rain, clinging to the broad expanse of his chest. His hair is plastered to his forehead. But it's his eyes that scare me. They are hollowed out, dark circles bruising the skin beneath the lower lashes. He looks like he's just gone 12 rounds with a heavyweight and lost by decision. He stops in the room, looking at me. I stand up. I have to lock my knees to keep from swaying. Chase, I whisper. My voice is a ghost. You saw him. I saw him. He runs a hand over his face, scrubbing at the exhaustion. He doesn't yell. He doesn't accuse. He just stands there, radiating a heavy, silent grief. What did he say? I ask. I need to know. I need to know if I should pack my bag. Chase drops his hand. He looks at me, his hazel eyes searching my face. He's looking for something. A flinch? A lie? He's dying, Sylvia, Chase says, his voice flat. He's a bitter, angry old man who was terrified of fading into irrelevance. He spent an hour telling me how disappointed he is in me, how I'm too soft, how I ruined the family legacy. I blink. That's it? He tried to rattle me, Chase continues, walking toward the liquor cabinet. He pours himself a glass of amber liquid, his movements stiff. He tried to tell me that I can't trust anyone, that everyone has an angle. He takes a drink, swallowing it down like it's water. Then he turns back to me. He told me to ask you why you really left. The room spins. The air leaves my lungs. And? I choke out, my hand flying to my watch. Chase stares at my hand on the watch, but instead of pouncing, he sighs, a long, ragged exhale that sounds like surrender. And I told him I didn't care. Chase lies. Or maybe it's not a lie. Maybe he's choosing not to care tonight. I told him that whatever happened 5 years ago is history, Chase says, walking toward me. I told him that what's most important is who is in this house right now. He stops in front of me. He smells of rain and that sterile hospital antiseptic, layered over his own scent of musk and heat. I'm not going to ask you, Syl, he says softly. I'm tired of the past. I'm tired of letting him dictate what I think. My knees give out. I sink back onto the sofa, relief washing over me so violently it makes me dizzy. He doesn't know. Or if he suspects, he's burying it. Okay, I whisper. Okay. Suddenly, as if on cue, there's a loud boom. Thunder cracks directly overhead, shaking the window panes in their frames. The lights in the living room flicker, once, twice, and then die. The house plunges into darkness, illuminated only by the flashes of lightning tearing through the sky outside. Well, Chase's voice comes from the dark, rich and amused. That's dramatic. I love it, I say instantly. The storm settles something in me. The chaos outside matches the chaos inside, making me feel strangely calm. I missed this. The summer storms. A match strikes. A flare of yellow light illuminates Chase's face. He kneels by the fireplace, lighting the kindling he must have laid earlier. The flames catch, licking up the dry wood, casting long dancing shadows across the room. The firelight turns his skin to bronze. It highlights the sharp cut of his cheekbones and the strong line of his throat. He stands up and turns to me. Better? He asks. Much. He walks over to the sofa. He doesn't sit next to me. He sits on the coffee table, facing me, his knees bumping against mine. He looks down at my legs. You're swollen again, he notes. I look down. My ankles are puffing over the edges of my house slippers. Salt, I murmur. Or stress. Probably both. Give me your feet. Chase, you don't have to. I didn't ask. He reaches out and lifts my legs, placing them in his lap. His hands are large and warm, engulfing my ankles. He starts to work his thumbs into the arch of my foot, digging into the tight muscles. I groan. I can't help it. The relief is instant. God, I breathe, letting my head fall back against the cushions. You have magic hands. I have hands that know where you hurt, he corrects, his voice low. He works in silence for a few minutes. The only sounds are the crackle of the fire and the rain hammering against the glass. It's intimate, domestic. It feels like a life we could have had if things had been different. I watch him through half-closed eyes. He's focused on his task, his brow furrowed in concentration, treating my swollen feet with the same intensity he treats a hostile takeover. I'm sorry I wasn't there, he says suddenly. I lift my head. What? He doesn't stop massaging, but his movement's slow. He stares at my foot in his hands, tracing the line of a vein with his thumb. 5 years ago, he says, when you left, I didn't chase you. Chase? I let you go, he says, the words rough, scraping over gravel. I sat in that apartment with my busted knee and my voided contract, and I told myself that you were better off. I told myself I was a cripple with no future, and you were a star. I convinced myself that letting you run was the noble thing to do. He looks up at me. The firelight reflects in his eyes, making them burn gold. I was a coward, he whispers. I was so busy feeling sorry for myself, mourning the athlete I used to be, that I didn't fight for the woman who made me a man. My heart squeezes painfully in my chest. He thinks he wasn't enough. All these years he thought I left because he was broken. You weren't a coward, I say fiercely, sitting up. You were in pain. Your whole life had just imploded. That's no excuse. I should have come after you. I should have kicked down your door and demanded an explanation. Instead, I let my grandfather get in my head. I let him convince me that everyone leaves eventually. He squeezes my foot hard. I wasted 5 years being angry at you, he admits, when I should have been angry at myself for not being worth staying for. The guilt is a physical weight in my throat. It chokes me. He blames himself. He thinks he was inadequate, and I let him believe it. I let him carry that scar for 5 years because I was too terrified to tell him the truth. I need to tell him. The secret is right there, sitting on my tongue, tasting like copper. I didn't leave because you were broken. I left because I loved you too much to let you be ruined. I open my mouth. Chase, I start. I didn't leave because of your knee. I didn't leave because I didn't love you. He goes still. His hands stop moving on my skin. He looks at me, waiting. Then why? He asks softly. Tell me, Syl, why did you run? I look at him. I see the vulnerability in his face, the open wound I created. If I tell him about the money, if I tell him I took a check from Conrad, will he hear the why? Or will he just see the transaction? If I confess now, tonight, in this fragile, perfect moment, it shatters. The peace breaks. He will demand to see the records. He will see the check. And until I can prove where that money went, I'm just a mercenary in his eyes. I can't ruin this. Not tonight. I'm too tired to fight him. I'm too weak to handle his rejection again. I close my mouth. I slide my hand down to cover my stomach, where our baby is sleeping. I was scared, I whisper. It's a half-truth. We were young. The pressure, it was too much. I thought I was holding you back from the family destiny. Chase watches me. He sees the hesitation. He knows I'm holding something back, but he doesn't press. He decides in that moment to accept the half-truth. He shifts, moving my legs aside so he can slide off the table and onto the sofa next to me. The cushions dip under his weight. He's close, so close I can feel the heat of his thigh against mine. He reaches out and takes my hand, the one that was fidgeting with the watch. He uncurls my fingers, smoothing them out against his palm. He lifts my hand to his mouth. He presses a kiss to the center of my palm. It's not a sexual kiss. It's a vow. His lips are warm, firm, pressing against the sensitive skin where my pulse beats. The sensation travels straight down my arm and wraps around my heart. He keeps his lips against my skin as he looks up at me through his lashes. You were never holding me back, he murmurs against my palm. You were the only thing pushing me forward. He pulls back just enough to lock eyes with me. I made a mistake 5 years ago, he says, his voice becoming a low, possessive rumble that vibrates in the quiet room. I let you walk out that door. I let you think you had a choice. He interlaces our fingers, locking our hands together. I'm not making that mistake again, he promises. I don't give a crap about the past. I don't care about the reasons. You're here now. You're in my house. You're carrying my blood. He squeezes my hand, tight enough to bruise, tight enough to anchor me to the earth. I'm not letting you go this time, Syl, he whispers with a glint in his eyes. You can run, you can hide, you can fight me, but I'm keeping you.
Chapter 20. Chase. The phone on the kitchen counter vibrates against the granite. Psst. Psst. I glance at the screen. It's Nate. He's probably wondering why the CEO of Mitchell Logistics has gone dark on a Tuesday. He's probably wondering why I haven't responded to the 3 emails regarding the Aegis trace or the acquisition of Sylvia's building. I reach out and flip the phone face down. The silence that follows is heavy, but it isn't oppressive. It's peaceful. I look across the living room. Sylvia is curled up on the oversized leather sofa, her legs tucked under her, a book resting on the gentle slope of her stomach. She's wearing one of my shirts, a charcoal gray cotton thing that hangs off her shoulder, exposing the dark, smooth skin of her neck. She looks settled. For the last 24 hours, I haven't left this house. I haven't looked at a spreadsheet. I haven't thought about my grandfather rotting in that hospital bed. I've just watched her. I walked into this arrangement thinking it was a siege. I thought I had to surround her, cut off her supply lines, and starve her into submission. But sitting here, drinking coffee that's gone cold, watching the rise and fall of her chest as she breathes, I realize I was using the wrong strategy. You don't win a woman like Sylvia by breaking down her walls. You win by becoming the only thing inside the walls that makes her feel safe. She turns a page, her brow furrowing slightly. I stand up and walk over to her. The floorboards don't creak. I paid extra for that solidity, but she senses me coming. She looks up, her eyes soft, unguarded. Hungry? I ask. Always, she admits, closing the book. But I don't want to move. I finally found a position where my back isn't screaming. Then don't move. I lean down and scoop her up. She gasps, dropping the book, her arms instinctively wrapping around my neck. Chase, I can walk. I know you can. I hold her tight against my chest, savoring the weight of her, the heat of her solidifying against me. I just prefer carrying you. I don't take her to the kitchen. I walk past it. I head for the stairs. Chase! Her voice drops, turning husky. She buries her face in the crook of my neck, inhaling sharply. Where are we going? Nap time, I lie. I carry her up to the master bedroom. The blackout curtains are drawn against the afternoon sun, casting the room in a deep, slate-gray twilight. It feels like a cave, a sanctuary where the rest of the world can't touch us. I set her down on the edge of the mattress. I don't step back. I stand between her spread knees, my hands resting on her thighs, feeling the warmth of her skin through the thin fabric of my shirt. You're staring again, she whispers. She reaches out, her fingers tracing the buckle of my belt. I'm looking at my wife. I'm not your wife yet. Paperwork, I dismiss. You're in my house. You're in my bed. You're wearing my clothes. I reach for the hem of the gray shirt. Lift your arms. She obeys. I pull the shirt up and over her head, tossing it aside. She's wearing nothing underneath. My breath catches in my throat. Her body is a masterpiece of change. Her breasts are heavy, spilling with a new fullness, the areolas darker and swollen. Her waist is thicker, softening into the curve of her hips. And her belly. It's a perfect, hard mound. Evidence. Life. I drop to my knees. I don't touch her skin yet. I just look. I worship the sight of her. This is what I missed. This is what I almost threw away because I was too proud to chase her 5 years ago. Chase, she breathes, her hands finding my hair. Her fingers thread through the strands, holding me there. I lean forward and press my lips to the center of her stomach. She shudders. He's in there, I whisper against her skin.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
The room is silent again. We are tangled together under the duvet. Sylvia is asleep, her head resting on my chest, her arm thrown across my waist. Her breathing is slow and even, a warm puff of air against my skin. I stare up at the ceiling. My body is relaxed, limp with satisfaction, but my mind is racing. I love you. She said it. She meant it. I look down at the top of her head. I brush a kiss against her hair. She thinks this is just about the past. She thinks we're just picking up the pieces. She has no idea. I carefully untangle myself from her limbs. I slide out of bed, grabbing my boxers from the floor. I walk to the dresser where I left my watch and wallet. I open the top drawer. Buried under a stack of silk ties in the back corner is a small black velvet box. I take it out. I don't open it. I don't need to. I know what's inside. It's not the ring I gave her 5 years ago, the family heirloom diamond that felt heavy with obligation and my grandfather's expectations. This is new. I bought it the day after the ultrasound. A solitaire, oval cut, flawless, modern, clean. No history attached to it except the one we're starting now. I turn the box over in my hand. She loves me. I have the leverage. I have the child. I have her in my bed. But a fake engagement isn't enough anymore. The contract isn't enough. I want the vow. I want her to stand up in front of the world, and my grandfather, and swear she belongs to me. I look back at the bed, the curve of her body under the sheet. I'm going to propose. For real. And this time I'm going to make sure the door is locked so she can never run away again.
Chapter 21. Sylvia. The smell of roasted coffee and something sharp, citrus, maybe ginger, pulls me out of sleep. I reach across the expanse of the mattress, my hand seeking the solid heat that has been my anchor for the last 3 weeks. The sheets are cool. He's already up. I roll onto my back, staring at the ceiling fan, cutting slow, lazy circles in the air. My hand moves to my stomach. It's harder now, the curve pronounced enough that my t-shirts pull tight across the middle. "Good morning, Nugget," I whisper. A flutter answers me. It's probably just my imagination, because it's too early for that. I smile at the thought. This is life. It's peaceful. Not the empty, lonely quiet of my apartment before Chase came back. This is a full silence. It's the silence of a house that is breathing. I heave myself up. My lower back protests with a dull ache that's becoming my constant companion. I swing my legs over the bed, my feet hunting for my slippers. Downstairs, the house is bright. The curtains in the living room are thrown wide open, letting the morning sun bleach the hardwood floors. I find him in the kitchen. Chase is standing at the island, his back to me. He's wearing sweatpants that hang low on his hips and a black t-shirt that strains across his shoulders as he slices fruit with the precision of a surgeon. He looks relaxed. The tension that used to coil in his muscles, the wolf pacing the cage, has settled. He's still intense, still watchful, but the aggression has shifted into a heavy protective blanket that covers me completely. "You're up," he says without turning around. He sensed me. He always senses me. "My bladder is the size of a walnut," I say, walking over to him. "I'm up every 2 hours. He turns, wiping his hands on a towel, His hazel eyes sweep over me, checking for distress, checking for pain. It's the athlete's gaze, assessing the teammate's condition before the game. "How's the back?" he asks. "Manageable." He walks around the island and pulls me into him. His hands settle on my hips, warm and heavy. He leans down and kisses me. It's not a hungry, desperate kiss like the ones we share at night. It's soft. It's a greeting. It's a claim. "Breakfast," he says, releasing me and sliding a plate across the granite. Scrambled eggs, spinach, avocado toast, and a glass of dark red juice. "Pomegranate and ginger," he explains, tapping the glass. "For the nausea and the iron levels." "You're obsessive," I tell him, climbing onto the bar stool. "I'm thorough." He picks up his own mug of black coffee, leaning his hip against the counter to watch me eat. "I checked the logs for the security gate. A delivery truck stalled there for 3 minutes yesterday. I'm having the company vetted." It was probably just a driver checking his GPS, Chase. "Probably," he agrees. "But I prefer certainty. This is our rhythm now." He manages the perimeter. I manage the life growing inside me. He has been very attentive and protective, even more so after he had that talk with Conrad weeks ago. He drives me to the clinic every morning, his hand resting on my knee the entire ride. He picks me up at 5 sharp. If I'm late, he walks into the waiting room, his presence sucking the air out of the space until I pack up my bag. In the evenings, we sit by the fire. He reads reports, actual paper, no screens, because he says the blue light disrupts my sleep while I chart patient files. He massages my feet without being asked. We talk about names. We talk about nurseries. We don't talk about the past. We don't talk about why I left. We don't talk about his grandfather. We exist in this bubble, this fragile, perfect suspension of reality, where the only thing that matters is the baby and the heat between us. I take a bite of the toast. It's perfect. "I have a late meeting today," Sylvia says, looking at him over the rim of my glass. "Lena wants to go over the quarterly projections." Chase frowns. The smooth line of his forehead ripples. "How late?" 7, maybe? "I'll have dinner sent to the clinic," he says instantly. "And I'll pick you up at 7:30. Don't walk to your car alone." "Chase, the clinic has security?" Paul is 60 years old and sleeps at the front desk. "I'll pick you up." He leans over and kisses my forehead, then drops a kiss to the top of my stomach. "Eat the spinach," he commands. He grabs his keys and heads for the garage. I listen to the rumble of his engine fading down the driveway. I sit there in the quiet kitchen, surrounded by the luxury he built, eating the food he made, carrying the child he gave me. My brain isn't screaming at me to run. My brain is starting to whisper something much more dangerous. Maybe it's okay. Maybe the past is dead. Maybe my parents are just a bad memory, rotting in a cell, and they can't hurt us. Maybe Chase really doesn't care about the why, as long as I'm here for the now. I finish the juice. The ginger burns my throat in a good way. I want to believe it. God, I want to believe it. The clinic is humming with activity. I move through the day on autopilot. Ultrasound, consultation, hormone panel. The work usually grounds me, but today, my mind keeps drifting back to the house, to the way Chase looks at me when he thinks I'm not noticing, like he's trying to solve a puzzle he's already half in love with. In love? I said it to him that day in bed. I screamed it. He didn't say it back. He kissed me to shut me up, but his actions, the way he touches me, the way he anticipates my needs before I even voice them, that speaks louder than a confession. You're smiling at a speculum sill. It's creepy. I blink, snapping back to reality. Lena is leaning against the doorframe of my office, arms crossed over her chest. I wasn't smiling at the speculum, I say. tossing the instrument into the sterilization bin. I was thinking. About the beast? Lena walks in and shuts the door. She sits on the edge of my desk. You've been lighter lately. Less like you're waiting for a sniper to take you out. It's good, I admit. The words feel superstitious, like saying them aloud will jinx it. He's been incredible. The aggression is gone. It's just intensity now. Focus. And the grandfather? The air in the room drops 10 degrees. Quiet, I say. Chase saw him a few weeks ago. Since then, radio silence. Chase says he's bitter and dying, but he hasn't made a move. And the secret? Lena asks softly. I haven't told him. Sylvia. I can't, Lena. I stand up, pacing the small length of my office. We're finally in a good place. He trusts me. If I tell him I took $1 million from his grandfather to disappear, if I show him that check, he won't care that I donated it to the victims. He won't care that I lived on nothing. He'll just see that I had a price. He deserves to know, Lena says gently. If Conrad drops that bomb and you haven't prepped the ground, the explosion will kill whatever this is. I stop pacing. I look out the window at the Atlanta skyline. She's right. I know she's right. The secret is a rot at the center of the foundation. We can build a house on top of it, but eventually the floor will give way. But I'm a coward. I'm terrified of seeing the light go out of his eyes. I'm terrified of the cold man coming back. I'll tell him, I whisper. Just not yet. Not while the pregnancy is high risk. I can't handle the stress of a fight right now. I'll tell him after the baby is born, when we're a family, when he looks at our son and knows I'm not going anywhere. And if Conrad talks before then? He hasn't yet, I say. Maybe he won't. It's a flimsy shield, but it's the only one I have. That night, after Chase picks me up and drives us home in the safe, insulated bubble of the SUV, I make a decision. I can't speak the words. My throat closes up every time I try, but I can write them. Chase is in the shower. I can hear the water running in the master bath. I sit at the vanity table in the bedroom. I pull a sheet of heavy, cream-colored stationery from the drawer. I pick up a pen. My hand shakes as I touch the nib to the paper. Chase, I need you to know the truth, not the version your grandfather tells, and not the silence I've kept between us. 5 years ago, I didn't disappear because I stopped loving you. I left because I loved you too much to let my family destroy yours. I write it all down. I write about Conrad's threats. I write about the dossier on my parents, the extent of the fraud, the elderly victims who lost their pensions. I write about the shame that burned me alive. And I write about the money. He gave me a check for $1 million. He told me it was a severance package. He told me if I didn't take it and run, he would leak my parents' files to the press the morning of our wedding. He would have destroyed your career before it started. I took the check, but I didn't keep a dime. I transferred it anonymously to the Victim Restitution Fund. Every single cent. I bought my freedom from your grandfather, and I tried to buy some peace for the people my father hurt. I'm sorry I lied. I'm sorry I didn't trust you enough to fight with me, but please, believe this. You were never a transaction to me. You were everything. I sign it. Always yours, Sylvia. I fold the paper. My tears have warped the ink in a few places, but it's legible. I don't have an envelope. I look around the vanity. My eyes land on my jewelry box, a vintage mahogany case Chase bought me a week ago, because he said my clutter was offending his sense of order. I open it. The velvet lining is soft under my fingers. I lift the bottom tray. There's a hidden compartment underneath, meant for passports or cash. I slip the letter inside. I lower the tray back down. I pile my earrings and the gold band I wear on top of it. It's hidden, but it's there, a failsafe. If Conrad talks, if the worst happens, I can point to this. I can show him the truth in my own words. What are you doing? I jump. Chase is standing in the doorway of the bathroom. A towel is slung low around his hips, water droplets clinging to the hair on his chest. He's steaming, filling the room with the scent of soap and heat. Just organizing, I say, my heart thumping against my ribs. I close the lid of the jewelry box. Click. He walks over to me. He stands behind my chair, looking at me in the mirror. He places his wet hands on my shoulders. You look guilty, he murmurs, his eyes meeting mine in the glass. I'm just tired, I lie. He leans down and kisses the junction of my neck and shoulder. Come to bed. I lean back against him, letting the tension drain out of me. The letter is safe. The secret is contained. Okay, I say. We climb into bed. He pulls me against his chest, his arm heavy over my waist, his hand resting protectively on the baby. It's perfect. It's safe. I close my eyes, drifting towards sleep. Ring. The sound cuts through the dark room like a knife. It's not my cell phone. It's not Chase's cell. It's the landline, the red phone on the nightstand. Chase stiffens against my back. His arm goes rigid. He reaches out and grabs the receiver. Mitchell. His voice is a growl, instantly awake, instantly alert. I hold my breath. He listens. The silence stretches, tight as a bowstring. I feel the change in him. The relaxation vanishes. When? He asks sharply. He listens again. I'm coming. He slams the phone down. He throws the covers off, swinging out of bed before the echo of the plastic hitting the cradle has faded. He's already reaching for his jeans. Chase? I sit up, clutching the sheet to my chest. What happened? He turns to look at me as he zips his fly. His face is grim, hard. The softness from this morning is gone, replaced by the mask of the CEO. It's the hospital, he says. Is he? He's very weak, Chase says. Massive failure. He's not going to make it through the hour. He grabs a shirt, pulling it over his head. He's demanding to see me, Chase says, his voice devoid of emotion, but his eyes burning with a cold fire. He says he has one last thing to give me. He looks at me. He looks at the jewelry box on the vanity. Then he looks back at my eyes. Go back to sleep, Sylvia, he says. I'll handle this. He walks out. I listen to his footsteps retreating. I listen to the front door slam. I look at the jewelry box. The letter is in there. The truth is in there. But Chase is gone, and he's heading straight for the man who knows my secrets.
Chapter 22. Chase. The drive to St. Jude's is a blur of wet asphalt and red taillights. I drive aggressively. I weave through the late-night traffic on the connector, the engine of the SUV roaring as I push it past the limit. My hands are wrapped so tight around the steering wheel, the leather groans under the pressure. He coded but was successfully resuscitated. The patient has refused intubation. The words replay in my head, a loop I can't shut off. I don't feel grief. That's the cold, hard truth of it. I don't feel the tearing loss a grandson should feel for the patriarch of his family. I feel inevitability, like a clock is finally winding down to zero. But underneath the numbness, there is a burning, white-hot coal of suspicion. He has one last thing to give me. I park in the emergency bay, abandoning the car where it stands. I toss the keys to a startled valet and stride through the sliding glass doors. The hospital is different at night. It's quieter, but the silence is heavier. It presses against my eardrums. The smell of antiseptic is sharper, barely masking the underlying scent of sickness and decay. I take the elevator to the 4th floor. The numbers tick up slowly. 1, 2, 3. I tap my fingers against his thigh, a rapid staccato rhythm. It's the only outlet for the energy vibrating under my skin. The doors slide open. The hallway is a hive of activity. Nurses are moving quickly in and out of room 402. A crash cart is parked outside the door, the paddles resting on top like silent weapons. I walk through them. I'm a tank rolling through a field of infantry. Mr. Mitchell, a doctor in a white coat, steps in front of me. He looks tired. We manage to stabilize him, but his heart is failing. It's a matter of minutes, not hours. Clear the room, I say. Sir, we need to monitor. I said clear the room. My voice drops, rumbling low in my chest. I don't shout. I don't have to. I look him in the eye, channeling every ounce of the authority my grandfather beat into me. He wants to speak to me. Leave us. The doctor hesitates, then nods. He signals the nurses. They file out, casting glances at the dying man in the bed and the looming shadow standing at the door. The last one closes the door behind her, sealing us in. The silence returns. Conrad Mitchell looks worse than he did weeks ago. He's a skeleton wrapped in parchment skin. His breathing is a wet, rattling gasp that shakes his entire frail frame. The monitors are muted, flashing red numbers that are dropping steadily. But his eyes are open, and they are locked on me. "Chase!" he wheezes. I walk to the side of the bed. I look down at him. I feel massive next to him, vibrant with life while he reeks of death. "I'm here," I say. "You came," he whispers. A faint, triumphant smirk twists his pale lips. "I knew you would come. You said you had something to give me." "The truth," he rasps. "I need to clean the slate. For the legacy." "The legacy is safe," I tell him, my voice devoid of emotion. "Sylvia is safe. I handled Aegis. I bought the debt." Conrad closes his eyes. He draws a shuddering breath. "Aegis," he murmurs. "Yes, I used it. I bought the building. I squeezed her." "I know," I say impatiently. "We're past that." "Are we?" His eyes snap open. They are milky, fading, but there is a spark of malice still burning in the center. "I did more than squeeze, boy. Her clinic, the lawsuit last year, the mix-up with the donor vials." I freeze. Sylvia had once mentioned a lawsuit in passing. A massive malpractice claim that nearly shuttered the clinic before she even met me again. She settled it, but it drained her reserves. "That was you?" I ask. "I had the sample swapped," Conrad confesses. His voice is stronger now, fueled by the adrenaline of the end. "I paid a tech to switch the labels. I needed her desperate. I needed her to fail so she would have no choice but to turn to you." My hands curl into angry fists. He didn't just attack her finances. He attacked her reputation. He attacked her life's work. He tampered with medical samples just to maneuver her like a pawn on a chessboard. "You jerk," I growl. "She's a doctor. You played with people's lives." "I played to win." Conrad coughs, his body convulsing. "I needed an heir, Chase. You were refusing to marry. You were letting the line die with you. I had to force your hand. I had to bring her back into your orbit." "By destroying her?" "By managing her!" He gasps for air, his chest heaving. The monitor flashes a warning, but he waves a weak hand, dismissing his own death. "It doesn't matter," he wheezes. "She is here now. She is pregnant." The line continues. "She hates you," I say coldly, "and after tonight, I'm done with you too." I turn to leave. I can't look at him. I can't be in this room with the man who sabotaged the woman I'm sleeping next to. "She doesn't hate me because of the clinic," Conrad says. His voice stops me at the door. It's quiet, slithering. I turn back slowly. "What?" "She hates me," Conrad whispers, "because I know what she is." "Stop it," I warn him. "I'm not listening to this gold digger narrative again." "It's not a narrative," he says. "Why do you think she left you, Chase? 5 years ago?" "Because we were young," I recite. "Because the pressure was too much. Because she was scared." Conrad laughs. It's a terrible wet sound that turns into a choke. Scared, he mocks. Sylvia Williams isn't scared of anything. She's steel. She didn't leave because of pressure, boy. She left because I made her. The hospital room seems to stretch, the walls receding. What did you say? My voice is barely a whisper. I made her leave, Conrad says, savoring the words. I called her into my office the week before the wedding. I told her I had a file on her parents, the fraud, the theft. I told her I would splash their mugshots across every newspaper in Atlanta on your wedding day. I stare at him. I remember the week before the wedding. Sylvia was distant, pale. She was sick to her stomach every morning. I thought it was nerves. You blackmailed her, I say. The rage building in my chest is blinding. It's a physical pressure expanding behind my ribs. I gave her a choice, Conrad corrects. I told her she could marry you and ruin your career with her scandal, or she could leave. He lifts a hand, pointing a trembling finger at me. But I didn't just use a stick, Chase. I used a carrot. He licks his lips. I offered her money. She wouldn't take it, I say instantly. She has integrity. She took it, Conrad hisses. $1 million. A check. To walk away from you. To leave you standing at that altar like a fool. Liar, I breathe. But the doubt, the seed he planted weeks ago, bursts open. Check the accounts, Conrad challenges, his voice fading as his energy wanes. September 12th, 5 years ago. A cashier's check, issued to Sylvia Williams, cashed the same day. He closes his eyes, sinking back into the pillows. She didn't leave you for love, Chase. She didn't leave you to save you. She sold you. I'm sure it was the money. He lets out a long, rattling exhale. She's a dirty woman, he whispers. Just like her mother. I stand there frozen in the room. The monitor creates a steady rhythmic beat that matches the pounding in my ears. She didn't leave me. For 5 years, I thought she walked away because I was broken. I thought she looked at my injured knee and my lost career and decided I wasn't enough. I blamed myself. But she didn't leave because of me. She was forced. My grandfather forced her. But then the second half of the sentence hits me. She took the money. $1 million. If she loved me. If she was leaving to protect me. Why did she take the money? The memory of her in the kitchen flashes through my mind. The way she pales. The way she refused to tell me why she really left. I didn't take off because I didn't love you, she had said. But she never mentioned the money. She hid it. She's been hiding it for 5 years. Chase. Conrad's voice is faint. The monitor is slowing down. Beep. 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 I don't look at him. I turn around and walk out the door. I leave him to die alone. I walk down the hallway, my vision tunneling. I don't see the nurses rushing past me toward his room as the alarms start to blare. I don't hear the code blue over the intercom. All I hear is the roar of betrayal in my blood. She left because he threatened her, but she stayed away because she was paid. I reach into my pocket and pull out my phone. My thumb hovers over the screen. I dial Nate. Wake up, I say, my voice a stranger's. I need you to pull a bank record. 5 years ago, September 12th. Look for a check from my personal holdings to Sylvia Williams. I step into the elevator as Nate types on the other end. I see it, Nate says, his voice confused. 1 million, cashed at First National. I hang up. I stare at my reflection in the polished steel doors. I look like a man who has just survived a car crash, only to realize he's bleeding to death. She sold us. And now I'm going home to ask for a refund.
Chapter 23. Sylvia. The grandfather clock in the hallway is a metronome counting down to an execution. Tick, tock, tick, tock. I pace the length of the living room. 12 steps from the fireplace to the sofa, 12 steps back. The Persian rug, usually soft under my feet, feels like sandpaper against my soles. It has been 3 hours. 3 hours since the red phone rang. 3 hours since Chase stormed out of our bedroom, his face a mask of granite and cold fury, heading to the deathbed of the man who destroyed us once and is trying to do it again. I stop at the window. The storm has passed, leaving behind a wet, heavy silence that presses against the glass. The driveway is empty. The security lights cast long skeletal shadows across the lawn, but there is no sign of the black SUV. My hand moves to my stomach. The baby is awake, agitated by the cortisol flooding my system. I know, I whisper, rubbing my stomach. I'm sorry. I can't turn it off. I walk to the kitchen, not because I'm hungry, but because I need to move. If I stop moving, the panic will catch up to me. Aston, the head of Chase's private security detail, is standing by the back door. He's usually invisible, a shadow in a suit who blends into the architecture. Tonight, he feels conspicuous. He looks up from his tablet as I enter. Dr. Williams, he says. His voice is low, respectful. Is there any word? I ask. My voice sounds thin, brittle. Has Chase called? Mr. Mitchell checked in when he arrived at St. Jude's, Aston says. He doesn't meet my eyes. He looks at a point just over my shoulder. No updates since then. Is Conrad... I can't finish the sentence. Is he dead? Is he talking? Is he spilling the poison? No updates, Aston repeats, but then he looks at me. It's a mistake. A slip in his professional armor. For a fraction of a second, his gaze drops to my face, and I see it. Pity. It's not the sympathy you give someone whose grandfather-in-law is dying. It's the look you give a woman standing on train tracks who doesn't hear the whistle blowing. My stomach drops. The acid rises in my throat, burning and sour. He knows something, or he suspects. Chase's mood when he left, the cold, lethal focus, must have been palpable to the men who guard him. They must have heard something. A news from the hospital, maybe. Thank you, Aston, I say, turning away before my knees give out. I retreat to the living room, but the walls feel like they're closing in. The air is too thin. I can't get a full breath. He will find out. The thought loops in my head, relentless and terrifying. Conrad Mitchell is a man who believes in scorching the earth. If he's dying, he has no reason to keep the secrets anymore. He has no reason to protect the lie that I left for personal reasons. He will want to hurt Chase one last time. Or perhaps he thinks telling the truth will bind Chase to the legacy even tighter. She took the money. That's what he'll say. He won't mention the threats. He won't mention the dossier on my parents. He'll just show Chase the ledger. $1 million. Paid to Sylvia Williams. Chase will see the number. He won't see the charity transfer. He won't see the years I spent living in a studio apartment the size of a closet, eating instant noodles, while I paid off the victims of my father's schemes. He'll just see the check. He'll see a price tag. I reach for my wrist. My fingers fumble for the clasp of the watch. Click. I adjust it tighter. It digs into my skin, pinching the flesh. The pain is grounding. Click. I loosen it. I need to get ahead of this. I can't just stand here and wait for him to come home and accuse me. I can't let him look at me with that cold, dead stare he had 5 years ago. I can't survive that again. Not with his baby inside me. Not after I told him I loved him. The letter. I wrote it down. I put it all on paper. The threats, the coercion, the truth about the money. I put it in the jewelry box. If I give it to him the second he walks in, if I show him the truth before Conrad's poison has time to set, maybe I have a chance. Maybe he'll see that I was trying to protect him, not sell him. I turn toward the stairs. The climb feels endless. My body is heavy, weighed down by the pregnancy and the crushing dread. Every step sends a dull throb through my lower back. 1, 2, 3. I grip the banister, hauling myself up. The hallway is dark. The door to the master bedroom is ajar, spilling a slice of gray light onto the carpet. I walk in. The room smells like him. Sandalwood and the faint, crisp scent of the expensive detergent the staff uses. It smells like the safety I've been lulling myself into for 3 weeks. I walk to the vanity. My reflection in the mirror is ghostly. My skin looks ashen, my eyes wide and dark, rimmed with red. I look guilty. I look like a woman running from a crime scene. I reach for the mahogany jewelry box. My hands are shaking so badly I fumble the latch. It sticks for a second, fighting me before snapping open. The velvet interior is soft under my fingertips. I lift the top tray, the gold chains and diamond studs sliding together with a soft clatter. There it is, the cream stationery, folded twice. I pick it up. The paper feels flimsy. How can something so light hold the weight of my entire future? I clutch it to my chest, closing my eyes. Please. I pray to a God I haven't spoken to in years. Please let him believe me. Please don't let the money erase the love. I hear it then. The sound is faint at first, muffled by the heavy drapes and the insulation of the massive house. But my ears are tuned to his frequency. I would hear him in a hurricane, the crunch of tires on gravel. My eyes snap open. He's here. I move to the window, pulling back the curtain just an inch. The black SUV is idling in the driveway. The headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the front steps. The driver's door opens. Chase steps out. He doesn't move like the man who carried me up the stairs yesterday. He doesn't move like the man who kissed my belly and told me he was keeping me. He moves like a fury incarnate. He slams the car door. The sound is a gunshot in the quiet night. He doesn't look around. He doesn't acknowledge Aston, who has stepped out onto the porch. He stalks toward the front door with long, aggressive strides. His head down, his shoulders hunched forward against the world. He looks unhinged. Even from here, I can see the tension vibrating off him. His jacket is gone. His shirt is untucked, the sleeves rolled up haphazardly, as if he tore at his clothes in a rage. He knows. The certainty crashes into me, stealing the air from the room. He knows about the money, Conrad told him. I clutch the letter tighter, crumpling the edges. I have to get downstairs. I have to meet him at the door. I have to be the first thing he sees before the anger hardens into concrete. I turn and rush out of the bedroom. I'm moving too fast for my center of gravity. I stumble at the top of the staircase, catching myself on the railing. My heart is in my throat, fluttering like a trapped bird. I hear the front door unlock, the heavy click of the deadbolt sliding back, then the crash of the door hitting the wall as it's thrown open. Sylvia! His voice roars up the stairwell. It's not a call. It's a summons. It's raw, guttural, and terrifying. It sounds like something torn out of an animal caught in a trap. I freeze on the landing, my hand gripping the letter so hard my nails cut into my palm. He's not waiting for me to come down. I hear his boots hitting the wood of the stairs. Heavy, fast. Taking them 2 at a time. He's coming for me. And he sounds like he wants to burn the house down with us inside.
Chapter 24. Chase. The front door crashes against the wall. The sound is a gunshot in the silent house. It's violent. It's too loud. I didn't mean to slam it. I didn't mean to storm in here like a battering ram. But my body is operating on a frequency I can't control. My blood is rushing so fast it's deafening, roaring in my ears like a jet engine. She left because I made her. The words are branding iron searing into my brain. I stand in the foyer, my chest heaving, sucking in air that feels too thin. My hands are shaking. Not a tremor. A full-blown quake. I look down at them, at the large, calloused palms that I thought were strong enough to hold this world together. They look useless. I look up. Sylvia is at the top of the stairs. She's frozen on the landing, one hand gripping the banister so hard her knuckles are white, the other clutching a piece of cream-colored stationery to her chest. She looks terrified. Her face is ashen, drained of blood. Her dark eyes are wide, fixed on me with the same look a deer gives a semi-truck right before impact. She's trembling. I can see the shivers running through her frame, shaking the loose fabric of her nightgown. She thinks I'm here to hurt her. She thinks I'm the monster Conrad told her I would become. The realization hits me harder than the knee injury that ended my career. It snaps something vital in the center of my chest. "Sylvia!" I choke out. My voice is unrecognizable. It's a jagged ruin. She flinches. She takes a step back, bracing herself against the wall. "I can explain," she whispers. Her voice is thin, brittle glass. "Chase, please. The money. I can explain." She thinks I care about the money. She thinks I'm standing here vibrating with rage because of a number in a bank ledger. I start up the stairs. I take them 2 at a time, my boots heavy on the wood. I need to get to her. The distance between us feels like a canyon, like a wound that's been bleeding for 5 years. She presses herself flat against the wall as I reach the landing. She holds the paper out like a shield. "Read it," she sobs. "Please, just read it before you hate me." I don't look at the paper. I stop in front of her. I loom over her, breathing hard, smelling the terror coming off her in waves. It mixes with the scent of her lavender soap and the baby she's growing for me. My legs give out. It's not a conscious choice. Gravity just wins. The weight of my own stupidity, the crushing burden of 5 years of misplaced anger, forces me down. I fall to my knees. My knees hit the hardwood of the landing with a heavy thud. Sylvia gasps. "Chase!" I grab her around her waist. I plunge my face into the soft curve of her stomach, pressing my forehead against the warmth of her womb. I hold on to her. I cling to her like a drowning man finding a piece of driftwood in the ocean. "He made you," I say. My voice is muffled against her nightgown, wet and broken. "He blackmailed you." She goes rigid. Her hands hover over my head, unsure, trembling. "He told you," she whispers. "He told me everything," I grit out. I squeeze my eyes shut, fighting the burn of tears I haven't shed since I was a child. The dossier, your parents, the threat to my career. "I had to," she cries, her voice cracking. "He was going to destroy you, Chase. He was going to put your face on the front page next to a fraud scandal. You were already hurt. You lost the game. I couldn't let you lose your name, too. You protected me." I lift my head. I look up at her. Tears are streaming down her face, tracking through the hollows of her cheeks. She looks shattered. "I didn't leave because I stopped loving you," she sobs. "I never stopped. I couldn't let him ruin you." "And the money?" I ask. I have to know. Not because I care about the cash, but because I need to understand the depth of the scar. "Did you take it?" She nods, fresh tears spilling over. "I took it. He made me. He said it was the only way he'd believe I was really gone. If I took the payoff." $1 million, I say softly. "I didn't keep it." She tries to shove the paper into my hand again. "I swear, Chase, I didn't keep a dime. I donated it. I paid back the people my father hurt. I lived in a studio apartment with cockroaches for years so I could wash that money clean. Lena helped me with the clinic when we bought it." A groan tears out of my throat. She didn't just leave me. She martyred herself. She took the shame, the blame, and the poverty, all to keep my reputation spotless. She let me hate her. She let me spend 5 years thinking she was cold and heartless, while she was scraping by, paying for sins that weren't hers. I am a blind, arrogant fool. I swore I wanted to win. I swore I wanted to secure the asset. But the real asset was standing right in front of me, taking bullets I didn't even know were being fired. "I'm sorry," I whisper. I pull her down. She resists for a second, then crumples. She slides down the wall until she's on the floor with me, her knees tangling with mine. I pull her into a desperate hug, crush her against my chest, burying my face in the crook of her neck. I need to feel her heartbeat. I need to know she's still here. "I'm so sorry," I say against her skin. "I'm sorry I didn't see it. I'm sorry I wasn't strong enough to protect you from him." "Chase, I left you all alone," I choke out, the guilt slicing me open. "You were fighting a war for me, and I left you alone on the battlefield. I thought you would hate me," she weeps into my shoulder. "I thought you would think I sold you." "I could never hate you," I vow, my grip tightening on her, my hands splayed over her back, holding her pieces together. "I love you, Sylvia. I love you more than I have ever loved anything in my life." The admission breaks the dam. For half a decade, I told myself that love was a liability. I convinced myself that it was a weakness, a soft spot in the armor where the knife goes in. I thought the only way to win was to stand alone. I was a fool. Looking at her now, this woman who sacrificed her own happiness, who lived in poverty, who broke her own heart just to keep my name clean, I finally see the truth. Love isn't weakness. It's the only thing strong enough to survive the dark. It's the fuel that kept her standing when the world was trying to crush her. And it's the only thing that's going to heal us now. I finally have the courage to admit it. I whisper into her hair, the truth settling deep in my bones. I love you. I pull back just enough to look at her. Her face is wet, her lips swollen, her eyes red. She's a mess. She's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. "You're not going anywhere," I tell her. "He's dying soon, Sylvia. Maybe in a few hours or in a few minutes. No chances of survival. And I'm going to spend the rest of my life making up for the fact that I let you walk out that door." She drops the letter. It flutters to the floor between us, forgotten. She wraps her arms around my neck and holds on. Finally, the silence inside me isn't heavy. It's whole. Chapter 25. Chase. Bacon sizzles in the cast iron pan. It's a domestic sound, a simple noise that has no business existing in a house that was a war zone 12 hours ago. I flip the strips with a fork. My movements are steady. The tremor that shook my hands on the stairs last night is gone, replaced by a calm so deep it feels like the bottom of the ocean. My phone vibrates against the granite countertop. I glance at the caller ID Nate. I don't stop cooking. I answer on speaker. "Tell me," I say. "He's gone," Nate says. His voice is hushed, respectful but efficient. Time of death was 6:04 a.m. massive cardiac arrest. The doctor said it was quick. I look out the kitchen window. The sun is fighting its way through the cloud cover, casting weak, pale light across the wet lawn. The storm is over. "Okay," I say. "The lawyers are already swarming," Nate continues. "They're asking about arrangements. A service? A viewing?" "No," I say, turning off the burner. "He wanted cremation. Direct. No service. No parade." "Are you sure, Chase? The optics?" "I'm unconcerned about the optics. He didn't want people staring at him when he couldn't stare back. Burn him and put him in the family vault. That's an order." "Understood." I hang up. I wait for the grief to hit. I wait for the sense of loss, the hollow ache that's supposed to come when the man who raised you leaves the earth. It doesn't come. I feel clearance. Like a dead tree has finally fallen in the forest, letting the light reach the ground for the very first time in decades. Conrad Mitchell died the way he lived, cold, efficient, and on his own terms. He didn't want tears. He wanted a legacy. And right up until his last breath, he was willing to burn everyone around him to secure it. "Chase?" I turn. Sylvia is standing in the doorway. She's wearing one of my t-shirts, the hem brushing her mid-thigh, and thick wool socks. Her hair is a mess of dark curls, her eyes puffy from crying. But the terror is gone. She looks soft. She looks safe. I cross the kitchen in 2 strides. I wrap my arms around her, pulling her into me. I nestle my face in the curve of her neck, breathing in the scent of sleep and lavender. She feels solid against me. Real. "He's dead," I tell her. She stiffens for a second, then relaxes. Her arms come up around my waist. I'm sorry, she whispers. Don't be. I pull back to look at her. He was in pain, and he was causing pain. It's over, Sil. The threat is gone. Are you okay? She asks, searching my face. She's not asking about the company. She's asking about the boy who lost his parents and was raised by a tyrant. I'm fine, I say, and I mean it. I'm better than fine. Sit. I guide her to a stool. I plate the food, eggs, bacon, fruit, and set it in front of her. Eat, I command gently. You're eating for 3 now, you, the baby, and my peace of mind. She manages a small smile. She picks up a fork. You're morbid. I'm practical. I lean my hip against the counter, drinking my coffee, watching her eat. We talk about small things. The rain, the way the baby kicked all night. We talk about painting the nursery a color that isn't beige. We are building a future in the space Conrad left behind. Then the phone rings again. This time, it's not Nate. It's the private line. The board line. I pick it up. Mitchell. The board is convening at 10, Sterling's voice barks. Emergency session. We need to discuss the transition of power. And the estate. I'll be there, I say. Bring the engagement papers, Sterling adds. If the old man is dead, the trust is unlocked. But we need proof the heir is secured before we sign off on your chairmanship. I hang up. I look at Sylvia. She stopped eating. She's watching me, the fork hovering halfway to her mouth. The fear is creeping back into her eyes. They want a meeting, I say. Now? They smell blood, I explain. They think I'm weak today. They think I'm grieving. I walk over to her. I cup her face in my hands, tilting her head up. I have to go do this, I tell her. I have to go finish it. What are you going to do? She asks. I'm going to take out the trash. I kiss her hard. It's a promise. Then I turn and head for the stairs to put on my armor. The boardroom is a mausoleum of mahogany and glass. The air conditioning is set to Arctic. The silence is heavy, broken only by the rustle of expensive paper and the click of pens. 12 men and women sit around the long table. They are the gatekeepers, the vultures. They've been waiting for Conrad to die for 20 years so they could carve up his empire. I walk in. I don't apologize for being late. I don't shake hands. I walk to the head of the table, Conrad's seat, and I remain standing. Sterling sits to my right. Javier Nicholas is there, looking smug. Chase, Sterling says, folding his hands. Condolences. Save it, I say. Let's get to the point. The point, Sterling says, his eyes hard, is the succession. Conrad's will stipulates that control of the company passes to you, provided you have met the morality clause. A wife, a child, stability. He looks at me expectantly. Is the heir secured? I look around the room. I see the greed in their eyes. They don't care about my son or daughter. They don't care about my family. They care about the stock price. They view my child as an asset, a line item on a ledger, just like Conrad did. I reach into my leather portfolio. I don't pull out a marriage license. I don't pull out an ultrasound picture. I pull out a stack of red folders. I toss them onto the table. They slide across the polished wood, fanning out in the center. What is this? Javier asks, reaching for one. That, I say, my voice filling the room, is the reason I'm done playing by your rules. I place my hands on the table, leaning forward. Conrad Mitchell didn't just build this company, I say. He used it to wage war. He set up a shell corporation called Aegis to target private citizens. Specifically, he targeted my fiancé's medical clinic. He orchestrated a smear campaign. He bribed a lab technician to swap donor samples to manufacture a lawsuit. I didn't tell them how he swapped my sperm, so Sylvia got pregnant with my baby. It's probably the only good thing Conrad did. A murmur ripples through the room. Shock. Not because Conrad was evil, but because he was reckless. He committed corporate espionage and fraud using company funds, I continue. If that gets out, the SEC shuts us down. The stock tanks. You all lose your pensions. Chase, keep your voice down, Sterling hisses, looking at the door. We can handle this internally. I'm not done. I point to the red folders. I spent months digging, I say. Turns out Conrad wasn't the only one using the company piggy bank for personal hobbies. I look at Sterling. The charity gala you chair? I ask. Nate traced the donations. 40% of it funnels back into an offshore account in the Caymans, under your wife's maiden name. Sterling goes pale. I look at Mrs. Leonard. And you, Eleanor? The real estate acquisitions in Buckhead? You're buying properties above market value from a company owned by your son-in-law. I look at Javier. And you, I say softly. Insider trading is a federal crime, Javier. Shorting our own stock before the Q2 report released. That's prison time. The room is deadly silent. They stare at the folders. There's a folder for every board member. Affairs, illegitimate children kept secret from wives that hold the purse, compromising photos with the same gender, and many more. I have excavated all the skeletons in their closet. They stare at me. They realize all at once that I haven't been tamed by the corporate leash. I've just chewed through it. You're blackmailing the entire board, Sterling whispers. I'm negotiating, I correct. I straighten up, buttoning my jacket. Here are my terms, I say. I'm taking over as chairman. Today, there will be no vote. There will be no oversight committee telling me how to run my family. I look at each of them in turn. You will sign off on my leadership. You will bury Conrad's illegal activities so deep they touch the Earth's core. And you will never, never ask me about my wife or my child again. My family is off limits. If I see a single paparazzi photo, or hear a whisper of pressure from this room, I release these files to the Department of Justice. You can't do that, Javier sputters. You'd destroy the company. Try me, I challenge. I have enough money. I can walk away from this burning building and never look back. Can you? I hold his gaze. He flinches. He looks down at the red folder in front of him. One by one, the heads around the table drop. Defeat. Submission. Sterling clears his throat. He looks aged, deflated. Motion to appoint Chase Mitchell as chairman, he mumbles. Seconded, Vance whispers. All in favor? 12 hands go up. Motion carried, Sterling says. I don't smile. I don't thank them. Meeting adjourned, I say. I turn my back on them. I walk out of the boardroom. I walk past the assistants, past the portraits of the dead men who built this place on fear and secrets. I push through the heavy glass doors and step out onto the sidewalk. The air is humid and thick, smelling of city rain and exhaust, but to me it smells sweet. I reach up and loosen the knot of my silk tie. I pull it free, letting it hang loose around my neck. I reach into my pocket and pull out my phone. I text Sylvia. Coming home. I put the phone away. Conrad is dead. The board is neutered. The secrets are out. I'm not the heir anymore. I'm the king. And this time the crown doesn't feel like a cage. It feels like freedom.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyla Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promised to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life.
With Miss Tyla. Chapter 26. Sylvia. The smell of fresh paint usually gives me a headache. It triggers the clinical part of my brain. Chemical compounds, ventilation, toxicity. But today, standing in the room that used to be a guest suite and is now a nursery, it smells like hope. Hand me the wrench. I look down. Chase is lying on his back on the drop cloth, wrestling with the underside of a crib that cost more than my first car. He's wearing gray sweatpants and a white t-shirt that is currently smeared with dust and clinging to his chest in damp patches. He looks nothing like the chairman of the board. He looks like a man building a nest. "You're holding the wrench, Chase," I say, pointing to his left hand. He pauses. He looks at his left hand, then up at me. A slow, lopsided grin spreads across his face, crinkling the corners of his eyes. "Right," he says. "Pregnancy brain. It's contagious." "That is scientifically inaccurate," I counter, though I'm smiling. I can't stop smiling. It's a problem. My face actually hurts from it. It's been 2 weeks since he walked out of that boardroom and came home with his tie undone and the weight of the world off his shoulders. 2 weeks of silence from the lawyers. 2 weeks of waking up to him kissing my shoulder. It's perfect. And it terrifies me. I walk over to the rocking chair, a plush velvet thing in a soft dove gray, and sit down. My ankles are swollen again, the fluid retention waging war against gravity. I rub a hand over the high curve of my belly. It's more obvious now that I have passed the first trimester. Happiness is a strange sensation when you're used to survival mode. It feels thin, fragile. I keep waiting for the other shoe to drop. I keep waiting for a phone call, a lawsuit, a ghost from the past to shatter the glass. Chase tightens the last bolt with a grunt of exertion. He slides out from under the crib and sits up, wiping his forehead with the back of his hand. He tracks my movement. He sees the way my hand drifts to my wrist, hovering over the band of my watch. He doesn't ask, he just distracts. "Okay," he says, resting his elbows on his knees. "We need to settle the name debate. The crib is built. The occupant needs a title." "We agreed on no titles," I remind him. "No thirds or fourths. No Roman numerals." "Fine," he concedes. "But if it's a boy, he needs something strong, something that can carry a legacy without being crushed by it." "You want a linebacker name," I tease. "I want a name that commands respect," he corrects. "Marcus, Julian, Dominic?" "Dominic Mitchell sounds like a mob boss." "A successful mob boss?" He shoots back. "What's your list? Let me guess. River? Sage? Are we naming him after a spice rack?" I laugh, throwing a small decorative pillow at him. He catches it with one hand, his reflexes sharp, instinctive. "I like Elijah," I say softly. Chase pauses. He turns the name over in his mind, testing the weight of it. "Elijah, it's decent, biblical, strong." "And if it's a girl?" I ask. His expression softens instantly. The hard lines of his jaw relax. He looks at my stomach with a reverence that makes my throat tight. "If it's a girl," he says, his voice dropping an octave, "she runs the house. She can be whatever she wants." "That's not a name, Chase." "Elena," he says, "or maybe Hope." I freeze. Hope. It's the one thing I was too afraid to have 5 years ago. It's the thing that almost killed me when I left him. It's a big name to live up to, I whisper. Chase stands up. He tosses the pillow onto the changing table and walks across the room. He stops in front of my chair. He towers over me, blocking out the light from the window, enclosing me in his shadow. But it's not a cold shadow anymore. It's warm, protective. You're doing it again, he says gently. Doing what? Waiting for the crash. He reaches down and takes my hands. He pulls me up from the chair. My body protests the movement, heavy and awkward, but he stabilizes me. His hands firm on my hips. I can hear your brain working, Syl. You're calculating the odds. You're wondering when the peace is going to end. It's been 5 years of war, Chase, I admit, leaning into him. Peace feels suspicious. The war is over, he says. He runs his thumbs over my hip bones. I burned the treaties. I fired the generals. There is no one left to fight. Are you sure? I'm sure. He looks deep into my eyes, searching for the lingering doubt. Life is just perfect from now on. Messy, loud, sleepless, but perfect. Because we're doing it together. I look at him. I look at the man who tore down his own empire just to keep me safe. And for the first time, the knot of anxiety in my chest loosens. I believe him. Chase steps back. He doesn't let go of my hand. He looks down at the floor, then back up at me. He takes a breath, a deep, centering inhale that expands his chest. Then he sinks down. One knee hits the drop cloth. My heart stops. It literally skips a beat, skipping the blood flow to my brain, leaving me lightheaded. Chase, I squeak. He looks up at me. He's not wearing a tuxedo. There is no candlelight dinner. There is no violin player in the corner. There is just the smell of paint, the half-assembled furniture, and the man I love kneeling in the dust. It's the most romantic thing I have ever seen. He reaches into the pocket of his sweatpants. He pulls out a small black velvet box. He snaps it open. I gasp. It's not the heirloom. It's not the heavy, suffocating diamond his grandfather forced on us 5 years ago, the one that felt like a shackle. This is breathtaking. An oval solitaire, flawless and brilliant, set on a thin gold band that looks like a thread of light. It's modern, clean, new. No contracts, Chase says. His voice is rough, thick with emotion. No prenups, no board approval, no legacy requirements. He takes my left hand. His grip is trembling slightly. I don't want an arrangement, Sylvia. I don't want a co-parent. I want the history. He squeezes my fingers. I want the fights. I want the makeup sex. I want the 3 a.m. feedings and the school runs. I want to grow old watching you save the world while I just try to keep up. Tears blur my vision. Hot, fast tears that spill over my cheeks. 5 years ago, I let you walk away because I thought I wasn't enough. He says, I'm asking you to stay because I know I'm nothing without you. He looks at the ring, then at me. Marry me, he says. For real this time, be my wife, not for the name, for me. I look at him kneeling there, the CEO, the man who built walls of ice around his heart. He's gone. This is just Chase. My Chase. The fear is gone. The past is dead. There is only this room, this man, and the future kicking inside me. I drop to my knees in front of him. Ignoring the protest of my joints, I grab his face in my hands. Yes, I sob. Yes. 1,000 times yes. He slips the ring onto my finger. It fits perfectly. He pulls me into him, burying his face in my neck, holding me like he's finally come home. I love you, he whispers against my skin. I love you, I promise back, and this time I know we're going to make it.
Chapter 27. Chase. The music is soft, a string quartet playing something classical and haunting against the backdrop of crashing waves, but all I can hear is the blood rushing in my ears. I stand at the altar, a simple arch of white orchids and driftwood overlooking the Pacific. I'm not looking at the sunset. I'm not looking at the small gathering of friends and family seated on the white chairs. I'm looking at her. Sylvia is walking toward me. She's a vision of white silk and lace, the fabric clinging to her curves like a second skin, flaring out at the bottom to brush the petals scattered on the aisle. She's not wearing a veil over her face. She's looking right at me, her dark eyes shining with tears, her chin lifted in that defiant, beautiful way that used to drive me crazy and now just brings me to my knees. In her arms, she holds our heart. Elijah. My son is 10 months old today. He's a solid, heavy weight against her chest, dressed in a tiny linen suit that matches mine. He's chewing on his fist, wide-eyed at the spectacle, gripping the neckline of Sylvia's dress with his free hand. When she reaches me, the world stops. There is no board. There is no legacy. There is no past. There is just this woman, this boy, and the promise I'm about to make. "I'll take him," Lena whispers, appearing at Sylvia's side to gently pry Elijah away. He protests for a second, reaching for Sylvia, but settles when he sees his favorite aunt. Sylvia steps into my space. She hands me her bouquet. Her fingers are trembling. "Hi," she mouths. "Hi," I whisper back. The officiant speaks, but the words wash over me. I only focus when it's my turn. I take her left hand, the one already bearing the oval diamond, and slide the platinum band onto her finger. It locks into place. A shackle? No. An anchor. Chase, I say, my voice rough but steady, carrying over the ocean breeze. Take you, Sylvia, to be my wife, my partner, my life. I look at her, stripping away the script. I promise to fight for you, I vow. I promise to never let you walk alone again. You are the only legacy I care about. A tear slips down her cheek. She squeezes my hand so hard her nails dig in. Sylvia, she chokes out. Take you, Chase, to be my husband. She takes a breath. I promise to trust you with my heart. I promise to stay. Always. You may kiss the bride. I don't wait. I cup her face and crash my mouth down on hers. It's not a polite, ceremonial peck. It's a claim. It's deep and hungry, tasting of salt and victory. The guests cheer, but I barely hear them. 2 hours later. The reception is in full swing. The terrace is lit by fairy lights and the glow of the moon. Laughter floats in the air, mixed with the clinking of champagne flutes. I stand by the bar, loosening my bow tie. I scan the crowd. The wolf is quiet tonight, satisfied, but he's watching. Sylvia is in the middle of the dance floor, swaying with Elijah in her arms. The baby is resting his head on her shoulder, fighting sleep, his heavy eyelids drooping. She sees me watching. Her eyes lock onto mine. Dark, intelligent, and filled with a heat that cuts through the humidity. She walks toward Lena, hands off the sleeping baby, and presses a kiss to his forehead. Then she turns and walks toward me. Every step is deliberate. Every sway of her silk-clad hips is a signal. Mr. Mitchell, she purrs, stopping inches from me. She reaches up and traces the line of my jaw. Mrs. Mitchell, I reply. The title tastes like the finest scotch. Are we done being polite? I think we've shaken enough hands, she whispers, leaning in so her lips brush my ear. I want to be alone with my husband. Now. Say goodnight, Syl. We slip away. A nod to Nate, a wave to Lena. We walk into the villa. The heavy double doors click shut behind us, sealing out the music, the guests, the world. Silence wraps around us. I turn to her, ready to pick her up and carry her to the master suite, but she's already moving. She kicks off her heels. They slide across the marble floor. She looks back at me, a mischievous glint in her eye, and then she runs. She takes off toward the back of the house, her bare feet slapping softly against the stone. "You're going to run?" I call out, tearing off my jacket and dropping it on the floor. "In that dress? Catch me!" she shouts back, her laughter echoing down the hallway. I grin. She knows exactly what she's doing. She knows I'm a predator by nature. She knows there is nothing I love more than the chase. I follow her. I find a trail of white. Her veil is discarded on the rug in the living room. Her dress, unzipped and stepped out of, lies in a puddle of silk by the sliding glass doors. I step out onto the pool deck. The night air is warm, thick with the scent of jasmine. The infinity pool is a sheet of black glass, illuminated by soft underwater lights that turn the depths into a glowing turquoise. Sylvia is standing at the edge. She's stripped down to a scrap of white lace panties and a matching bra that barely contains her. Her skin glows in the ambient light. She looks like a siren calling a sailor to the rocks. "You're slow, old man," she teases. "I was admiring the view." I walk toward her, ripping the buttons of my shirt open. And now the view is getting wet. She turns and dives. Her form is perfect. She cuts through the water with barely a splash. I toss my shirt aside. I shove my trousers down, stepping out of them and my boxer briefs in one motion. The air hits my skin, cooling the sweat, but I'm already burning up. I dive in after her. The water is warm, enveloping me like a second skin. I surface, shaking the hair out of my eyes. She's waiting for me in the shallow end, leaning back against the wall, her arms spread along the coping. The water laps at her chest, making the white lace of her bra translucent. I swim to her. I move through the water like a shark, silent and focused. I stop between her legs. "Hi," she breathes. "Hi." I reach out and cup her face. My thumbs trace her cheekbones. She's wet, slick, and mine. "Happy wedding day," I whisper. I kiss her. It starts slow, a tasting of wine and water, but it ignites instantly. I crush her against the pool wall. My hands slide down her back, finding the clasp of her bra. Snap. I pull the straps down. Her breasts float free, buoyant in the water, heavy and soft. I lower my head, taking a nipple into my mouth.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
I lift my head. I brush a wet strand of hair off her forehead. She smiles at me, a tired, satisfied, radiant smile. "We made a mess," she murmurs, gesturing to the wet cushions. "I'll buy a new one," I say. I roll to my side, pulling her with me so she's resting against my chest. I reach for the bottle of wine on the table and take a long pull, then hand it to her. She takes a sip and hands it back. I look out at the pool, at the lights reflecting on the surface. I think about the altar. I think about the knee injury that I thought ruined my life. I think about the check she took to save me. It all led here. I tighten my arm around her. "I have a meeting next week," I say, staring at the stars. "In London." "Okay," she says sleepily, tracing the muscles of my stomach. "I'm canceling it." She lifts her head. "Why?" "It's the merger." "Because," I say, kissing the top of her head, "I'd rather stay home and chase my wife around the pool." She laughs, and in that sound I hear the only legacy that matters.
Epilogue. Sylvia. I found my old smartwatch yesterday. I was digging through the back of the mahogany jewelry box, looking for a missing earring post, and my fingers brushed against the cold metal band. I pulled it out. The screen was dead, a black void of uncharged pixels. The clasp clicked familiar and hollow in the quiet room. For a second, just holding it brought back the phantom sensation of my pulse hammering against my wrist, the adrenaline of a lie I was terrified to speak, and the overwhelming urge to run. I put it in the trash. I don't need to count my heart rate anymore. I don't need a machine to tell me I'm alive. I roll over in the massive bed, pulling the duvet up to my chin. The sun is streaming through the open balcony doors, carrying the salt breeze of the Amalfi Coast into the room. We aren't in Atlanta. We're at the villa for the month. Chase's idea of a digital detox that mostly involves him throwing his phone into a drawer and focusing entirely on us. I look at him. He's asleep on his stomach, one arm thrown possessively over my waist, even in unconsciousness. His hair is a little longer now, silver threading through the dark brown at his temples. It doesn't make him look old. It makes him look distinguished. Dangerous in a different way. He's not caged anymore. He's free, resting in the sun. But the peace doesn't last long. The heavy oak door creaks open. I squeeze my eyes shut, feigning sleep, suppressing a smile. Shh, Elena, Daddy's sleeping. Daddy's awake. I saw his foot move. That was a twitch. It's REM sleep. Mom explained it. I'm gonna jump. Elena, no. The mattress dips violently as 40 pounds of chaos launches itself onto the bed. Wake up! Chase groans, a rumble that vibrates through the mattress. He doesn't even open his eyes. He just reaches out with lightning speed and snatches the intruder. Gotcha, he growls. Elena shrieks with delight as he rolls over, pinning our 4-year-old daughter to the mattress and blowing a raspberry on her neck. She's a carbon copy of him. Hazel eyes, stubborn jaw, and an absolute refusal to take no for an answer. Get off, Daddy. You're heavy. I'm a boulder, Chase informs her. I'm immovable unless I get a kiss. She smacks a wet kiss on his cheek. Elijah helped me. Chase lifts his head, his eyes finding our 6-year-old son standing by the door, trying to look innocent. Elijah has my dark curls and his father's strategic mind. Is that so? Chase asks. Traitor, get in here. Elijah runs and jumps into the pile. For the next 10 minutes, the bed is a war zone of tickling, pillows, and squeals. I watch them, my heart swelling until it feels like it might crack my ribs. 5 years ago, I thought this was impossible. I thought my legacy was shame and debt. I thought Chase's legacy was cold boardrooms and a lonely empire. Now his legacy is wearing Spider-Man pajamas and demanding pancakes. Okay, Chase laughs, sitting up and running a hand through his messy hair. Truce? Who wants breakfast? Pancakes, Elena screams, with the chocolate chips. Go downstairs, bribe the chef. I'll be down in 5. The kids scramble off the bed and thunder down the hallway. The silence returns, but it's warm. It's full. Chase turns to me. The playfulness fades from his eyes, replaced by that searing, heavy heat that hasn't dimmed a single watt in 5 years. Good morning, Mrs. Mitchell, he murmurs. Good morning. He leans over and kisses me. It's slow, deep, and tastes like morning breath and devotion. His hand slides under the duvet to rest on my hip, his thumb tracing the faint silver stretch marks that map the history of our children. He pulls back, resting his forehead against mine. You're thinking, he notes. I threw away my smartwatch, I tell him. Chase smiles. It's a genuine, unguarded smile that reaches his eyes. Good. You never needed it? I like your pulse better when I can feel it myself. He takes my hand, the left one, heavy with the oval diamond and the platinum wedding band, and presses it to his chest. His heart is beating steady and strong beneath my palm. I have a meeting with the London partners next week, he says softly. I'm thinking of sending Nate. Nate is going to quit if you keep sending him to do your job, Chase. Let him quit. I'll hire him back as a consultant. He shrugs, unbothered. I don't want to go to London. Elijah has a soccer game on Tuesday. He's playing goalie. He needs me there to critique his form. He's 6, Chase. He needs you to cheer, not critique. Same thing. He climbs out of bed, stretching his massive frame. The scars on his knee are faded now, just white lines on tan skin. He catches me staring. Like what you see? Always. He walks around the bed and offers me a hand. I take it, letting him pull me up. He doesn't let go. He pulls me into his body, wrapping his arms around me, swaying slightly to music only we can hear. We won, Syl. He whispers into my hair. I know he's not talking about the board. He's not talking about the stock price or the clinic's expansion or the fact that Aegis is now a premier philanthropic entity. He's talking about us. We beat the past. We beat the lies. We beat the ghosts of our parents. I look up at him. The wolf is still there, deep in his hazel eyes, but he's not hungry anymore. He's home. Yeah, I whisper, rising on my tiptoes to kiss him. We won. From downstairs, a crash echoes, followed by Elijah yelling, Elena broke the eggs. Chase sighs, but he's grinning. Duty calls, he says. He takes my hand, interlacing our fingers tight. Ready? Ready, I say. And together we walk out of the bedroom and into the beautiful, chaotic, perfect noise of the rest of our lives.